She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of the Blast Austin Major European Qualifier. The top teams in Europe are battling it out to reach the pinnacle of Counter-Strike, where they will be able to etch their names in the annals of time. But unfortunately, after the end of our first game today, we'll be saying goodbye to one of these two teams. But before we get there, my name is Rana, and I am joined by Zerfa. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good, Freddie. I'm doing really good. Looking forward to this. You know, it's an honor, it's a privilege to be bringing, this match to you guys. And, I'm excited. I don't know if the players in the server are going to be too excited about this one because, as you were mentioning, we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams. BC Game taking on Bait. It's a really tough matchup. Both teams have been so close before. And, this is as close as one of these teams is going to get.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have faced off in grand finals, on online tournaments, but it feels like this is the biggest game. It's the BC Game versus Bait will be our first of the day. That is, as I said, a 1 and 2 game, so whoever loses eliminated. But then after that, it's a little bit more joyful. It's 9 Pandas versus Bet Boom. That's a 2 and 1 game, so whoever wins that will go through to the major, but whoever loses it is still in contention. And our final game of the day will be a 2 and 2 game. So it is a either qualification to major, elimination, or I think sometimes because there's only 6 teams that go through the main Swiss now, 3 and 2 does not even necessarily cut it, which is increasingly cutthroat to an already cutthroat system, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some really tough competition, in this event. And then on top of that, because, there was so little, big representation at the last major, we've got kind of only 6 teams that are going to go through this stage, which it sucks for a lot of these teams, to narrow it down from 16 all the way down to 6, but it has to be done. And we've already, begun cutting a few of these teams away because 500 and Paravision, they got knocked out yesterday. 2 teams eliminated already. We're going to say goodbye to 3 more by the end of our morning as well. It's not only this game with the BC Game Bacon on. We've got Saw taking on Gamer Legion. We're going to be saying goodbye to one of those. We've got Ents versus Fnatic as well. Saying goodbye to one of 2 of the massive orgs that are still in this right now. And yeah, man, this is a really, really tough day. And I'm going to be a little bit sad and a little bit, mournful seeing a couple of these teams go.
And talking about the highs though, Heroic OG, Heroic, the rebuilding after their core got taken away by Falcons, bring on the Sangao core, who, very similar to Bait, didn't fare very well in the Shanghai RMR. And then for OG, what a comeback from that organization, from like the laughing stock of the whole community to now being 3-0 in the Europe Major Regional Qualifier. Like, that is some very serious business. And yeah, there's some really banging games, but ultimately, we've got one today on the C stream here on 10 a.m. Central Eastern Europe time. It's BC Game Bait, and this is a game where I feel like it has so many similar narratives. Both these teams on the precipice of greatness so many times as a core, but when it comes to these like big major qualifiers, it feels like we lose them.
Yeah, man, it's a little bit tough to look at. You know, BC Game, of course, that kind of bleed core that were, you know, knocking around the qualifier. It was actually the closed qualifier for the RMR last time around, and they went 2-0 up in the best of ones. You know, were looking good. It was looking like they were going to get through. They just had to win a single best of 3, and Sangha, Eklot, and Gamer Legion got the better of them. Of course, now it's a little bit different. They're under, you know, that new banner. They're under that BC Game name, and you know, there's still, of course, that kind of core players in and around there, but I think this is more stable. You know, you've got Prime Taps coming in here, because for me there was always that kind of power struggle with this team, that, you know, you had too many cooks in the kitchen in terms of aggressive riflers. You had Cypher, you had Jacob, and then you had Hampus, who was IGLing at the time, and it was like a lot of people, you know, trying to go for the exact same spots, and the roles didn't really make sense in that team. But Prime Taps being that kind of solid anchor, you've got Cypher that can go back into those aggressive roles, and you've got Jacob that can kind of do his own thing, and BC Game are getting a lot of solid results, and, you know, arguably should have maybe closed it out versus Big, not ended up here in that 1 and 2, but now they've got to take on Bait, which are going to be no easy cookie.
Yeah, I mean, well, sorry, I'm just going to go back to that big game for a second. 10-2 half after only losing Pistol and losing the map. Yeah, they should have closed out against Big. But Bait, they went down to the 0 and 2 bracket in this qualifier, but knocked out Parivision. Almost they're like older brothers in their regional scenes. And that was a massive result to deliver. But this is a team that, I mentioned the Shanghai result. At the end of last year, it felt like they were on top of the world. They were the tier 2 team that was going to break down to tier 1, and they failed. And coming into this year, it feels like we've got very similar narratives where they're doing well online. You've got Hedrick being the top rated player in these tournaments that they're succeeding in online, but yet we see them in the 1 and 2 bracket, and you've got the IGL of MPL, who is normally this high fragging IGL, this big component of the roster, so far has not stepped up, more so in that first match where he had 5 kills on Inferno against Metasport.
Yeah, he's definitely struggling to have a little bit of impact, I would say. MPL, he's kind of struggling to find a little bit of his form that he was having in other online events. But, you know, as we look at this head-to-head, we definitely can't say the same about the guy that has kind of hit the ground running for this team, and that is Kenzizor. This guy is finding so much success, and, you know, he's the designated hard entry of this Bait team as well. He's the only player that didn't actually play in that RMR for Shanghai, and actually, you know, it's this guy that has little to no experience. They picked him up from a team called Kono, and he's come in and he's absolutely dominated. He's got a higher impact right now than Cypher at 1.23. He's being very solid in the server, and, you know, he's the guy that is making a lot of the things tick for Bait, but he also is a pretty easy target for the likes of BC Game, because if you can focus and shut down Kenzie on this side, you take away a lot of that Bait success. On the other hand, we've got Cypher, and I mean, it's really good to see Cypher kind of coming back into his flow state, and to me it's kind of not surprising that we are seeing Cypher in this event anyway kind of hit the heights that we did see, you know, because we all remember that Blast major in Paris, you know, the end of CSGO. Cypher was that guy, man. He took on the world, he took that event by storm, and, you know, he was one of the most impressive things to come out of that major, especially if we're talking about a UK standpoint as well. But you know, I think the roles now suit him a little bit more. He's kind of getting back into the swing of things, and, well, we're going to get into the swing of things here. We're going to have a look at this veto here and see where we're going to end up in this best of 3. And seeing a Dust 2 and a nuke removal, this is a little bit surprising here, Freddie, because I know you were expecting this one to end up on Dust 2 and that to be floated, but we get a train pick in there.
Yeah, the train pick has honestly completely spun me. Yeah, the train pick is crazy actually, because last time these two teams played, it was in the grand finals of CCT. Bait removed train, and just recently it's not been a map. It's just been a map that they usually favor to remove. So them picking into a train here is something that I find them leaving it in and allowing for BC Game to pick it makes me very confused why they don't ban Dust 2. I just thought it was going to be a guaranteed Dust 2 ban, a guaranteed train ban, and we're going to have Dust 2, Mirage, and then either Ancient or Inferno. But this train is really surprising to me. BC Game have looked really solid on it, whereas Bait they haven't got many reps on it. When they have, it's against a lower level of opposition, and even then they are still losing to the likes of Cybershock and even NIP in that same bracket. So I think Bait leaving train in here really opens themselves up. But I think if I'm Bait, I'm also looking quite happily at Ancient, because I assumed BC Game would not ban Inferno and push that for two reasons. First, because Bait looked really bad on it against Medisport, and then secondly, BC Game looked very actively uncomfortable on that map yesterday against Big. So putting them on Ancient is cool for me, because it shows that BC Game is still confident on Ancient as a third map. But yeah, Train's going to be crazy, and I think this is a gamble from Bait where I'm very excited to see what they have planned, because I think this is an unorthodox thing to do.
I think gamble is definitely the best way to put it. It is still a relatively fresh map for both of these teams, if we're kind of speaking about it in that regard. But Bait kind of leaving that open, they would have time to prepare, they would have had time to prep, and maybe this is a trick up their sleeve. Maybe they've been getting the reps in over on train. We just don't know. But it is
impossible to know.
It is going to be a little bit exciting when we do get into this one. The maps are set, the game is nearly ready, and we're going to be heading into map 1 right about now.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mirage. Probably the best map for both of these teams. You know this is going to be a banger. And Nork already straight into the action. Gets a flashbang to the face. Smoke as well. So he's going to be no help to this short aggression. But BC Game, they're in the right position to deal with this if this round ends towards B. But instead, they're going to pivot through that connector smoke. But they are at a man disadvantage. BC Game, unfortunately, as I mentioned, they had 3 players over towards B. So they're going to have to get over and rotate, but in the meantime it's going blow for blow. Alex is going to get the bomb down, and Bait, it's a very uncomfortable post plant. If you look at these 3 T sides, it feels like they're all a little bit segregated, so that's why Alex jumps over towards CT and is able to take these fights with NPL, and when they fight they reign victorious. Nork, he's done so much in this round, but unfortunately he can't clutch up as Bait find the first round in this series.
Yeah, very uncomfortable situation, as you were saying, for the T's. Even though they managed to get up, they don't really have a lot of space, so you need to fight for something. You need to either take that control in towards jungle and keep it as you make your way up connector, or you need to go in and take that control as CT. They swing, they win the majority of the fights, and BC Game are going to be feeling a little bit hard done by after that one. Just getting caught off guard by that pivot. They are going to go for the investment here, though. Not going to be resting and waiting around too much, waiting for the bite to come. Instead, they're going to try and take the fight to them. And this is still a very dangerous round here for Bait. But right now, being respected by the CTs, who have actually kind of fallen into a little bit of an A stack here. Bait solely focused on middle, want to take that control. More importantly, want to keep it.
It's a very proactive early game from BC Game, already getting quite a lot of information towards A, but unfortunately that information turns up dry. It's not the worst thing in the world though, because it's allowing for this mass movement towards the B bomb site. You can see Nexa and Cypher have already made their way here, and Nork is pretty close by, so Bait, they're just running into this stack. They are not even defaulting, they're just running through, and to be honest, it's working pretty well. Alex spearheads, Nork will be able to find one, but that's the only casualty for Bait, so it's ultimately a pretty nice contact hit, where even though they walk out into the stack, they're able to come out the other side pretty much scratch free, and they're gonna go hunting. This is a very brazen thing to do. It's only a deagle and a scout, but they want to take them away.
Yeah, guys, so surely is going to be able to gobble up a couple of kills here, and yeah, nobody gets out of this one alive for BC Game. Bait really strutting their stuff in the first 2 rounds, and BC Game, we're going to have to wait at least another until we see the rifles brought out for them. And this is not the ideal start for BC Game, obviously, but especially when we're talking about the grand scheme of things of what we've already seen here at the MRQ. BC Game's CT side have just not really bared much fruit at all. You know, it was on the CT side that they were unable to close it out versus Big. Right now, you know, we can see them really kind of struggling to get into this game. It's the T side that they're having so much success because of the likes of Jacob and Cypher, but for me, they're lacking something, and I'm not quite sure exactly what it is when they've got the M4s out. I just cannot stop them from getting up on a bomb site, and so far so good for Bait. They are going to try and make their way up connector here. This is going into a little bit of a stack. Well, this can get very messy if Bait aren't careful.
Yeah, I'm just looking though, like there's no armor on anyone, so maybe a kill or two, but seeing how they walked into a stack of armored pistols last round and came out losing one player, I think it's going to be fine. And yeah, ultimately, Headtrick survives on 6 HP, and Nork is the only player left. Fair. Nice little double dink to NPL. There's just no way, right? He's P250, no armor. Okay. I wanted to amuse it, I really did, but I was like, surely not, right? But it's Bait with a good start on their map pick, and as you mentioned, that game against Medisport, it was a bad showing for BC Game, and that made me very worried coming into this fixture, because Mirage was, without a shadow of doubt, gonna be in the veto, and if I'm Bait, I saw that Medisport game, I'm licking my lips.
Yeah, I think it definitely probably made the decision a whole lot easier for the likes of Bait.
It was already easy, but then they were like, oh, please,
yeah.
Fine.
Absolutely. Now, Bait once again focusing on mid. This is the first gun round that we are actually going to see, and BC Game a little bit aggressive over towards the ramp here. Cypher over towards short. A little bit of tickle damage to Essential, but not really too much to be concerned about. Yes, it's a snippet of information, but it's not really too much to go off. As of right now, BC Game have absolutely no idea what Bait are going to be up to. Nexus in trouble here. That Molly's going to flush him out. Needs to win that fight. He goes down, but at least he goes 1 for 1. That just keeps BC Game afloat in their search for their first round.
There's a lot of pressure on Cypher right now. He feels very isolated. He's got no support towards B apartments, and he's playing quite aggressively towards short here. If he falls, they could pivot, but instead, they just once again walk into stack, and this time, Nork's AWP is on fire. 2 easy kills, shooting fish in a barrel, and Bait, their default basically just results in nothing. They tried to walk up connected, they tried to get some lurking done in apartments, but they're just matched by the AWP or matched by Nexa. And with 20 seconds left, Cypher, he catches off Headtrick. The bomb is in ladder room, and with 15 seconds, it's actually just going to be the save for Kenziazor. And for BC Game, this is very different in how they're playing to what I saw them play against Medisport on the CT side.
BC Game just doing a really nice job there, in all honesty. Nexa, it's such an important kill there that he manages to find, because if Nexa actually goes down and gets nothing out of that situation, he had no smoke, was being mollied out of that position, all the pressure and all the eyes just go on to Cypher there in that round, and Cypher has to, you know, come back from short. He has to try and hold the B apartments. The space is going to be tried to be created for that C side. But BC Game, that's what they wanted, just a quick and easy round like that, plain and simple, and a lot of it thanks to Knock with that AWP, who has had some impressive performances so far in the MRQ. Kenzizor out towards middle. Jacob's getting a little bit aggressive here. Flash is going to be perfect this time around, but it's a double from BC Game, locking down that mid control, and they don't have to stick around. They can give this up if they want to, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Play for the bomb sites with a 2-man advantage intact.
I'm astounded that Bait don't get a single kill there, because they played that perfectly. The Molo doesn't hit boxes, so you have Kenzor and Alex able to actually get out of middle, and they flash back in. They retake mid exactly how you're supposed to. Jacob was sat on ramp completely blind. But somehow, I don't really know how, BC Game have a 2-man advantage, and Nexa's just walking apartments. This is a very high octane level of Counter-Strike, and okay, Nexa does go one step too far, but this is very different to against Metasport. Against Metasport, they were sitting there, they were waiting top comm, they were being popped on, but instead, in the first gun round, double push ramp. In the second gun round, triple, quadruple push middle, taking the fight to Bait, taking that space, and then yeah, Nexa goes, I'm gonna even push apartments, I'm gonna add even more on top of that. So for Bait, I think they've been matched with a lot more energy than they maybe anticipated early on Mirage here.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think when we're looking at the side of BC Game as well, you know, as we were talking about, the CT sides just haven't really bared much fruits whatsoever. So, you know, you can understand why they want to try a few things early on to just see what they can kind of get away with, because this BC Game, it is the epitome of aggression. You know, this team, you look at the players that they have, you know, the likes of Cypher, the likes of Jacob, these guys just love a push. They love just trying to find their own space in little details across the map that they can just maybe pull off something to get away with. And so far on these gun rounds, they have been really getting away with them. Bait, they will save. They bring that AWP and that AK forward. That's at least going to be something that you can kind of play around with. But with just Glocks behind it, you know, you're really relying on these rifles to do a lot of the damage. And the only damage being done so far is on top of Hedrick's head. HE lands flush. AWP tagged down low. And this is going to be maybe just a little bit of a waiting game to see what the op or this rifle can get done.
Yeah, you can see how BC Game have changed their stance when they're up against this lower purchase. They're not pushing double ramp there. They're not walking B apps. They're not pushing mid. They're just sitting on their laurels. And they're going to wait for Bait to come at them. They know there's an AWP saved, so they don't want to maybe get too aggressive. As I say that though, Prime Tabs has just been flashed into ramp, and well, speaking about that AWP, it's out, and that's probably the biggest worry for this round. Ascenthiel still can naturally do damage with an AK, but he's also just missed a Molo for sure, and Molo'd bottom con, which is going to block their entry temporarily, and that's the AK down. Ascenthiel caught his utility out. And a round that could have got expensive, could have got dangerous, whatever you want to say, ultimately results in near perfection for BC Game. And if I'm looking at Alex saving here, this adds a lot of worry to the economy of Bait, because it's like, you're just going to have no money for the next gun round. But if you don't save for Alex now, well, then you don't have an AWP in the next round. Nexa will remove one of those, so he removes the AWP. But yeah, same conversation though, Jack. Hedrick and Ascenthiel, they're broke. Yeah,
that kind of situation that they had there was a little bit damned if you do, damned if you don't, in saving that AWP or not. But yeah, you end up going down, so that decision is made for you pretty quickly. And we are actually looking at the investment on the side of Bait. So you've got Ascenthiel, you've got Hedrick that are going to have to, unfortunately, take the hit. You need to make something work with these Deagles, because BC Game already drawing level, already looking like they're getting into the swing of things on their CT side. It's been pretty smooth sailing since the guns have come up for them as well. Bait unable to really test them whatsoever. This time being given a lot of room over towards middle. No contestant whatsoever. Knock this time around though. He's posted towards the B apartments. If MPL decides to overstep the mark, surely be punished.
Yeah, it's a very interesting style in how BC Game have brought Nexa over towards A, who's usually the B anchor, and Nork is just going to be posted on apps. And this must be a big read from the C side, because I feel like Nork's been quite fluid, and I feel like he's been having a lot of high impact of his mobility early on in this game. So to have him stationed over towards B, there must be a read to do that. So you don't want to just have him sitting there. And well, Jack, it looks like that read is perfect.
Yeah, problem is you don't have any more rotations coming over to this bomb site right now, which is a big problem. Nex is the closest player, but he's still pretty far away. Knock, this kind of comes down to him hitting this first shot, and oh, gets off the angle. Knock's going to repeat for a little bit more and at least take down one. Smoke down as well, but as he crosses back, gets headshot by Kenzie or Cypher, trying to lock this one in. The double is okay, it keeps them competitive in the round, and Nexa gets there just in time. Bomb dropped as Essential now has to go searching, he has to go get aggressive, but there's only 16 seconds left on the clock here, and Essential's gonna have to do it all. The first one's free, but the second one is gonna cost them, and it's a BC game round once again.
that was everything that went wrong for BC Game went wrong. It's Nork pulling out utility literally as they come around the corner, and it feels like there's a bit of miscommunication, or Cypher's maybe in the wrong position, because he just allows them to walk up short and allows Nork to be caught off guard as he's dropping out from apartments. But regardless, that double from Cypher is everything, and that just leads on to the point we were making about Cypher stepping up, and these are the type of situations where you need to see him do that. And so far in this MRQ, he's playing for the big leagues.
Oh, definitely, you know, we're seeing a lot more from him, which is so fantastic to see. A lot more comfortable in this situation now, the way that this BC Game team has kind of played out. They anything but comfortable so far on their T side. First 3 rounds were pretty straightforward and easy, but this is where they've ran into so much trouble. And in all honesty, Freddy, they're going to need something to kind of get themselves going on this T side, because the way things have been shaping up so far, I can see BC Game absolutely running away with this. Look at Jacob. He's already in T-spawn. He's already flanking them over towards A. There's lurks on lurks on lurks. And Prime Tap's even finding one. Hold on a second. It's a double deagle kill. 2 apiece. And now, down onto this 3-on-2. But Jacob, he's just so quick with this flank right now. MPL, he's just not going to be expecting this at all, but still getting aggressive. Cypher trapped in this corner, a little bit of a problem. Jacob looking for a chance to strike, but Cypher's actually taking that opportunity away from him. And now Kenzie's what does he have in his locker here with this deagle? Already been spotted out, mollied off, and Nexa is just going to sweep that one under the rug pretty quickly. It's another BC Game round, although that one we did see at least a little bit of life from Bait in it.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, Prime Taps just swinging triple kind of opened the floodgates there. You can see in the differences in how Cypher and Prime Taps approach that situation. Cypher's just hard hiding. He's like, I know I've got Jacob close ramp, whereas Prime Taps takes a little bit of his own initiative, and it's a little bit of an issue. But no AWP out for Babe, and I was looking at Kenzizor in that position, and I was thinking, why doesn't he just go, just go murder hole and just save the AWP? But it was another opening kill round for Nork. It's Nork still doing superb on the AWP, and it's still BC Game with 5 in a row. Bait, they need to change up how they approach these rounds, and it seems like we're just going into the same old opening where it's just a 125, 130 mid take.
Yeah, there's not really been a change whatsoever. It's been the same kind of slow tempo from this Bait side that, you know, will go out, will take mid control, and BC Game, a lot of the time they are just allowing them that control. This time though, it's a little bit quicker up connector. Pressure's going to be on this A hole once again. Cypher, can't get anything at all. And this time the quickness into A is going to work out perfectly, because Alex finds 3 with ease. Bomb planted. It's save time for BC Game, and this is maybe what bait we're hoping for.
That's the change up, right? The opener is the same, but it's how they instantly pivot into that very fast connected play, and it completely catches BC Game off guard, because as we said, they haven't approached an early round like that before. And the reason why it goes so well is because they're able to take the fights. Each of those fights Alex took was technically like a 4v1 in favor of bait. Next, Cypher swings, Prime Taps gets mollowed out, Jacob left completely by himself. It's perfectly orchestrated for success for bait, utilizing the utility, utilizing this pack mentality and just deathballing through connector, and it's accentuated further by the fact that Nork had rotated early over towards the B bomb site, so the AWPer was nowhere to be seen. Cypher could have taken that fight with Prime Taps, could have taken it with Jacob, but instead he takes it by himself. This time it's no multi-kill, it's no kills, and bait, that is their first round outside of the pistol round.
Looks like we're going to get a little bit of a quick pace at this one, but this time around, BC Game, they might be ready for it. Prime Tap's just going to walk in, no flash whatsoever. It's Kenzie's or with the double, and Nock needs to stop them. Getting aggressive still, out towards triple. Nock trying to just fade away back through that smoke, and somehow he's going to get away. There was so many more bodies that were making their way out of Ramp and Palace, but Nock gets safety and still just wreaking havoc with this AWP. He is finding all this success, and he continues to peak, but that one just a bridge too far. Head trick, close in the smoke as Nexa walks through but gets taken down, and all eyes and all of this round relies on Cypher. The 1v2 situation has the information on both of these players. Mollied off though, and this double peak surely is just going to come in. Spam is going to be perfect though. Cypher has a smoke to extinguish it. Cypher still getting aggressive, but Alex comes up good in the clutch, and neither Nock nor Cypher were enough this time.
I mean, that round should have been over from those first two kills, and Nork makes it contestable, but unfortunately, he overplays his hand. Those first two kills, the third one with the nade in the smoke, those are each layers of aggression that he was able to get away with. But unfortunately, he doesn't then play the advantages. He's given his team a 3 versus 2, and him and Nexa try fight their way through a CT smoke instead of waiting for Cypher and playing the numbers game, right? So Nork goes from winning the round to losing the round for BC Game. However, straight back on it. 5-5 with a tied game, and BC Game are charging into middle. This time, the flashes are good. This time, the fights are taken well, and it's another hat trick for Alex. This round's not even over, but it certainly is now.
Yeah, definitely essential. Just taking a little bit of a gap out towards that A bomb site to deal with the second last player alive, and now it's just Nock once again. He found 3 with that AWP. He's going to need to try and work his magic here once again, but it's just such a tough task and a big ask of the offer as well. Nock might just be trying to scamper away and save this if he is going to be so fortunate. But it's a lonely, lonely place right now for the offer. That's bait. They've really began to kind of step it up a gear in these last couple of rounds. They kind of struggled to really get to grips with the CT side that BC Game were offering. The defense was holding solid. But in these last couple of rounds, they've found a few gaps and they've exploited them very well.
Yeah, the last 2 rounds, the 2 pieces of aggression BC Game have thrown, a ramp push and a mid push, previously have worked in this half, but now they have just been running into the majority, and bait are cleaning up where previously they were not. This is the Mirage team that I know and love. This is the bait who defeat anyone in front of them on Mirage. It didn't look like it at the start, but this is the change up we need. However, speaking of change up, it's another one in mid from Nork. Unfortunately, only good for 1, and now this leaves Prime Taps in a very precarious situation where he shall be slain, and it's a 2 MP9 5-7 3 versus 4 for BC Game at the end of the half.
it's a horrible situation that you're in for prime taps, right? Because, you know, you're boosting Knock up there. Once Knock is spotted, they know exactly what's going on.
Over.
And you've nowhere to go. You're mollied, you can't, you know, swing on out. You're just going to get spammed down if there's a player towards under. Oh, there's still chances in this one, Freddy. Hold on a second. Oh, Hetrick's actually turning around to look at this here and catches a glimpse, catches the side of Cypher. And he's so fortunate that he was on the ball there. Because Cypher really could have been a fox in a hen house with that 5-7. 50 seconds in bait now. Because of all that information that Cypher's after gathering, they don't really feel comfortable that they can walk into this B-bomb site for free. But wherever they go, as we can see, we've the luxury of it. It's going to be a 1v1 whatever site they pick. Or 4v1.
4v1.
I hope they don't give them 1v1s.
That would be horrific. But yeah, I mean, Hetrick's spidey senses tingled already once this round. They're going to have to do it again, because Jacob's tucked in Firebox, and he's making the right moves. Oh, spotted. And yep, of course it's Hetrick that spots him out. A 1 versus 4 for Nexo with the MP9. And he will get past the first, and the second, surely not. Upgrade to the AK. This is a really strong crossfire from Ascenthi, NPL, and Alex. And Bait takes 7 at the half. And it's a lot better for them.
Yeah, it's a big bounce back, Freddie. It really is, you know, because this was looking, and I was maybe kind of leaning towards BC game, in all honesty, just kind of running away with that CT side. But, you know, the T's got the grips with it. They kind of figured out where they could go, what they could do, and it was really that kind of tempo switch that we've seen from the Bait side that kind of spurred them into life almost. And BC game just couldn't really get a hand on this one once again. Alex, his multi-kill potential was absolutely insane. 15 and 6, really just running the show, and he's been just a nightmare, honestly, to deal with. On the other side, you know, you have Knock, who was hitting some impressive shots, but in a lot of the rounds, you know, that Knock was finding the impact and finding those kills, they were unable to actually convert them. So a little bit of a problem for BC game, definitely, but they've got their favorite T side coming up.
It does scare me, though, seeing Hetrick now go onto the CT side with the AWP. I feel like we're going to be seeing Hetrick mimic a lot of what Nork was doing on that defense. And going from the highs to potentially the lows now, NPL and Jacob, this was the kind of head-to-head that I was looking at mostly coming into this series. So you've got two riflers in, I suppose, different enough roles, right? With different enough expectations upon them. But it's two players who have been very key components for both of these sides in the last however long, right? And so far, both of them have underperformed pretty massively in this major regional qualifier, and that seems to be happening today. My perspective of this head-to-head was whichever one, Jacob or NPL, steps up, their team will win this series, and yet we're yet to see kind of either of them flourish.
Yeah, we haven't really kind of seen them kind of come to terms with this game whatsoever, but you've got other players stepping up when it's needed. You know, Alex definitely probably wasn't the one that you were going to be looking at to have a performance like this, but he's been delivering so far. Will that kind of translate onto the CT side? We just don't know. T-Pistol underway for BC game, and Cypher lands a goosh and actually comes away with a kill. Hetrick forced in towards the ladder. Two players are low over towards short, and BC game know about it, but they're already up towards A. They're going to get this bomb plant down, and with two players on a sliver of health, this means that this retake is going to be next to near impossible.
Kit smoke is the only saving grace right now for Bait, but these post plants from BC game look really good. I'm struggling to figure out how Hetrick's going to get activated, but well, apparently that's how you do it. Alex, with that aforementioned Kit and smoke, has got a kill, and he's defusing. Wait, he's defusing. 1 second, they're missing. The body block is out. The knives do connect, but it's all in vain. Bait, a near impossible retake. They clinch from the jaws of defeat.
Oh man, it's just the power of that smoke kit, isn't it? You know, if you can get that down and get on quickly and hope that your teammates can, you know, block with what is, in all honesty, left of their bodies, because they were so low. They were already littered with bullet holes. You need to just get in front and just hope that BC Game are not going to be able to connect, and really, Bait just snatched that one away. BC Game have gone for this reinvestment. This is a little bit quicker over towards this A bomb site. You've got MPL up close with this SMG. If he gets flashed off though, that could be a big problem, but Bait, they're making a really good read here. They're rotating a third player on over. Head Trick is going to be here to help. This smoke is going to fade any second now. BC Game, a lot of this is going to rely on their entry power.
Oh, that's a big nade. Knife kill does mean we have some upgraded weaponry, but not much utility. Cypher not able to open up this bomb site, and MPL's been activated. There's so many players in close proximity for Bait, and BC Game do not have an answer. Nor can Nexa. Sat behind utility, sat in the open. Shall be offered up 1 kill, but I don't know how Nork's going to get anything else from here. He's triple swung for that matter. There's just hordes of Bait. You kill one, you cut off the head of one, and 2 more appear. And for Nexa, he's got all the experience. He's an IEM winner, but a 1 versus 4 is a little bit too much for even him. And this looks like, to me, Bait have basically just won Inferno, and it's only 9-5. I know it's very early to call, but to me, I feel like it's done. You know, that's 6 rounds in a row. The pistol round, the anti-force spy. It's gonna be difficult for BC Game here, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, it's a tough road to see back here for BC Game now, and Bait, just in all honesty, that is probably the one call that you don't want to be facing in that round for a BC Game when they make that one. You know, the aggressive setup towards ramp. That is just such a horrible situation for them, and once, you know, you don't get that kind of first kill on the way out, it's just infinitely more difficult to try and create that space. Big problems for BC Game now, of course. Only a couple of pistols in this round. This would be a perfect one if they could maybe just get a little bit of luck back on their side, because everything seems to be going against them right now. They can get a couple of deagle kills here, at least make the CT economy a little bit more honest. BC Game, they might have a chance to bring this one back, but this Bait pick of Mirage is looking pretty solid so far.
I think, look, it was always, in my mind, supposed to be a Bait win, and those 5 rounds in a row made me really worried for a second. But to me, this is somewhat normal. This is kind of what I expect. Like, Bait are really good on this map, and BC Game have already shown their difficulties against Metasport, and I feel like we're seeing the kind of mimicking of that. And that Bait read on the A bomb site, I don't think that's even necessarily too astounding, as BC Game on their T side, on any map actually, just like to pop. They're a very pop heavy team. If they don't default, they tend to just go for these faster pops, and on a Mirage especially, a lot of times it tends to be towards this A bomb site. So it's a good read from Bait, but it doesn't necessarily feel like a massive hard read to be getting. And well, up against this Eco NPL, he's back in form. I called him out of the half, and I think he's doubled his kills since.
Pretty straightforward one for Bait, in all honesty. BC Game, you know, they just continuously were smoked off towards the B apartments, couldn't really do anything, and then this is just a desperation play. Let's just all run up connector and die, because, you know, we're not going to get anything. We need to make sure that, you know, we all just die before time ticks on so we can get those AKs out. Nothing special in that round whatsoever, but first tactical timeout called for BC Game here to just maybe settle themselves a little bit, get themselves flowing on this T side. Still yet to pick up a round since we had the swap of halves. And Bait, you know, they're so close to closing out this map pick, and, you know, just actually getting that first map in a series like this, a 1 and 2, loser goes home. It can just mean so much for your mentality, especially because a lot of people probably would have had Bait as the underdogs going into this series.
Yeah.
They definitely haven't looked like it. Not here, not now, but back underway. And BC Game, a little bit of an A play here. Jacob gonna do his own thing out towards middle, but not gonna be given the breathing room whatsoever. The breath taken out of his lungs, spammed down. MPL has already collected that kill. Kenzie's in a little bit of trouble as BC Game tried to accelerate out on this A bomb site. This is getting a little bit hairy quickly for the T side.
Kenzie's does fall, but he drops a hefty nade in his dying breaths, and it's another spam kill for Bait. Advantage still maintained, but Nexa in middle, able to catch off one, but these trades are just immaculate, and Alex is having the game of his life. Another multi-kill, another 3k to gift Bait 11 from start to finish. That round was always going in favor of the Ukrainians.
Yeah, they always seem to just have the person in the right place. It's a little bit unfortunate for Jacob, right? You know, to get spammed like that. But the trades were absolutely perfect. And man, Alex is a demon right now for Bait. This is something that I was not expecting. Out of all the players that I expected to step up, Alex, he was definitely down there on my list for certain. But 21-9, he is having an absolute field day. And what a moment, what a game to step up and deliver for your team, to prove your worth.
Well, right now, Nork's been silenced. I haven't really seen him getting very active in a good manner, right? He hasn't been getting much impact on this T side, whereas we're looking at Headtrick in potentially the penultimate round of Mirage, just lining them up. 2 quick kills as they're just running at him. Cypher next on the chopping block, but instead, the hand cannon rings a successful shot off. Hold on a second. This is a 5v3 in favor of Bait, and it's all falling apart. Over-aggression from the CT side. BC game, sure, they're very sporadic. Sure, they're very separated. But each player has just had someone lackadaisically walk into their gaze. And now, as the advantage shifts over in favor of this attack, Alex, he's not done just yet because he is in the perfect position. Cypher definitely spots him, yeah, but he is going to get out of trouble. Just about. Bomb. Ooh, 20 HP. Finally, we'll get onto that bomb site. Confirmation of where both Bait players are, and the bomb gets denied. Nade from the top rope. Nexa, time not on his side now. This round going back and forth like a pendulum. And maybe the most experienced player on the server unable to keep BC Games' head above the water. How on God's earth has Bait resurfaced?
Oh my goodness, how have they managed to save that one? That's absolutely incredible. And Cypher, he was tagged down so low by that flank, and it's Alex once again. He only gets, you know, 1 kill, but it's the biggest kill of that round there. The HE him off the bomb to put Nexa in that horrible situation. And Bait, they get up onto 12, and that is just a kick in the teeth here for BC Game, who are just gonna go guns blazing out towards middle. There's a little bit of venom right now in this BC Game side, because they know that they have been pretty close to that round and probably should have won it, but instead now they're just fighting for survival. They can't even win in regulation, and it looks like they might be put out of their misery very quickly. Jacob and Prime Taps put down for good in this round, and it all relies on just 3 players left for this BC Game side.
Hey, Jack, it worked last time. Almost, kind of. They
Almost
They almost made the 3 versus 5 work, but you can see how Bait are posturing in this position now. Last round, they went hunting. They got maybe a little bit too aggressive. Right now, not even remotely. They're playing the sites. They're anchoring down. They're playing the numbers, and Headtrick has just dropped the bomb in connector. The 2 AWPers clash heads once more, but this time it's Headtrick. And I said, coming onto the City side, he's going to be elevating his game. He has over doubled his frags so far with that AWP. And Cypher, he's had magic at a major before, but a 1 versus 5 this far down seems impossible, and Headtrick ends it off right there. 13-5, 10 rounds in a row for Bait on their map pick, and they are 1 step closer to making it to Austin.
Yeah, man, that's definitely a disappointing result for certain, for the way that, you know, things started for BC Game. We were expecting, you know, a whole lot more. We were expecting, you know, this BC Game side to actually be very competitive in that game, especially after the way things, you know, started. But just couldn't get anything going. Yes, there was a couple of unfortunate rounds in there, but you know, you can't argue with the fact that Bait 100% were the better team there. You had Alex stepping up, that was just on the T side running into a bomb site and finding multi-kills. On the CT side, locking down a bomb site with the amount of multi-kills he was picking up. You had Hedrick stepping up with that AWP, delivering, hitting the shot. Yes, there was a couple of over-aggressions from a couple of the players on the CT side, but nothing that cost them in the end. A massive clutch at the end of the day, a 2v3 that they managed to overcome, and that really just sealed it. It put the final nail in the coffin for the BC game side. I just hope that they can kind of get that out of their minds, because they still have a train that's coming up next, and I'd hate to see them, you know, be massively affected by the Mirage, because train, it really is up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, this veto, we came into it and we suggested that this was quite a bold play for Bait to, instead of banning out Train, ban out Dust 2. And even though they lost to Paravision yesterday on Dust 2 and Paravision picked into it, it was a 13-11 loss, which to me, I was like, Paravision are sick and wicked on Dust 2. 13-11 loss feels like a very decent scoreline to be sitting at. You know, they took G2 to the ropes on Dust 2 at the very start of the year. I think I mentioned that game previously where Bait started off the year looking like they were going to beat G2, and unfortunately they kind of faded away on Dust 2. But to see them actively force Train made me scared, but the more I've seen Mirage has made me feel like, no, they've definitely got a plan, don't they? These play, and also maybe if they don't have a plan, Alex is having a great performance. NPL stepped up massively, and Hedrick on that City side was a monster and overshone Nork massively. But with that all said and done, it's a map to the good for Bait, and if BC Game lose their map pick of Train, they are eliminated from any possibility of making it to the Austin Major. So after this short break, map 2 will be live. Go get some water, go get a snack, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Ten rounds in a row for Bait on their map pick to win it out 13-5, and it was largely because Alex dropped a 2.11 HLTV rating in one of the more important games of his career. He's stepping up big tech time, and well, that's the factors you need. And BC Game, one map away from having their opportunity to play in Austin ripped away from them.
Yeah, man, look, it was definitely a tough game. We were expecting it to be a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more competitive, especially with the start that we've seen from BC Game. But it was almost like they kind of fell off a cliff in terms of their performance. Jacob couldn't get anything going. You know, himself and Cypher are usually the driving points. They're usually, you know, the key players that stand up and deliver and find those openings, especially when we're talking about their T side as well, because let's not forget, when we went onto that T side, it was still a very close half, but they just couldn't get anything going whatsoever. And that's something that definitely needs to change, because, you know, I believe Prime Taps and Jacob, they only had 8 kills between them. And, you know, if you're looking at that and saying, all right, well, that's a massive underperformance, that cannot happen on Train, or else you are going to miss out on the major once again. Bait, you know, maybe a little bit of a shock kind of leaving this one open. BC Game are going to try and go with a little bit of a punishment pick, but it's still a map that, you know, both of these teams haven't really played all that much in an official setting. We don't know kind of what's going on behind closed doors, how much they've been able to you know, prep, and hopefully, you know, Bait have actually done a lot of preparation for this map, so we do at least see a competitive showing on this one. But this is kind of a little bit of an unknown to me, because this is something that we definitely weren't expecting in the veto.
Yeah, when I look, and I'm glad you mentioned prep there, because how I see it is that Bait were probably very understanding that this was going to be the map pick for BC Game. They actively float it, they change up the veto in a way that it caught me off guard, and I would assume it caught BC Game off guard as well. So if we're talking about prep, Jack, I really wonder what the prep's going to be like for BC Game. They probably only had the kind of, when they saw the veto till now, to be like, oh crap, we're playing Train, because I think it was pretty fair to say that this was going to be the map banned out, and it was most likely going to be a Dust 2 pick by BC Game, but that wasn't that isn't what happened. Regardless, BC Game is still very actively, very confident in this map. It was a map they picked up very early into their system, and sure, they haven't quite been tested against maybe like one of the better teams in Europe. This would be 100% their hardest team they're playing against on this map, but I can see them doing very well. And if we're talking about how they're going to win, well, it's Jacob. It's what I said at the very beginning. If Jacob steps up, BC Game win this game. If NPL step up, Bait win this game. And what happens in the second half of Mirage? Well, in the first gun round, NPL spams Jacob for a smoke top mid, and in general, NPL doubles his kills on that CT side. Jacob did the complete opposite and got somehow worse than what he was doing in the first half. And it's just kind of clear, like, both Orpers are doing well, Alex is the difference maker, and you've got Jacob not doing anything, but NPL is. With that in mind, Train is coming up now.
Well, we are back on Train, and we need to see a massive improvement from this BC Game side, or they are going home. No Austin Major for them. Bait starting out on the CT side as BC Game gonna try and get the ball rolling in towards Brown Halls, exploring their options over towards Pop. But right now, Bait have a pretty decent setup over towards B. You've got NPL in upper here. He's waiting over towards Heaven with the Julies in hand. Knock is going to walk a little bit close with the jiggle here. Spotted out. NPL looking to try and find this kill. Needs to be a little bit careful. Doesn't know exactly how many bodies are going to be peeking him, but Knock is going to be enough. And the acceleration out onto this bomb site. BC Game really just turning the screw here in this pistol. They will take B by force. And Bait now have to play for the retake.
Okay, it's a little bit more. This is what I'm looking for. Bait won both pistol rounds in that first map, and it was the second pistol round that propelled them to that greatness. And yeah, okay, so sorry, I got caught off guard by the HUD for a second. No, this is, yeah, it's BC Game getting on track right now for the first time we haven't seen in this series, and I'm hoping this is going to be ultimately a difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, look, the good solid starts are exactly what you're after. You know, especially with MR12 when you're talking about the pistol rounds and the conversion rounds, they are actually so important, and they do have a lot of weight to them. Now, this is just going to be the full-on eco for the likes of Bait, so this should be BC Game just getting blown out of the water, but they're still hemorrhaging a lot of players here, Freddy. I don't really like the amount of bodies that they are losing. 2 players will go down. Is there a couple of rifles to be saved on over? I'm not so sure. So they'll bring forward a Mac-10, a Galil, and an AK. But it was a quick and easy eco round all in all. We sweep that one under the rug and we move on. Bait with the first guns out. All on M4s. Lacking a little bit of utility here and there. It'd be interesting to see how BC Game want to kind of approach this one in general. What kind of tempo do they want to kind of set early on? What part of the map do they think they'll have their most success?
Well, what worked really well on the CT side of Train was the fast tempo, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Cypher enabled out towards A, 2 kills, flashbangs propelling him forward, but a nice nade in the smoke from Headtrick means Cypher meets his demise. Advantage maintained for BC Game as Bait, because they're in this disadvantageous position, they have to get aggressive, and Pop will be where they direct themselves. Prime taps with only a Mac-10, can't silence Headtrick, and on top of that, Alex is also pushed through Pop. BC Game starting to walk out of a main. This smoke and Pop actually works into the hands of Bait, because this means there's going to be more time for Alex to get in the flank. Bomb planted, keep an eye on Alex.
He's making his way behind here, but Nock surely is going to turn around and have a look at it. It's all about the timing here. Surely they know that this is a possibility because nobody has made their way out Pop. But as Nock tries to creep in towards Connector, Alex is going to put him down. Molly in towards the back of the bomb site. Nexa not going to be flushed out of this position just yet. It's himself and Jacob pretty much playing back to back in this situation. Bomb's going to be tapped. Nexa is going to be dropped, and Jacob can only pick up 1. It's Alex and Headtrick again finding multi-kills. That first gun round goes their way, and BC Game stopped early.
That's the first gun round going in favor of Bait, when Cypher started off with a double kill. That was a 5 versus 3 instantaneously. But it's proactive gameplay from Bait, which ultimately feeds success into their hands. If I'm Cypher, I'm quite annoyed, to be honest. He's done everything to formulate success there, but then the rest of his team are not able to stabilize after that original space had been taken. And maybe he thought he did have support, because he runs out of A main after those 2 kills, and that ultimately ends up being the demise of the round. So for Bait, straight away, they win a gun round. This took 5 rounds of Mirage, so they're doing this a lot quicker.
BC game making their way in towards upper here. If they want to actually go for a B pop, they can. They're just gonna throw an eye at pop here, and actually it is going to be the play out towards this A bomb site. Bait, they've got control of A main. Kenzior's just going to keep his eyes on that, but the positions that Bait have right now and the re-smoke there is going to mean that surely they're going to have a big grip on this A bomb site. But well, it's BC Game that are just ripping heads off out connector. Kenzior only able to get 1, and BC Game, that kind of pop style that you were talking about on Mirage, we see it there once again. They explode out. They take that bomb site, they get it down. It's an incredible shot from Hedrick. But is it enough to really say that you want to go for this round? You do have a kit.
Hell no.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it there, because it was something I mentioned on Mirage, but the pop style is not necessarily just a Mirage style for them. It seems to be a very familiar sense of gameplay to all of their maps, and naturally Train is a map where you tend to have more pop through well, either Pop Dog or a main or Ivy. Like, you tend to be just a little bit more high octane on this map. But this is really good success from BC Game, where it didn't necessarily need a individual like Cypher to get a multi-kill. It was a lot more conjoined effort, and Bait from 0 to 0 straight away, as they still will get a purchase out because of those 2 saved weapons, but BC Game just keeping themselves on the front foot.
Yeah, it's that kind of style that works really well for BC Game, that explosiveness, because of the mechanical ability that their aggressive players and aggressive riflers have in the server. Now, we're going to see that come into fruition once again. Deep smoke in towards Brown Halls means that Prime Taps can't go any further. Doesn't really know how much control that Bait have actually gathered. Flash in, it's going to be dodged here. Alex still comes away with 1. Knock gets that trade on out, but look at Cypher. He's found a massive gap here, creeping all the way forward. Hedrick is going to spot him, and Cypher, he's whiffed the kill. A massive opportunity goes begging, and now BC Game are begging for a chance to get back into this round.
And now, because Alex simply just went 1 for 1, this changes the whole narrative of the round. Cypher had it in the palm of his hands, but it's been ripped away from him. Essential's been taking fantastic control towards upper B as well, not allowing Prime Taps to ever activate within this round, and that's making MPL very secure towards Pop Dog. So with 45 seconds left, Prime Taps is forced to pivot back towards A main. As in a 3 versus 4, Bait are playing, granted, an unorthodox style on this A defense, where NPL is a little bit isolated, and the issue is now this one smoke just negates 3 players for Bait, and with Hedrick falling as well, Bait are in a very uncomfortable position. Despite NPL getting the kill onto Prime Taps, this bomb should be able to get planted, and it should be a lot of space for BC Game. The issue is, understandably so, they do not realize that all 3 players are currently together behind that smoke.
Why would you? Why would you expect 3 players to form a conga line out of Pop? But Knock surely has a chance as he tries to creep around the back, but it's the 2 kills with ease. It's a team ace on the side of Bait, and you can't really fault BC Game there whatsoever, because why is there 3 players coming out of Pop? It just does not make sense. You're expecting somebody to maybe be on alert, somebody to at least come through connector, and it is just Bait actually just exploding out into that retake, and it's a little bit back and forth It's the money kind of drying up on the side of BC Game here. Prime Tap's reduced to just a deagle. Util is going to be few and far between. This is going to be a tough round for BC Game to really stop Bait from leveling up.
And this is the type of energy we're talking about, right? Kenzie saw had a bit of a shocker, right, on map 1, if I'm not mistaken. Him and Essential were certainly on the lower ends of things for Bait, but already getting a very pivotal opening kill. You can see a lot of confidence as well. That entry style you were talking about, doing it on the CT side. Cypher, who's been a bit of a pain in the backside, there's going to be no multi-kills for him today. And for BC Game, just all of their map control has been taken away. They have no control towards B, they have no control towards Ivy, and A main, they're scrambling for it.
Yeah, it's just so awkward, right? Because they were so limited on Util, you know, you can't just throw smokes and not really go with them. So instead you try and burn the Util on the other side and just wait. But look at that timing. It's absolutely perfect. Just as BC Game were getting ready to go, and another one picked up a team ollie as well. And he's hearing them tick time and time. He's gathering more pieces of information there. Bait know exactly what is going on in this situation. And you've got one flashbang. It flashes absolutely nobody. There's nothing else left. This is just going to be the CTs locking eyes on main and surely locking in this round. MPL up close, denies Prime Taps. The low HP and Exa at least claims a couple of kills, but that is all to boast about as BC Game do not make it past the mouth of main.
If I'm BC Game, I'm actually mad there. Like, that's actually just annoying. That must be such a tilting thing. What was that? 3-4 molos at the mouth of A main? They kept on trying to go forward, and every single time they were stopped in their place. Jack, if I'm BC Game, next gun round, tactical pause, because they seem to be in a very difficult position where Bait are securing and locking down upper B every round. They're securing A main, and Ivy, BC Game have actually never really contested it. They did last round, but Nork dies before and takes contact before his players in A main ever do. So if I'm BC Game, this eco round, use it to talk about what the hell is going on and take a tactical pause going into the next round, because Bait are leveling up in the same way that we saw them do on Mirage, and that scares me for the chances of this international side.
Yeah, they are taking a little bit of a French time out here. They are just kind of taking their time, and there's
I like
definitely a couple of things being discussed. Yeah, I mean, look, wind the clock down, have a discussion about what you want to do in that next going round 100% and see where you're kind of going wrong. And I think they do need to contest Pop a little bit more, but it's so difficult when you can see how confident Bait are with getting to grips. That deep smoke that kind of lands on the stairs in towards the brown halls is just so tough to deal with. And unless, you know, you're sending a lot of bodies there and a lot of resources, it's going to be very difficult to actually contest that area because Bait are playing so heavily for it. But the adjustments need to be made. BC Game need to try and find openings. They were finding some timings out A with Cypher getting into some decent positions, and maybe Cypher wants to go there once again. It's a double nade. Actually, one of them is going to miss, so not a lot of damage. Two players make their way in towards Pop, but here's the fight towards brown halls that is going on. Prime Tap's just trapped between a couple of mollies, and Jacob needs to try and save his teammate, but here comes Kenzior. It's an easy double for him, and BC Game, they look locked out of another round.
It's almost hard to watch, right? Like, the double nade is a really good idea, but as you mentioned, one of them misses, and BC Games seem to neglect the fact that a double nade doesn't mean squat if one of them miss, and even then, they can still just get aggressive, they can still push forward, and it feels like Jacob and Prime Taps didn't expect that to even happen. And add insult to injury, Cypher just gets spammed through a smoke. Now, Nexa and Nork battling their way forward. Okay, Nexa. Ooh, unfortunately unable to achieve the third kill, as now Nork, he was the talisman on Mirage on that CT side. With the AWP, was doing everything, formulating success for his side. In round 1 of the MRQ, it was all him, and now he looks to put his name in glory once more. A 1 versus 3 where he's found 2. Up against the brains of the operation. NPL on the wrong side of the map is not going to be sitting behind a smoke. Nork smokes ramp. He doesn't seem to suspect connector, and that will be his downfall.
Man, that's a fantastic try from Knock there to even find something in that round. That is so close, down to the wire, and he just reads it a little bit wrong. Next to it with a lovely double as well to at least get them in the game and, you know, in that kind of round. And I was thinking, you know, this one could go close because there was so many low HP players around the map. But if we're looking at early on in that one, Bait, they were just able to get that control. They dealt with that aggression. BC Game resorting to a little bit of an Ivy rush here. This is different, yeah, and Alex is going to be surely caught off guard, tries to get a molly down in time, but the Tech 9s are already here. Headtrick forced back onto the bomb site as MPL has to turn and take point now, as Headtrick still trying to get this AWP in on the action. It's a little bit messy. Jacob tries to get into the back line, but he's going to be stopped as BC Game for now, they look contained.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? You've hit the nail on the head. BC Game were contained. They had all of this vigor, they had all of this energy, but then Jacob separates himself from the pack. They don't run down the AWPer, so as soon as you get that kill onto Alex, firstly, they don't even pick up the weapon. I don't know if his rifle ever even gets collected, and they don't actually make any headway onto this bomb site. They had a surprise. They got the jump on Bait, but then they got contained because they didn't push their way any further forward. Nork, again in a clutch position, does get one kill, but ultimately it doesn't matter. He has done some good damage in the last 2 rounds, but it's going to be Bait doubling BC Game's scoreline. And on this CT side, this pick that I was concerned about at first, they have quelled all of my worries.
Yeah, they're looking really good, man. You know, they've got a good read on, you know, what they want to do, how they want to fight for things, and BC Game, I mean, yes, in that round, you're only on Tech 9s, but after finding that first kill, after finding the openings, you're hoping for a little bit more, and you want to see more from the likes of Nox. Something like that, getting aggressive, finding the opening, but Prime Taps goes down for absolutely nothing. That advantage now completely taken away. Headtrick trying to have his say in this round. Jacob, he might catch a timing here onto a Sentinel. This could be absolutely perfect, and he knows Kenzior was close by. This is a big risk walking through this smoke. Jacob has got eyes on it, does he? They meet in the middle and Jacob goes down. Kenzior, oh, nearly doubles up, but that's a lot of info. He spots another player there, and Headtrick, he's not done just yet. He's continuing to get aggressive. Decides not to peek deep though.
I think I actually quite like that decision, but he is ultimately going to end up peeking deep. He's going to see nobody. He knows that was the bomb on Nexa. Nexa got the kill onto Kenzizor. So he knows the bomb has moved away from this position. And Alex is also playing very passively over towards A. He doesn't want to overextend his hand because Headtrick, with a Tech 9 in hand, is behind 2 of them. The espionage, oh, it's going to be so successful. No one's going to expect this, but they turn around. Wait, what? What just happened? How did they know that? Nexa must have seen him from Canberra. That's insane. Headtrick took a little bit too long on the trigger, and that will cost him. And now Alex, a demon on map 1, tippy top of the scoreboard, primed with an AWP. I don't think I've ever seen this man AWP in my life. He's already found one, but he's not going to expect Nexa. And BC Game finally get on the scorecards after the pistol round.
They have to have seen him, you know, a question mark on the minimap maybe from Nexus position. It must have been, man, because there's absolutely no reason for you to turn around there unless you got spooked by something, but I don't know why. No, Nexus wasn't even peeking whatsoever. They just had a spidey sense. That's all it was. They just whipped around and made sure to check their flank. Maybe not happy with the pressure. Yeah.
Both of them?
You never know. It could have been a call. Just a call.
I think you're right, the pressure. No pressure. Like, oh, they must be behind.
Oh, look at this. Talk about pressure. That AWP getting very aggressive, trying to spark his team into life with another opening, but instead it is his opposite number that drops Cypher on the other side of the map. BC Game now confined in towards Pop and Brown Halls. They've got a little bit of a decision to make, but this angle is horrible to deal with right now. And MPL, he might just catch the timing here as Jacob walks a little bit closer. Might just be able to spot him out. Jacob's not going to clear it, and still you've got Kenzior up close to guarantee that MPL will be traded if he goes down.
doesn't even need to get the trade because NPL gets that kill and scarpers away. BC Game, you can see they halt in their tracks. They actually never come around the corner into the choke point, and then they just get smoked off. Forced to head back towards the B bomb site where NPL and Essential are playing out together. Good flashbang. NPL actually completely blind, but they're not going to mobilize off that. They're waiting for him to repeat back in for this very point. Essential, they seem to understand he's here. The anchor towards the B bomb site. Well, he hasn't been spotted. Where's he going to be? Most likely towards upper. He's been mollowed out. This MP9 still could rain havoc, and he will. Wait, they molly it and then just forget about him. I'm in disbelief. They mollow upper and then just leave it, and he gets 2 kills because of it. What?
Too many angles, man. That's the problem with this B bomb site. It looks a little bit confusing when you look at it like that, but this B bomb site as a T, once you get the bomb down, is just a nightmare to hold on to. You've got so many different positions to look at in that situation, and when you're at a man disadvantage anyway, you know, it's nearly an impossible task. You have to try and get aggressive and just maybe too concerned about the other things that were maybe a bigger threat in their minds, but instead it's Essential that just picks up and collects that double kill. It's 7 rounds already for Bait. They could be after an 8th here, and this is a switch up completely. This is a fast play in towards B. Molly goes down, you need to smoke it. No flashes just yet. Essential has got a clear line of sight, and he locks in 2 kills with ease. Flash peek from Kensior is absolutely wild. Headtrick swinging with the op, but 2 more players behind him as well. Cypher, it all relies on him, and that fast round is over and done with quickly. An 8-4 half, an 8-4 CT side, no doubt, for Bait. BC Game, they're gonna have their work cut out for them.
BC Game won, what, 2 gun rounds in this whole half, because they won the pistol, the eco, they lost the first gun round, and then won the second gun round. That was it. And then they won the kind of penultimate round, right, or towards the end. That final round to me, Jack, looks like a last-ditch effort from Nexa sitting there and going, this half has not gone the way we wanted to. This half has not gone well. Nothing's going right in our strat book so far. Screw it, let's go rush B. And obviously, how does it turn out? How does it turn out? They just run in. Essential gets a multi-kill. Like, was there a single flashbang? They smoked the mollo. That is it. There was a mollo for connector that they just run through. The mollo came late as well.
Yeah, there was no flashes as they make their way in. They smoked the Molotov and just swung. And we're just hoping really to kind of overpower, you know, that B anchor Essential in that position, but it's just quite easy when you've got T's that are running down that ramp through the smoke.
Pretty easy.
Yeah, you know, no flashes, you don't have to worry about that. You can just have a clear line of sight and you get to double. And I mean, the rotations, man, we can't forget about them. They were so quick from Bait. And this is something that you don't usually see now every day, is switching over. Pistol round hasn't even started, and you're going to see a tactical timeout right now. This is from Bait, because they know how close they are right now to going into that 2-2, how close they are to eliminating BC Game. If they win this pistol, if they win the conversions, they will just begin to move closer and closer. You can see the 1xbet odds massively shifting right now. BC Game, heavy underdogs to get back into this series, and you can understand why, because Bait have had their number at every single turn.
It's the classic Sinners strategy to be like, guys, what's actually our prep for the second half? Okay, that's what we're doing. But, man, this looks like so many things point towards a Bait victory right now. BC Game are looking absolutely lost. Jacob sitting on 4 kills. I don't think Nort got a single AWP kill on that. He got 1 AWP kill. Cypher didn't get a kill since the 3rd round. And now, on this CT pistol round, it's all going wrong. The B bomb site has been encapsulated. It's a 3 versus 3 retake for BC Game, and no kits are available. Time is of the essence, and as they come streaming out connector, Jacob does hit 1, Jacob hits 2. Headtrick now called upon, both low HP, and Headtrick, he's pushing Bait towards Austin.
Oh, what a double. That is the old Apex boys shut down in that 2v1. And, you know, you take a pause, you know what you want to do on the pistol, and they play it to perfection. Jacob hits a couple of nice shots, and all of a sudden you think this is going wrong. Head trick with just incredible aim to get that one done and over the line. And BC Game, they're going to go for a force buy here. This is a massive risk right now for BC Game to invest this heavily on a round like this. You lose it, you're pretty much giving up 11, and you're going to have at most one decent gun round to maybe save yourself. BC Game getting in the faces here at bait, but they are very passive right now. They seem to understand this is what could be going on. BC Game might be trying something a little bit sneaky, and Kenzior seems poised and ready.
I mean, what did Game do at the start of every single half? They get aggressive, and there you go. Kenzie saw head trick. Alex, they're just holding. I don't feel like that's too hard to read. Like, it's a really good read from Bay, and it's very well done. But, Jack, I think we can both sit here and say that isn't too of a... That's pretty kind of obvious at this stage. Every single half, in the first force buy in the first gun round so far in this series, BC Game have got aggressive. We're 4 for 4. Bait, they just hold their nerve. They hold A main push. They hold B push. They hold IV. They get rewarded with 2 kills. And now with no utility, BC Game with a scout, MP9 and 5.7 have to try and make this work. And they do for the first kill. Ascenthial falls, but now it actually just throws Nexa into the open. They know where he is, and Nork peaks for nothing. 4 players stay alive. It's a near flawless round for Bait. It's played to perfection, and they hit double digits 3 rounds away from knocking BC Game out of contention to make the Austin Major.
And we haven't even seen a tactical timeout from BC Game.
It's crazy.
BC Game have not called the tactical timeout to just settle themselves, to settle the nerves. We know the coaches, you know, are not going to be there, but still, just sit down and just take a moment, take a breath, and make sure everybody is going to be on the same page, because, you know, it's not going to plan. You force buy, you know that you're only going to get one chance at this next gun round. And you need to hope that the Deagles are going to have some kind of success here. But again, Bait are going to be so patient in the way they approach things. BC Game slowly making their way out towards Ivy. You can see Knock getting aggressive. He's been spotted. He's been lit up by that Galil. And right now, Bait, they are kind of poking and prodding at different parts of the map. That's a fantastic shot from Cypher. At least gives the advantage here for BC Game. And this is where things might take a turn in this round. Bait need to be very careful about their next move.
Yeah, if we're talking about nerves, if we're talking about the vibes in a team, winning a eco round with just Deagles, now that's how you change it. Jacob, he hits another. Jacob hits 2. Hold on a second. As they come streaming out of A main, Jacob's lined them all up, but unfortunately, he's now left by himself. They know where he is. No armor, a deagle in hand, and no more headshots for him. It's poetic. I put MPL and Jacob up against each other, and currently, it's MPL leading the charge.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob, look, you know, he finds that double kill. A fantastic shot from Cypher. Jacob, yeah, he finds the 2 kills with the Deagle, and you think maybe there's a chance, but it's just the rifles that prevail in the end. His teammates, unfortunately, fall a little bit flat. But this is what it comes down to, Freddy. This is the round right now.
That's it.
The gun round that BC Game have been waiting for on their CT side, and it might be the only one that they see. Look at the aggression here from Prime Tabs. He's had a slow game, but how about that? In your face, disgracing the T side. And already, 1 minute and 36 seconds were left on the clock, and we have a 5v2.
That was crazy. Prime Taps, you know, you're saying a rough game. Dude, rough series. He was getting mauled over towards that A bomb site on the CT side. Felt like he was always dying. Yeah, it took him a good couple rounds to even get a kill. But hey, if there's ever a time to come alive, this is it. Maybe the call was, boys, just do what you know you can do best. Just run at them. Just fight. And that's what Cypher's doing. Pushing through a smoke. The Brit has made magic at a major before. And this certainly would be magical if BC Game come from this position to win the series. That is ridiculous. But this is the way you started off.
This is the way you start it off. They need to win the map first and send it onto a decider. They are just playing for their life right now. And yes, that's a good round. It was sheer aggression. It was sheer aggression that got them it, though. And that's only going to work a handful of times, surely. You can't catch bait off every single round. It's just not possible. But PrimeTap's going to go for the exact same play. He's already crossed safely in towards Pop. It's a good Molotov. And he is solo towards this B bomb site right now. Contesting this by himself. Absolutely no backup whatsoever. And he's actually just going to fall away at this one. Bait are forced to do nothing else but respect him.
This is probably for the better though, because Bait tried to get aggressive towards A main and Pop last round, and that was where the counter came in. BC game got aggressive, but Bait were trying to mobilize early, and they just got caught in transition. So I prefer this stance from Bait, where at least at a minute and 30 seconds, everyone's still alive, and at a minute, you can just see BC game are using all of their utility. The last smokes have been put down. From 40 seconds onwards, there's going to be a mollo, flash, and nade as all those smokes dissipate, and this starts playing into the hands of Bait, who haven't really used any utility.
It's going to be a tough time with the amount of flashes that Bait actually do have for that B bomb site. PrimeTaps and Jacob, they're going to need to get set and get ready, because this pop is coming. You've got 30 seconds for this explosion to happen. And it looks like it's about to make its way out. Util is going to rain on over. Jacob can already get the word out so the rotations can come on in. But Bait need to be stopped on entrance. PrimeTap's trapped over onto the bomb site. Hasn't been spotted just yet. He's actually hiding in a smoke right now. He could be a real difference maker here. The first one he's able to gather, but needs to get a little bit more. MPL cannot find him in that smoke. Essential able to trade him out at least. But all of a sudden, this round completely flipped on its head. You've got Alex now. No stranger to a multi-kill. Had a very impressive Mirage right now. He's in with a big chance, but bomb has already been tapped. Bomb is already being defused, and Alex is not even going to go for a peek. Instead, might try and play a little bit late for a rifle, but decides against it completely. Bait, get the bomb down, but nothing else after.
Quite confused at this smoke that PrimeTaps was able to sit in. Like, was that a lurk smoke from a T side that dribbled down? Because if that was supposed to be the case, then it should be very much anticipated from Bait that there can be someone sitting in the most overpowered spot as well on this whole map. As soon as I saw the line of defense breaking for BC game, I thought that was it. I thought that was 12. But PrimeTaps, that's back-to-back rounds where he's found the multi-kill, that the importance of it cannot be understated. Those are the multi-kills that he is going to remember and are the most important ones to potentially start this journey.
It is round by round right now. It's brick by brick. You need to build yourself back into this game. BC game, slowly but surely, they are doing it. Bait, now with the pistols in their hands, they're slowly being taken out of them. No problems being caused right now for the CT side at all. Bait won't even really be able to find all that much if they walk out towards this A bomb site. Every avenue seems to be covered. And unless we see some heroics from these pistols, surely they won't be able to find much. Flash is going to be good, but all eyes waiting for somebody to explode out of that smoke. And head trick now. With it all to do, a little bit of damage you can maybe boast about if you're able to keep the money honest. But that's if you're able to do any damage at all. And BC game don't even take a single hit in that round.
Okay, Jack, when do you get scared? When's the moment? Because right now I'm still sitting. Oh, okay. I'll be honest, I'm still sitting here thinking Bay have got this. And this tactical timeout is perfectly pulled as well. It was something we were critiquing BC game for. On Mirage, when they lost 10 rounds in a row, they take one tactical pause, I'm pretty sure, with 2 rounds to go. Like, what? Why isn't, there's no coach, but someone needs to step up, and that's the issue in these sort of environments, that sometimes it can be hard for the IGL or maybe that designated player to step up when there is no coach to take those tactical pauses. BC game haven't taken any, if I'm not mistaken, this game so far. But Bait taking that one there is perfect to stop the momentum, give themselves 30 seconds to breathe, and also talk about how they want to go into round 19. They're still 4 rounds ahead. I believe they still have what it takes. You're scared, and I feel like if you're a fan watching this for any team, you're equally probably terrified, because 4 rounds can fade in the blink of an eye.
Does this tack amount to? That's really what I'm interested about.
Oh, God.
Molotov. It's a tricky
Crouched. You crouched. That's not. Just didn't have to crouch.
Yeah, it's definitely
Bit of nerves, I feel like there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a nervy time, Freddie. Like, you know, this is really the moment that you're playing for. You're trying to stay in contention of actually qualifying towards that Austin Major, and Kenzie's or not going to be flustered too much by that util. Instead, he burns up a little bit in that molly, but he's already collected a kill. Trade necessary there from Jacob, and Knock is going to gather that advantage and back away for BC Game right now. They are in the driver's seat. They just need to make sure that BC Game are not ripped out of it.
What's still really good to see for BC Game is the star players are making star moves. Cypher and Jacob fighting A main. Nork getting aggressive deep towards Ivy. They do not care that they are 4 rounds down. They are still playing like they are in the lead. They're playing like they're in the lead right now. That's the big difference so far in these rounds they've been stringing together. They are playing like they are number 1, and it feels like Bait have respected them a little bit too much. 30 seconds left, and they're still sitting in pop. They're still sitting upper B, and Jacob, he's just seen MPL throw that flashbang walk away. Mouse and Motor coming over to his teammates to anchor down this B bomb site, but Prime Taps, normally a multi-kill. This time it goes escaping, and Nexa swings into nothing. Jacob's been heard. NPL is holding his guard, and the IGL is stepping up, leading by example when it matters the most. A 4 versus 3. With all the cards in favor of BC Game, and Bait just crack their way onto that B-bomb site. No utility needed, just pure and utter brawn.
Still though, not done just yet. 15 seconds, not a lot of time, but Knock could do this right now, but not when he flashes himself. Catches that one right between the eyes, and this one has gone on too far too quickly. Bait somehow managed to pull that round off. There was 20 seconds left on the clock, and they had all the information, but simply the fight did not go BC Game's way. They were ripped out of that driver's seat, and now we have a new team behind that steering wheel. Bait. They are steering the BC Game side off a cliff, it would seem, because one more round, Freddie. That's all. One more round, and that is just going to be such a horrible one to lose when you think about it for BC Game. But they can't get too hung up on it. They cannot afford to be focused on what just happened there. They need to bounce back. They need 5 perfect rounds.
They are looking to park their car in the 2-2 bracket. 0 and 2 down. Their backs were against the wall. But it doesn't seem to deter them. And they're slowing down the pace. It hasn't really worked for them, truth be told. And last round, it felt like they got away with it. So how are they going to change this now, Jack, to make it work when they slow it down?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's such an awkward round, right? Because you know the weight of the occasion, right? You know that one false move, one misstep is going to be the difference maker between either on the side of Bait of closing this one out, or BC Game of possibly losing out on the chance to qualify for the major once again. And Bait, slowly but surely, they'll steadily on try and make their way out. Jacob, that's a good piece of information to gather. He plays it safe, drops that smoke, and Bait, they are running this clock so thin. This is going to be an A play to try and get it over the line.
But that smoke from Jacob, as you mentioned, is perfect. It allows Nork so much space and breathing room to target towards A main. He silences one. They come through that pop smoke, but Jacob still able to stand tall. Nork adds a second to his tally, but finally brought down. A fantastic Molotov on the back of this bomb site. Taps, prime taps low and force him out into the open. But maybe, just maybe, that has baited Cypher in. 10 seconds left, and yes, Cypher gone unchecked. There's no time for Alex, and BC Game just about breathe a deep sigh of relief as they keep themselves in this game, in this series, and in contention for qualification to the major.
That was wild, man, because he might have been able to hear the double tick in the molly. It's almost like they completely forgot about him. This is just such an important round, and Jacob even finding that one kill is absolutely massive. But Nock hitting the shots when he needed to, even though he's traded out after the second, just thinning the herd. Massive difference there in that one. And now Bait, they can't really afford to go all guns blazing into this round. They've got Alex on a rifle, but it's the hero. That's all.
It's an eco, actually. Yeah. What's their loss? Do they have enough? Yeah, they have enough loss bonus to do this.
Definitely.
And that's the hero down.
Still, though, it's not in an unrecoverable position. Headtrick can get his hands on it. He does have armor as well, but he's the only one really that can wield it. Everybody else, aim punch is going to be a massive factor. So Headtrick, it really comes down to him doing the heavy lifting. You've got Knock and Prime Tap set up over towards B here, and Bait, they've got eyes only for this bomb site.
Headtrick dodges the AWP bullet. Prime taps. He's been in this position before, and he achieved a multi-kill. This time, yet again, finds two. And Headtrick, even though he does get the trade eventually, Cypher beats the Molotov he put down towards Connector. And it was just an eco round. It was just a hero AK that was saved over from the previous. But is this confidence? BC Game are brewing a storm. 3 rounds to go if they can force it into overtime. They were forced into overtime yesterday against Big. They were 10-2 up and lost in overtime. This time, can they be on the giving end of it now? Not on the receiving. Can they provide that comeback?
It's still here, mapping series point. This is going to be aggressive right now. Bay are just going to try and explode towards the same bomb site. Cypher playing anti-flash and waiting for somebody to swing through that smoke, but it's a lovely double kill to get Bait a little bit of control of the site, but it's been snatched away completely. You still have Nexa here, who's looking to try and find timings, lurking through smoke, looking to find that double, which he will. It's a great hold over towards A right now as BC Game, they march on back into this one, and they are not going down without a fight.
Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm certainly very scared now because that is just an immaculate hold from BC Game. I was yearning for Bait to get some sort of aggression flowing. I really wanted them just to run out A, to be honest. And they do, and BC Game play for it. They read into it magnificently. Instead of fighting Jacob and Cypher close towards A main, they actually just tuck them back towards Sandwich and by Icon. So instead of them getting caught out in a wrong position, Cypher, Jacob, everyone's ready for that push, and as soon as Bait come through those smokes, they run to their death. 10-2, double digits has been hit for BC Game, and they're starting to really light up. Cypher has had a massive comeback into this series. God, everyone's had a big comeback into this series and this map. It's a joined effort, and can Bait, with another pop towards B, maybe just get some damage, or maybe Tech9s do it.
Maybe. Pop is coming in. Flashes are going to be absolutely fantastic. Prime Tap's burning up. This time, no multi-kill for him. And this is where it gets a little bit messy. Rotations are coming in, but they still need to find these kills. And Nexa goes down just 1 for 1. Bomb's going to be planted. And this is where it gets a little bit awkward for BC Game. There's so many smokes on this bomb site right now. It makes it so difficult for the CTs to find anything. And this bomb is ticking. They still have a lot of util to flush out a few of these angles. Jacob is going all the way around, but you still need to take these pistols and rifles out of the equation. 15 seconds. There is not a lot of time. You need to try and find the kills. The double peak Cypher's going to go down. Jacob is low. This could be absolutely it. Bait could be close to actually closing this one out. BC Game, it looks like they might come up short. Jacob has to get on the bomb, but there is no time. Bait will keep themselves alive. And BC Game, once again, this core will miss out on a major.
Tech-9s! Bait had Tech-9s and utility. They full execute onto the B-bomb site and the rotations are so poor. BC Game were nowhere to be seen. Jacob is in pop at 20 seconds. What a horrendous attempt at a retake, and because of that, in one swift blow, Bait end BC's game, road to the Austin Major as they continue their Cinderella run. We've mentioned time and time again, Bait were in the 0 and 2 bracket. They were out, they were done. It was mimicking their journey in the Shanghai RMR. It felt like they were going to go 0 and 3, but instead, on the brink of elimination, they are not backing down without a fight as they seek eternal glory in Austin. What a way to end it, and what a fantastic series from Bates.
Yeah, man, look, I don't think anybody can have any issues with that whatsoever, right? Nobody can go and say that BC Game were a little bit hard done by or anything like that, because in all honesty, Bait were the much better team for the majority of that game. Yes, there was some flourishes from BC Game there, but Bait really just ran the show. Mirage was an absolute no contest. Train was a little bit more competitive, but yeah, look, you know, it's a very, very impressive thing to really see Bait actually close that one out, because it was looking like BC Game were really kind of getting back into that, man. It looked like BC Game actually were going to bring it back. We're going to force that decider of an Ancient. And honestly, if we did go over to an Ancient, I think BC Game would have had a lot of chances over there just because of their playstyle. But unfortunately, the slow starts today really cost them.
I'm actually just in shock of, like, when that 3 versus 3 was set in, it should have been a 4 versus 3 in that final round anyways, because Nexa overplayed his hand coming out connector. But it was like all the utility in the world was in favor of BC Game. They had all the util, they had the players in the right position, but they were way too slow, and it was a lot of negligence. Bait, they deserve to go through, though. For me, they were the better team in any capacity in this game. They let it slip towards the end there. They, as you mentioned, they allowed that aggressive play from BC Game to kind of get the better of them, but it does end on the Tech-9s. It does feel a little bit unorthodox, but I always had Bait there. I got a little bit scared when BC Game hit double digits, but for me, this is some Cinderella run in the making for Bait. They were 0-2, Parry Vision, BC Game. These are teams where they are always noted as the underdog, but yet they are still coming out on top and looking like the far better team. It would be certainly some journey if they're able to qualify through to the major.
Yeah, and just a confirmation on that one as well, that Bait will move forward into that 2-2. Gamer Legion already there. That means we've said goodbye to Saw. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to BC Game as well. And it's you know, it's tough because, you know, you're happy for the team that is obviously advancing, but unfortunately for BC Game, you know, they just could not handle that Bait side. And I think it is you know, that kind of Cinderella story of bouncing back, you know, after being on the brink of defeat once again for Bait. It would be nice to see them actually go on and do it. They will go into that 2-2 matchup, and that is going to be taking place, I believe, a little bit later on today. But we still have a couple more games, Freddie, coming up.
Yeah, there's on this stream itself anyways, there's the Bet Boom, they're playing next against 9 Pandas on the C stream, and if I'm not mistaken, I assume Saw ended then. I kind of thought it was still live and it was map 2, but it looks like the graphic says that that's over. There is still a game live on the A stream. It is Ents Fnatic. That looks like it's going to be going to a third map. That looks like it's going to Anubis, or overtime actually. It is 12-11. So overtime's looking very possible there. So there's a lot of Counter-Strike on offer. And yeah, Jack, it's a very exciting day where we only have 6 spots coming through from Europe. So normally at the end of this game of this day, when a team goes 3-2, that would normally in previous years mean they make it through to the major, but that is not quite the case, as I think you'll have to go 4-2 if you're in the 3-2 bracket to qualify for the major, if I'm not mistaken. So for Bates, there's still a chance they have to play 2 more best of 3s. So it's quite a long journey for them, isn't it? Same with like Gamer Legion as well, for instance, who is also actually mimicking them from that 0-2 bracket run.
Yeah, man. It depends as well. You know, they could actually have 3 more, because the 2-2 game, and then there's that, you know, 8th place, and then the 6th place as well. You know, yeah. Look, it's definitely a tough one for certain. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we are going to be sending it into a little bit of a break. We still have some more M/Q action coming up for you guys, so make sure you stick around, and we'll be back in a bit.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
On to the next one. The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
And welcome back, everyone. It's time for our final two best of threes of the day, Brandon. These ones are very exciting ones and very scary ones for some of these teams. We're in the elimination stage where every single game is do or die.
Yeah, look, this one, though, isn't. It's a 2-1 between Nine Pandas and Bet Boom, but it is important you win this game because the ramification of this one is pretty big. You win, you go straight to the major, you don't have to worry about anything else. You lose this game, you then go into the 2-2 bracket. And normally how that works is, oh, okay, it's 2-2, we get our 3 wins, and that means that we'll just still make the major. No, not quite. If you win the 2-2 game, you go through to the 6th place decider, which is even more best of threes, even more stress. You want to avoid that today. So one of these teams is going to go straight through to the major, avoid all that headache, and for the others, it's going to be a lot of best of threes potentially just to realise the dream that you could have had if you just won this game.
Yeah, we already said goodbye to 2 teams this morning, just coming off those best of threes, BC Game and Fnatic. I think both of those fairly surprising, Brandon. I know that we were on kind of day one. We saw that BC Game Fnatic best of 1, and BC Game looked like they were in fantastic form to go on a great streak here, but weren't able to win anything after that first best of 1. For Fnatic, one single win along their way as well. It's a surprising result for these teams. And at the moment, we've still got another elimination game ongoing. That's Gamer Legion versus Saw. I don't think anyone expected those 2 teams to be in this position early on either.
Yep, I'm really happy I said day one. Both Fnatic and BC Game are going to make the major. To be fair, I didn't say which major, but it will not be this one. Heroic 3-0, OG 3-0. They're the confirmed teams, and the good news is all of these games on broadcast right now, the 12 o'clock ones, we're going to be saying hello to even more teams in Austin a little bit later on next month. So let's get into it. Let's start with our matchup of the day. Nine Pandas take on Bet Boom team. It's going to be a really good best of 3 because both these teams have got a lot of firepower. Both these teams will love to play really aggressive. I think it's going to be a very fast best of 3 just from the nature of the play style between these two.
Yeah, I think this is one of those matches that is just going to be ridiculous. There's just so many, explosive players on both these squads. We've had a chance to cover both of these teams so far. Nine Pandas, I think they surprised a lot of people with that opening win over Big. And I think part of what's so surprising about this team is they've been in this limbo with their 5th player. We spoke about this a couple of times over the week, how it's only been in the last few days coming into this event that Moon has kind of been playing officials with them. I think they had 2 under their belt coming into the MRQs. But it feels like he really fits into their playstyle as an aggressive, flashy AWPer. And when you got so many of these riflers that can just pull off insane moments, it just creates a really exciting team to watch.
Yeah, so it's a fun team dynamic. And we saw on Mirage against Big how Moon was getting into these really unorthodox angles, as being just so incredibly aggressive. And it was a delight to watch. Dilladez has been playing really well this event. We sort of cast the spotlight on him in that opening best of one and said, let's see a good Dilladez performance, because he has been pivotal in every single one of Nine Pandas' journeys to try and qualify for the majors. Has been revolutionary in this MRQ so far. But we've also got to talk about their opposition. We've got to also talk about Bet Boom and the stylistic clash of Moon being really aggressive versus Zorti's calm, composed style. It is going to be an interesting one, because the way that the AWP for Bet Boom team likes to approach things is to give even more freedom for the likes of Magno, Axel, and Boomich, to be honest, to get aggressive and to find timings. In the game versus Fnatic, also on Mirage, I was really impressed with Siren. I know you were a little bit impressed with Boomich as well, Lucy. The fact that these guys were raising their level, which was important because it didn't rely on a mega carry performance from MagnoJez. It didn't require Axel to go absolutely nuclear. Everyone was performing to the same level, and it was a delight to watch, really.
Yeah, Magno has been phenomenal throughout. 1.25 rating at this event so far. Axel not that far behind. And yeah, the rifling across this team has been fantastic throughout this event. The tab they've been able to pick up. The 2 wins so far are 13-3 over Sora, 16-3 in overtime versus Fnatic yesterday. Did drop the ball versus Amiga. And I think one thing that does worry me about this team in this current event is Zorte, because he is a player that you're expecting a bit more consistency out of. He's been really solid this year, but in this event so far, Brandon, across the 3 games they've played, 0.85 rating. That is not what you're expecting from the AWPer.
No, completely agree with you. And it's a shame, because he's one of those guys that you actually look to and you say he's actually really consistent in tier 2 normally. So for him to have an off event is pretty concerning. We don't have him in our head-to-head, though. We've actually gone for just the powerhouses of both of these teams. Result versus Axile. Numbers are obviously going to be the same because they both play the same roles, but what's really good here is that both of these players are performing for their squads respectively, and it's a difficult one to really call when you take a look at Nine Pandas versus Bet Boom, because they play the same, but they also play a little bit different, because you've got Nine Pandas on the more extreme end of the aggression, and then you've got Bet Boom team manipulating these timings to get aggressive and finding lurks and of the like. Nine Pandas are just going to run at you. Like that's all they've been doing so far. Really aggressive, high octane, Resort at the helm of all of that. Really good at thriving in this chaos, and it's up to Axel to stop him.
Yeah, and you kind of expect that from Axel, and he's the guy with the most experience outside of Boomage in the server, just in general, right? And Result, he's still a fairly fresh talent when you talk about kind of the overall ecosystem of CS, right? He's only been on the scene for a few years now. I think he made the Blast Major with Fours, if I'm not mistaken, but didn't get past kind of that first stage. But yeah, it's not been, the sort of career that Axel has, who, has been one of the best riflers in the world for a period. And you're expecting in these games where you're qualifying to a major, this is where you want Axel to put on those big performances, show that experience, and get this team across the line.
That's the point as well, right? It's the experience of Axel and Boomich. It's also about them trying to prove a point. We can make the major again. We can drop down to this level, and we can immediately come back up and qualify through. For Nine Pandas, they've technically already made a major before but couldn't attend it, so they really want to just sort of get back to it, have the time to be able to sort everything out and go and perform at their first major. We got the veto that can roll across the screen as well. In terms of where it is going, I know it's definitely not going towards Train. That's always going to be the perma, but for Nine Pandas picking into Dust 2, yeah, you kind of expect it. Anubis is a really solid shout, I think, from Bet Boom, because they're way better on it than Nine Pandas. The two tend to flex into it a lot. Nuka's the decider, one that Nine Pandas will actually be quite happy with. And I think it's interesting that they picked Dust 2 rather than that Nuke. They let it float.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting things about this veto, and Nuke is the most curious because Nine Pandas, this is their best map. It always has been. It's been the map they pick into a lot, and I'm surprised that it's floated to this stage. I mean, they're going to be very happy that they got it towards the end. I thought BetBoom would maybe want to send this to Ancient. It's surprising to me that they didn't. So yeah, Nine Pandas will be very happy with that, but you got to expect Boomage is very prepared for a Nine Pandas nuke and the sort of play style they have, which is incredibly aggressive, particularly towards the outside. And yeah, they'll be fully aware of what's going to be coming through there. For Nine Pandas, I guess I can see the Dust 2 making sense because BetBoom have been horrendous on this.
BetBoom have picked T-side as well, which I think is interesting. So Nine Pandas have got the map and they got CT side. I guess BetBoom have, to be honest, struggled quite a lot, as you just said. 9 maps played and 1 map being one on it. But also, their CT side win rate is horrendous on Dust 2. Like, absolutely horrendous. Like, they have like a 30% win rate or something stupid on the CT side. That's really not good enough. So they go, do you know what? We want to play less CT side rounds, so we'll start on T. And I think when you look at this graphic here, the fact that Nine Pandas have only played Anubis 4 times, that's going to help out BetBoom. But you actually look at the overall last 2 maps, I definitely have got Nine Pandas as the favourites here.
Yeah, it's rare to see a team having such a favorable win percentage on 2 maps in the veto. And even the first map, it's not like it's bad. It's just one that's not, you know, that they don't play as much as the others. It's probably their, I guess, weakest map in the pool, but it's still not a bad map by any measure. And the fact that they'll get that T side, and for this team, you know, they thrive in that environment. Yeah, this is a very scary veto for BetBoom. I guess the only thing you can really say in their favor is they've made the conscious decision to allow this veto to play out in this way. They've allowed it to go to the nuke. They could have sent it to Ancient. Boom just got to have a plan.
He should. He definitely should have a plan. But in the same breath as that, it isn't major elimination if you lose this best of 3, but you're also giving yourself a really difficult time to actually qualify through to the major if you do lose this best of 3. So I would have liked of Nuke to have been banned here and then to send it to Ancient.
You
But
win
who
one
knows?
best of 3 here and you're straight through. You lose it,
Exactly.
you're playing like 3, right? Like it's this is the most important best of 3 of all of the best of
Exactly.
3s because it's the one that gets you in.
And this is the one where you've gone, okay, they're going to pick Dust 2 against us, we'll just prep for Nuke. Where, I don't know, maybe it's also metagaming as well, where you really expect that side to go to Ancient, and they've just thrown the curveball and they've gone, actually, we'll prepare for your Nuke and we'll send it here. So there's all these little mind games at work. Maybe we don't even need Nuke. Maybe Boomich has got a plan for Dust 2 and it's going to be completely fine.
Look, to be fair, last time these 2 teams played, which was only a couple of weeks ago, that was a 3-mapper, and Nine Pandas, the only map they won, was Dust 2, and that was a 1916 double OT win. So
Okay.
Mirage, Ancient, taken by BetBoom, not in this veto though, so maybe that changes things. And Nine Pandas won the previous time before that, but again, it was fairly close, and it was Mirage and Ancient featuring in that. So yeah, it's been a lot of change-ups in the vetoes between these 2 teams in each outing. So there's like a mini metagame going on with the banning between these 2 teams.
What I will say with these 3 maps as well, though, is a lot of pressure does now go onto Zorti, because Anubis, a good AWPin map, Dust 2, the AWPin map, and then Nuke. It'd be really good to see him just playing over towards back garage, over towards hell. He's really good in that zone. So it's maybe it is just a key point of, well, we need Zorti to be a bit more consistent. Let's pick all the maps that he likes.
Another fun thing is that BetBoom haven't played any of these maps yet. They've played 3 maps here in the MRQ, Train, Ancient, Mirage. So they're going through their entire map pool today. By the end of this best of 3, potentially, they've played all 6 maps that they currently play. So yeah, they're really, it's really interesting because you would expect it to go to more maps that they might be more comfortable on. So yeah, they're obviously, casting a wide net in these series to be able to play against any opponent and what they throw at them.
I'm just looking here, and the other games going on at the moment, I thought I'd give you an overall update, guys, of the different streams with the different games. So on the main stream A, it's Namiga versus Big, same situation, 2-1. Metasport versus Astralis will be going on in towards the B channel, but when that starts, who knows? Because Gamer Legion and Saw is still ongoing. And that one is 8-6, 9-6 in favour of Saw. Enough about that, though. Let's focus a bit more in on 9 Pandas versus BetBoom team, because the game is just about to go live. First map of Anubis coming up. A lot of pressure for 9 Pandas to see if they can able to survive the scare. Let's get into it.
Let's go. It's time for one of these two teams to qualify for the major. BetBoom team and 9 Pandas. Perhaps 9 Pandas, an unlikely team to be in this position, but one that is no slouch when it comes to an upset. And, well, historically for this organization, they have been in these sort of positions before. So they'd love to make it through. BetBoom team, a lot of people look at this team in this event as a qualifying team with all the experience that they have at hand.
And this is fast. Applying pressure. Oh my gosh, I just go straight through the smoke. Diddlede's full blind. Just whacks Siren over the head. And then Shelfie catches Zorti, who was trying to push all the way through. They faked out A. They're going back to B immediately. No one's home. Magno closest rotate in mid.
Classic go A, then go back to B. Magno is going to be quick behind. He's aware of Krad's potential flank, and that is going to come through and won't even be necessary. Diddledez hits the quick headshot. Boomage, the only one left remaining, and he gets pushed immediately. It's a rundown. The Beretta is just trying to survive. A single kill found. 9 Pandas draw first blood.
Yeah, great pistol. It's a classic. You put so much pressure, you're stomping in amongst all the water, and you make it difficult. BetBoom immediately pull out all their utility, and they deploy it. And that means that you are now in the dark when it comes to info. Zorti thinks, okay, I'll go on this quick push, held by the mid player. And because that smoke is dropped in camera, because Siren gets removed early, the camera rotator immediately has to move in towards sight. Great work out of 9 Pandas, and now they're putting the pressure on again. Keep watching this T side, because it's going to be fast, it's going to be aggressive, and this is a really fun stack in the corner for BetBoom team.
Yeah, this is surely going to find a kill. It looks like it'll probably be on Shelfie. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Can he get a kill from the stack? Oh, not if he jumps around the corner. And now this thing comes out. The USP is trying to get more result. Nice little spray down to make sure he minimizes the damage done. They will lose 2. Zorte, he takes 2 down.
Yeah, respects. He's also got both of those kills there. Gets a dink on towards Crad as well. It's a good eco, all things considered. You brought nothing into that round. You walk away with 2 kills, which means 2 rebuys. One of those was a Mac 10, though. So Galil gets dropped over to Shelfie. Crad then upgrades to an AK. Absolutely fine. Siren's got the AUG again.
Alright, yeah. This guy's loving the AUG. Wasn't just on Mirage.
4 players on A early. They just wanted to take the fight in. And so do 9 Pandas. It's going to be a massive brawl. Result leads the charge. The flashbang's not good enough. But at least Zorti and Axel are there on the other end to receive. And Moon can't get anything done. It is a complete collapse outside A. And Zorti just tucks his tail and runs. Since BetBoom team have got the advantage.
Diddlede's brought low as well. That's crazy call from BetBoom team. I wonder if they just anticipated 9 Pandas would go for an aggressive A play on their first gun round. That's probably in the strat book. A common thing for them to do. Magno in a good position. Removes Shelfie and is ready for Diddledez, but can't win out that fight. So a bomb plant guaranteed. Diddledez is low from the earlier engagement, and BetBoom team will group. There's a kit on Boomage. Now can I go a long way around? No, they've realized that that would take far too long, so just going to start to move quickly, dropping together. Diddledez has planted not quite for himself. It's more of an open plant towards Temple, which might suggest to the CTs, given they've come from dark, that that's his position. So Diddledez He's in a good spot to maybe disrupt this. Yeah, the swing out. That plant position is brilliant. And he's killing the time, but Zorte gets the frag. And with the kit on the bomb, he'll have enough time to defuse.
Oh, yeah, I'm just looking at the map and I'm like, where's the kit gone? Boomich did have it the entire time. What a moment from Dilladez. If he has more HP, he just wins the rounds. It's as clear as. And the fact that 9 Pandas can go from such a catastrophic failure, getting in towards A main because of the sheer quantity of players, to making that round really expensive and really difficult for BetBoom team is incredible. The fact that you bring that down into a 1 versus 1. Look at the money. Zorte has got his AWP, but Boomich is relegated to an MP9. Magno, Axel, even Zorte, they've got no util.
That first time position from Dilladez is really cool. I think that's a great clutch position to play it from. Gonna add that one to the memory bank. Slow and steady in the default from 9 Pandas in this one.
Yeah, they're worried that they're going to get pushed again by BetBoom team. So they cast their net wide. They're just looking for this control. It looks like Resol is now gathering up A main space. Krad's got all of B on lock, and Dilladez is just waiting for an opportunity to maybe go in towards canals. The setup again is a lot of focus, not on this B bomb site. BetBoom team leave one rifler. It's either Magno or it's Axel, one of their stars with a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, Axel's hanging out. It is surprising, but it's a good read. Because 9 Pandas, as you can see, start to take pressure in towards A main. The bomb is here with Moon. With 30 seconds, they do have the ability to feign back, and that was the entire design here. They grouped as a unit, wanted to be spotted, preferably with the bomb, and now, well, that's more confirmation that this might be the B finish. And Zorte, he's here with the AWP in hand, strikes onto Dilladez. Time is going to be the issue, 15 seconds, and Zorte still here. Axile from the back lines goes down after one. Zorte can't hit the close range, but Boomich flies around the corner, MP9 in hand. And that's enough to convert the second.
Yeah, the fact that the Zorte stays alive there is everything. And Axel never peeks. He just lets Zorte play the entire time. But Result was ready for both. And Boomich just bursts onto the scene through that temple smoke. So he knows the time is a burden. 9 Pandas leave it really late. The openers are really good, but not ready for that third element. BetBoom team have always got an extra player in the right place at the right time, and that is smashed the economy to bits. It has to be a save. It has to be Glocks in middle. This just feels awful.
And will be quickly dealt with. Result on a late play through main. Sadly, the bomb not with him. If it was, he might have got a bomb plant, but this is absolutely fine. Only one casualty. Boomich upgrades to an AK from the MP9. That Boom team find themselves in the lead.
And especially on Anubis CT side, you're only looking for 4 or 5 anyway. So the fact that they've got 3, bearing in mind they lost the pistol and have now been able to win 3 on the bounce, it is a really good feeling for them. And for 9 Pandas, it's a question mark of, well, these gamble stacks that BetBoom team are employing are working so often. How do we manipulate these rotates to a point where we can actually have an advantage going into a bomb site? Deep molly on towards carpet. Again, 3, 4 players out A. This is the most insane CT side I've ever seen on Anubis, and it's just working perfectly.
Pandas straight back into that AWP. Zorte, after the conversation we had at the start, is really being active and has been looking for a lot of these early fights and winning them more often than not. Falls back after finding his kill, knows that the advantage is now here for his team. They will concede control on the bomb site. Nice blow, but don't see anything behind it. Bomb allowed to be planted. You've got Axel on the flank. If Shalfie flushes him out, which he does, this now gives 9 Pandas a powerful post plant.
This is one-dimensional now. You got to rush. from CT. You got to scale out. Zorte just holding these close corners, and then he lets the rifle swing. But between Diladez and Krad, it's worked out perfectly. Siren will get 2 back, but now he needs to get the other 2 out of their positions. Knows one was in towards B main, but the location of Result still unknown. It's a wide swing, and the kill. And still with more time to work with, needs to find it immediately, and he does. Is there enough time to get on this bomb? I think he's just about got it. This would be audacious if the defuse comes through, and Siren makes the 1v2 happen.
Oh, what a Siren song from Siren, a 1v2, and he knows exactly where both of them are, but he gets that with a millisecond to spare. 9pan has played his post-pan to perfection. That push forward by Shalfie to remove the leg from Axile does everything. But Siren, with milliseconds to spare, if that must have been on the wire. One of those players, if they live for half a second longer, it's 9panda's round.
Unbelievable. The 9pandas will be feeling pretty hard done by. Again, what more can we do? This time you were able to get in towards B with just 1 player. And Zorti is still finding kills. He still lives. You're not able to remove him. The only thing you acquire is space. Then you get those opening kills, and it still isn't enough. And he keeps going. The new hero for BetBoom team. Another opening kill. Another delay. Another pause for 9pandas. This T side is falling flat.
One of the 2 orgs that was purchased gets upgraded to an AK, so the org meta not so resounding in that regard. Magno will get a lot of information as 3 players. Axile's on the line with that recovered AK and does fantastic work with it. Ooh. With the flames removing Magno, with Resol falling with... Oh, okay, never mind, can't get the second. Image will take him down. It's a slight pathway through there, but the utility blocks his vision, can't convert that second kill. The CT side looking fantastic, and it is the CT side of Anubis.
Sorry, I just got a score update. SAW have eliminated Gamer Legion from the MRQ.
Wow. That is shocking. I mean, Gamer Legion, they were the favorites coming into this event, it felt, but... the nature of this event, the best of 1 openers to start you off, falling down those early. The road is a difficult one.
That off angle, by the way, from Axile, just underneath the glyph position, rather than being just directly in it. All the crosshairs that are looking a bit higher than where he actually is, so it's the element of surprise. It's a slight remix on the angle, and it comes up strong for 2 kills. 9pandas going back to where they're actually gaining rounds on this A-bomb site, trying to charge in quite quickly. Siren overwhelmed. Boomich's spray wild and not confirming any casualties. They are in, and if BetBoom team want to go for this, it would have to be a 4-on-5 retake.
With the position that Boomich has, the fact that they haven't scaled past heaven, okay, that might be undone. Axile, whoa, that's a wild spray. Hits the headshot. Got Sorte by his side between the 2 of them. Oh, Axile, the executioner with the HE. They try and take the space back, and they are denied.
Unbelievable spray out of Axile. It feels robotic. His arm swishes from right to left, and it does an incredible amount of damage. He falls back just to live, and then drops that nade off. Never seen anything like it. 9pandas had the complete correct read. They got rid of Boomich with that flash play. They want to take space in towards CT, and they can't get by the 2 players that are there immediately. BetBoom team have won 6 rounds in a row. Moon finally has an AWP. I don't even mention his name once. It's all been this man on your screen. It's all been Zorti.
Finally, Moon with his op gets it out and finds the kill onto Axile. That was a push out aggressive to try and contest 9pandas. Big man to remove early. Boomage, 2 falls. Magno's feeling the pressure. Everyone's rocking orgs on this team. What is going on? Magno's left alone with his. Oh my goodness, he almost takes out another. If he had, and if Zorte had lived, there might have been something into this round. But with Zorte falling on A, the bomb can go straight in. Moon's AWP comes out for the first time, and it looks like he's going to secure the round with it. Does Magno want to go for this? He has a kid.
Shafi can hear him, though. Shafi's got all the info. Moon only has to look at camera. I don't think he's even going to...
He's dead.
Yep.
One tap.
What a good response. And Moon is the perfect counter to this, because not only does he hold for Axel's swing, he then also holds for Zorti's re-aggression. So Zorti gets the trade onto Siren at A main, and it feels like he just hangs around. Look at the exit on the minimap in the top left. He goes re-peeking. He goes searching for further info. And that is to BetBoom team's detriment. I don't know what's going on with the Orgs, because now this round they don't bring out the Orgs, they've got all the M4s.
Well, I think that's a money limitation, right? $300 extra? Well, $200 extra, I guess.
Big fight on middle. Flames, affecting Zorti. He'll be bailed out by that smoke grenade, but he's just being peppered with utility. And yet he still finds the opening kill anyway. Moon down.
All right, Zorte's back. Brad. For an opening, a lot of chip damage has been inflicted, but it's the frags that are lacking for 9 Pandas. Dealing with Axel and Magnojez on beat, that is a very scary proposition for any rifler to go up against. I'm going to see Shalfie and Result converge on middle, but there are 2 players on the other side looking to do the same. Boomage jiggles a wide swing out. Siren's there for the trade. Result spotted with the bomb, dropped with the bomb. With that crowd and Larcenarian outside of B main, shouldn't have any business really achieving anything.
Oh, what a beautiful round from BetBoom team, because what you do is you put pressure on towards mid early, and you still give Axel completely free control. It looks like Boomich doesn't care what happens on B, because he knows, as you said, that he's got Axel and Magno. You guys just sort yourselves out. We'll have a little peek in towards mid. Zorti gets the opening kill, he then falls back. He then goes and has all that responsibility on towards A with his long-range sightlines with the AWP. And then Siren and Boomich and then re-walk in towards middle. It's brilliant. You're just going for all of these pushes. You're making the map feel really small for 9 Pandas. And Siren's second jiggle into the wide swing was spectacular. And there's nothing you can do about that if you're 9 Pandas. Every single fight that was taken there on towards the window, it felt like it was a 2v1 for BetBoom team. But there was actually 2 players on the other side for 9 Pandas, but the way they were jiggling, it completely limited the options they had.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about the veto now that I'm seeing Zorte in this form.
Yeah, agreed.
And BetBoom in general in this form. Well, this is fast. Tilda's just charging through the flames, not worried about that CT incendiary, but the CTHE, that does still have cause for concern. The damage inflicted off the back of that nade. Sure, you gain the ground, but again, it's Zorte holding the cross, Zorte hitting the shot, and Boomage starts to push. I'm just gonna walk through. Yeah, that's craziness, Boom. Result will punish. You got Siren still present. With that smoke being dropped, you're aware of someone being there.
Oh, Resalt's flash actually just blinds him. But he had the right idea. Magno was hoping to try and get some further info. They got all this control in towards mid 9 Pandas, but what are they going to do with it? Shalfie, he drops out the window, and now he's applying even more pressure. So he's trying to force BetBoom team to go in towards middle. All 9 Pandas commit on this camera play. A great flashbang to try to remove Zorti, and Dilladez does it. And now Siren left alone. Spray transfer only good for the first. 9 Pandas have breached A.
I love that flash to deal with the Heaven Peak. That's an often position for AWPers. Really nice way to flash that rather than doing a little right click. Magno and Axel, though, in the 2v3, you still give them a good shot into this with Axel finding the first. Magno follows up. It comes down to the one-on-one. And it's Magno Jazz that swings around. Result in the open, had nowhere to go. And in a head-to-head aim duel, you always favor Magno Jazz.
In any aim duel, you always favor BetBoom team at the moment. Honestly, the rounds are coming incredibly quickly, but also you see this 2 versus 3 player disadvantage, and you go, do you know what? BetBoom are probably still going to win it. Because you've got Axel and Magno alive, and because Zorti, Boomich, and Siren, that little core squad is finding enough impact to make it relevant for Axel and Magno to be able to close these rounds continuously. 9 Pandas have been shut down so many more times than not. It's got to be feeling quite demoralizing. You knew that this Anubis was going to be quite difficult. But to only get 3 rounds currently on your T side, that feels even worse. This has been one of the most dynamic CT sides I've ever watched on Anubis. And that's so relevant because the most difficult thing on Anubis is to be aggressive on that CT side, is to find that space. But this pack mentality, hunting in pairs. Look, Magno's out even going for another search with Axel over towards B main.
You've not really seen the B main pushes too much. Moon's going to come back. Oh, that's spotted. That's spotted. Now he just falls back, allows Crad to activate, but it doesn't matter. Even when the player gets spotted, the aim bails them out. Moon will get a sharp kill back, but Zorte's removed Dildes. Zorte's moved Resol. Everyone's falling to Zorte on the other side. This fight at B main is irrelevant. Moon might win it out, but the rest of his team hits the deck, and he's forced to clutch it up. Very quick on the scaling. The bomb is in A main, with Boomage now greeting Zorte. He's swapped to an AK. It's a powerful crossfire. Can Moon break this? Well, if he's given that first kill, yes. And now a chance. Will he anticipate Zorte at the angle? Not at all. Zorte with the quad kill, 17 kills deep, gives BetBoom a 9-3 half.
He's playing so well. And what's really cool here, actually, is that the way that the CT side is operating is that they're hunting in rifle pairs, but they're also teaming up with Zorti. They're trying to give Zorti as much room as possible for him to work. And it's quite clear that Zorti wants to go for these fights on his terms. He goes in towards mid and has this peak. He's got Boomich's support. Here, he wants to go in towards A main, and he's got the Siren support. Everything is done to set up this AWPer. And the game plan from Boomich is working out so favorably. 9-3. Everyone chiming in and doing their bit. Resol's had a quiet 102 ADR. 102 ADR when he's got 3 rounds is absolutely absurd. But how much of this ADR is actual impact?
Yeah, Result and Dildes is doing a lot of damage, but we're not really seeing anyone coming close to securing a round. Save that Dildes attempted 1v2. Most of these rounds have been incredibly one-sided. Very few have come down to the wire. (9-3) BetBoom team with a huge haul on the CT side. This is, of course, 9 Pandas' least played map. So you can anticipate they're going to be on the back foot a little bit, but can expect a little bit more out of them. Especially on the T side, that's really where you thought that they, like, I would be fine if they had a, a wipeout on the CT side. That's kind of to be expected if it's a weaker map in your pool, but you really do expect a bit more from this team and the way they play on the T side.
It was because they were being countered by aggression of their own. I don't think they were ready for the amount of aggression BetBoom team were going to throw at them. That's the thing. Every single round, Siren's in towards A main. Every single round, Axel or Magno are just swinging it in towards either B main or Waters. It's impossible to deal with, and because you're so paranoid about where the next swing's going to come in, you then get caught off guard by the other thing that's happened on the other side of the map.
It's really cool, right? I think it's a great parallel to draw compared to the big game that we had, right? Where 9 Pandas' disruptive style of CS is really good against rigid, slow teams. But against a team that's bringing that fight to them, you can see it's countering exactly the way 9 Pandas want to approach.
And now look at this, the slow burn out of BetBoom team. This time they're not taking fights anywhere, right up until Zorte will swing on towards Moon. Two AWPers clash, but it's only a little graze to Zorte's HP bar. And they're dragging this one out because they're anticipating 9 Pandas to get desperate, to push something, to do anything. And they've done absolutely nothing. Group towards A main now. How far did Dilladez and Result go? Because Magno is still holding. Okay, enough.
I can't believe how slow this pistol round is after the CT half that we had, after the first entire half that we had. So fake out, execute. Smoke goes camera, smoke goes heaven, molly goes over, but there's no commitment. You've got to be worried. And Crad, well, he's certainly worried now. A bullet to the side of the head certainly causes concern. Moon has too many angles to deal with. Despite having 2 players in place, they were not prepared for the fast pounce. But Shalfie could kill back. Might set up an attempt on the retake, a 3v3, no kit in play. And you know, there's a player still behind default. You know where all these T's are, but it's finding them. That's the trick to it. And Siren, well, he's got a lock in on all 3 headshots on the defense, and that is 10 for BetBoom team.
Yeah, played it really well. The fake out with 35 seconds left. The molly missed, but no one went in towards A main. So for Crad, he's thinking, okay, this is going to be a fake. They're going to get towards B. I'm going to get ahead of this. They're going to walk it in towards Waters. They're going to come through connector. No, they don't. They come through B main. So as he pulls his knife out, that's where he gets dinked. Between Axel and Magno, they're able to overwhelm. Siren the close. And the curtain will certainly draw to a close quite soon. You imagine 4 9 Pandas are forced back in towards this one. All of the MP9s in play. But if this goes sour, BetBoom team are going to be soaring towards Dust 2. With all the confidence in the world.
Two MP9s for 9 Pandas in middle. That will decide the round for them. Here comes the best. Ahead of the flash though, so the first kill goes the way of the CTs, but Zorte quickly follows through. Far too many targets and nowhere to fall back to. There's this push coming out. Siren hasn't spotted just yet, but now he will. Didn't see the second player. It's Crab with a CZ. Again, we're seeing this CZ come out. CZs and Orgs. Seeing them far too often than maybe I'm comfortable for. But, well, Crad shows us the use case for an unusual sidearm. But it's just enough to recover an AK. And this will be 11. I think Dust 2 not too far away with how this is playing out.
This is like a really scary BetBoom team. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. And yes, you can make the argument that BetBoom team won a number of those clutches. You think back to the Siren last second defuse, that 2 versus 4 that they're able to get over the line as well. But the eco round where 9 Pandas scale, they've got all the Tech 9s and then Axel just kills 2 with a HE. So many of these moments that potentially could have broken the economy for BetBoom team. Potentially could have put 9 Pandas in a more competitive scoreline. But BetBoom team have taken the momentum and they've completely run away with it. It's up to 9 Pandas to either offer up solutions, either in Anubis or in Dust 2, in Nuke.
Crad drops the CZ over to enable Result to drop a FAMAS. They've actually managed to get out some decent weaponry into this round, but Crad feels like he has to be the linchpin of this round. He's got the most important rifle with the smoke on stairs. No one comes behind it, so he's forced back off the line. BetBoom team anticipating the follow through that. They're happy to respect this utility, which is a chunk of what 9 Pandas had. So finding nothing off that first play does have a bit of a sting to it. And look at all the space Axel has taken. He's just strolled in. Will be converged on from 2 angles, but he might be ahead of it. He's not missing too many shots right now. Axel is insane. You almost favor him against Result there, who will pick up an AK, but now he has 3 players about to barrel towards him, 1 coming mid-late. Result needs everything, and it's only 1. Crad, Dilladez out of position. The bomb to be planted on A momentarily. They're just making sure no one is sneaking through. Dilladez maybe has the timing on the boomage. That opens up a possibility into this. A kit in play and a chance, but he falls. It's all under Crad.
And it's going to be really difficult because he's got no utility, he's got no kits, but he has got the first headshot. Now to get past Zorti. But of course, that is a really difficult challenge, especially when Zorti is in this form. Now rises to 21-8, and that was a classic Boomich round. So much pressure on the extremities. Axel, go and work. See what you can find. First kill is sublime on towards camera, but the presence of mind to be ready for Moon and just to eliminate him immediately. That's why he was regarded as one of the top 5 riflers in the world. That is a potential he has. And he's starting to realise it yet again with Boomich.
Unk still got it. Now an aggressive push.
Oh.
Should we still spam this? Oh, well. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Axel's like one of the most
22.
experienced players on this team. Like, that's crazy, isn't it? One of the most experienced players in the server. Oh, he's just so ready. He's so ready.
Let's go.
If I get that kill, ooh, second time, he's almost ready for that swing. I will find success, but he's feeling the pressure. The MP9 calls over Dilladez. We'll be able to support him. A flash comes through. Flying around the corner comes Big Boom, and Magno Jez behind him. Shalfie has got a great timing on this flank. Will catch off one player. Boomage is low, but this is a must-win retake or the map is done.
They've got no kits. That's the key thing here. That one solo flash on Moon, but as soon as he throws that, you're now going to know the location of both of these players, and they just swing wide. They isolate Shalfie through B main, and now Moon has to do it all. The new blood in 9 Pandas, hoping to find something, but the time is going to run out. It's not going to matter. He's just playing to hopefully get some more kills, but BetBoo team have destroyed 9 Pandas in this opening map. Their map pick, they take 13-3.
All right, Moon, KD player. Come on. I know you just got stomped out, but give it a red hot go. But for BetBoom, what a fantastic win on Anubis. They come in, they dictate the pace on that CT side. It is all theirs. They have full control the entire time. Any round that comes close, they have a perfect setup to counter exactly what 9 Pandas wanted to bring. Yeah, that's a really disappointing map from 9 Pandas, but for BetBoom, what a resounding success.
I think it's actually not on 9 Pandas in a weird way. I just think the way BetBoom team played that, it had everything. It was so dynamic. You had Zorti popping off. You had these clutch moments, not only out of Siren, but you think back to Axel and Magno, everyone is just looking incredibly sharp. 9 Pandas looked like they weren't warmed up at all, but also they're being caught unawares. And when you're being caught unawares and you're not even having these one-on-one gunfights, it feels like you can do absolutely nothing. And the CT side, we've already spoken about it, just the movement on the extremities, but also reconvening in towards middle. How many times did BetBoom team have one guy on B? The rest of the team were towards A, were towards mid, and yes, there was a lack of variety for 9 Pandas. There wasn't a single B rush in that T side whatsoever, but even when they went towards B, it felt like there were multiple players there, because whether it was Magno, whether it was Axel, whether it was Zorte, they would all find multi-kills on the way in.
Yeah, you can see in the scoreboard just how BetBoom across the board we're all fragging out. Zorte obviously having a phenomenal game, the very top of the server on that CT side. He was so aggressive with the AWP. And I know a lot of AWPers find the CT side can be a little tricky, right? Because you've really got to be in the right place at the right time. It's very easy to miss out on the opportunities because the T side have so many different approaches. But he had a fantastic read on where he needed to be at any given point and was always good for the multi-kill. The amount of insane multi-kills he got on that CT side was fantastic. Like, just pure impact from Zorte. Axile on the T side, disgusting. Yeah, a brilliant map of mechanics from BetBoom team. And I think the stylistic clash really threw 9 Pandas for a loop.
Yeah, I think it was just a Boomich masterclass. So like Boomich was in Shalfie's head for the majority of that map, and if you're 9 Pandas, you now got to pretend that doesn't exist, and you got to think, okay, we're starting our best of 3 now against BetBoom team. Map 1, Dust 2. They've won it once out of 9 times Varskin, but considering they just blew you away on Anubis, maybe the pressure can start to show a little bit. We can't lose to them, right? Well, you can't. You absolutely can't. BetBoom team are 1 map away from making the Austin Major. Will they be able to do it on Dust 2? We'll find out after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
A dominant map one for BetBoom team on their pick of Anubis. Brad, and we go to Dust 2 now. And we spoke about how for this map, it's been a really tough one for BetBoom team. 1 win out of their 9 times played this year. But last time these two teams played, it went to double OT on Dust 2. Obviously, 9 Pandas took it. But given how that first map played out, you could see BetBoom team taking this in 2.
Yeah, you really could. I mean, there was nothing to write home about for 9 Pandas, really, apart from the fact that Dilladez and Result had a good game. Moon had one round where we said, Moon gets a kill. Like, he got this double kill that enabled 9 Pandas to win a round, and that was it. That was the only thing relevant for him. And now for Dust 2, Orpa's Paradise, him now going up against Zorte with the map that Zorte just had is scary. That is a really scary prospect. Also, what's interesting is that BetBoom are going to start on that T side. They're the ones that elected to start T side on 9 Pandas' map pick. They're going to have all the tempo. They're going to have all the momentum. And it's going to be up to 9 Pandas to play this disruptive Counter-Strike. What we saw on that Anubis T side, the very small sample size that we got of it, is that BetBoom team were ready. They were so prepared to play slow, drag these rounds out. And that means that if you're 9 Pandas, you're thinking, what possibly can we do? You can't deviate away from what's made you get to this point so far, but you've also got to come up with a remedy to deal with not only Zorte, not only Axel, not only Magno, but also Boomich's calls.
Yeah, Zote with a 2.03 rating off of that map. Like, that's an absurd display from him. I guess, you know, for 9 Pandas, you have some Resolution is one of your most played maps. It's a map that you have a lot of reps on. You kind of know what BetBoom are going to throw at you to some degree. You've played against them on this map before. I think you just can't let that map that you just played get to your heads, right? You've now seen the sort of form BetBoom team are in, the aggression that they're showing on their CT side. I mean, that gives you an idea of what Boomage is going to be approaching this T side like. I still think this is a good chance to go to Nuke. I think that BetBoom have really shown a serious weakness on this map. It's only just because of how dominant Anubis was that I'm starting to think, okay, maybe BetBoom can do this in 2, but it always did feel like a 3-mapper. So I don't want to count 9 Pandas out yet.
No. And you got to go into this thinking, you picked D2 for a reason. On top of that, BetBoom have won it once out of the 9 times they have played it. And yes, some of the results have been close. And some of the results have been close against you. But in the same breath, this is 9 Pandas' bread and butter. They're really comfortable on this map. They're really good on this map. BetBoom team are not good at Dust 2. That is the hard fact and the reality of the situation. So if you're 9 Pandas, you still have a lot of confidence coming into this. It's just... yeah, the caveat of being completely destroyed on Anubis. However, that is a map that 9 Pandas had only played 4 times coming into this. And also, how many sort of reps have you got on Anubis when you haven't played it that much, and also you're playing with Moon? Like, how much practice was there really with him integrated into the team? Because this is still 9 Pandas playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, and I think that for Anubis in particular, that rings true because, yeah, as you say, like they only played a couple of officials coming into this event with Moon in the mix. So, yeah, it is a big adaptation. I think for Dust 2, one thing that is, I guess, good for BetBoom team here is, sure, you kind of aren't great on Dust 2. In fact, they have one player that's positive on Dust 2 on average of the 9 maps they've played, but it's Sorte. Sorte is the one bright light for them on this map, especially when it comes to the T side. So I think for BetBoom team, there is a chance they can do it in 2. They could go straight through to the Austin Major if they can take Dust 2.
Let's see it then. Straight away on this T side, and it's fast. Result catches one flashbang in his face, and he just gets out of there. All the space being taken. BetBoom are being incredibly one-dimensional, but incredibly aggressive. Here comes this long cross smoke. Result and Moon to hold.
Good line for the USP. Result tries to dodge the smoke. I think he might have headbutted it. Yeah, he messed it up. And he'll get that first kill too. Moon takes one down. The USP is raining terror before MagnoJet answers back. Result overextends, does get brought down low, but yeah, with that smoke being disrupted by the headbutt, crossing is going to be tricky. The flashbang sets them up. McCrad finds a headshot, finds 2, and this is looking fantastic for 9 Pandas.
Yeah, really well played. And the fact that you've got Moon on the elevated angle as well, just taking all the contact, you're almost disrupting the idea that BetBoom team know that there's even going to be that smoke. Ruined. I mean, Crad hitting 2 instant headshots, Result just being an absolute menace over towards long. BetBoom's scaling was not fast. I assumed they were going to be really quick about it. Instead, they weren't whatsoever. They're going to force buy, even though they didn't get the bomb down. They are still going to force buy. Odds still with BetBoom team, powered by 1xBet. Heavy favourites to take this series now, but 9 Pandas take the pistol, but it's Diladez's head that hits the canvas first.
Nice shot from the Deagle. Still have that Galil in play too, and Siren has been no slouch. And with that kill, you can kind of anticipate that's going to split the defenders up in an almost 2-2 setup, which they have fallen roughly into. But with no contact on either extremity, you will see this convergence in middle. Result starts to get stressed, and at that moment, that's when the strike comes out long. Boomage starts to scale. Result allowed the space to get up, but he's so worried about short. And the fact that they don't have this information is making him paranoid. There's going to be a clear out now, and as soon as he comes back, Boomage hits another. 2 big shots from the Boom Dig. Spam comes through. Crad will spot the cross, and a flick back from Crad is disgusting. A tap with that FAMAS. Moon getting up close, getting spammed. Just wild shots through. Siren moves Crad, and the force buy looks good. The Galil reigns in for 2. Moon denied. Has to scamper off the Deagle blows. The force buy finds success.
I mean, unbelievable round, really, because you got Boomage hitting some incredible Deagle shots to open up this round, but with Crad flicking back on towards, again, another missed long smoke. That was the bomb dropped. That was the bomb drop completely for BetBoom team. It allowed the space for 9 Pandas to get very close towards the site. But then the Galil does everything. One of those rounds that potentially could have been wrestled back into control from 9 Pandas, but BetBoom team walk away with the spoils of it. And it's a worst case scenario for the CT side. Where you win the pistol, then you lose the force, you've only saved an MP9, and you have to reinvest back in.
Crazy shots and Boomage. That one on Result is disgusting. He doesn't know what hit him.
I didn't even see Boomage on Resalt's POV.
No, that's the thing, right? It's just this wide swing out long with the Deagle. And it's because 9 Pandas was so late on clearing middle, he's just worried. Out of position, and that's a crazy play out from Siren. Not able to get across the supportive utility, not quite there. So an opening kill with the force buy back.
Oh,
A smart play from BetBoom team, grouping short.
Scary that Boomich is the one with the bomb here, though. Result. Biding his time. Lying in wait with this 5-7. And he just plucks Magno. A soaring 5-7 bullet. Moon's now followed up on towards Zorte. This is falling apart for Bet Boom team. And now Boomich is sandwiched between all of these different players. Has to pick up a different M4 because it's faster than reloading. And Shalfie from the same location as Result delivers another aerial kill. How about that?
Alright, I think this has really set the tone of what to expect on this Dust 2. This is going to be some brawly, chaotic CS. That's ridiculous. Axile Spray almost gets to that. 2 flying kills from those boxes. Goodness gracious me.
Big nearly made another comeback happen, Lucy.
Really? That looked like they were getting rolled.
They were down 11-3, and they lose 13-11.
Oh, they did so well until the final round. It was 12-11. Oh my god. NT big.
Metasport are 7-2 up against Astralis as well in map 1.
Okay. That's a big game. Again, a major qualification spot on the line there, and in both those series, in fact.
This is relentless. Straight back into the action. All the control seized in mid for Bet Boom team.
Moon's under pressure.
Yeah, he is, but at least he's got Shalfie.
Crowd as well. A drop down. They want to take this space. Smoke lands forward. He tries to get ahead of it. So now Shalfie's on a bit more of an island, and he'll get caught off by Magnojez. This allows the play into B if they want to go. Diladez is isolated.
And it's over. Bet Boom team can figure this out. It's over the T side have got a good understanding of this, and they do. So Diladez has to come up huge. Needs a multi-kill. Wide swing for the first. That's a lot of damage as well. On towards Siren. And he goes for even more. Diladez finds 3. And now Moon can poke his head out through the window. Result can come in through the doors. And Diladez, this one man on the B site, is the ultimate anchor.
Yeah, completely alone. Bet Boom team, I don't know whether they just didn't have flashbangs or molotovs or anything, but...
One flash
yeah,
on
they
Siren.
don't. You can see the lack of util. So Diladez, beautiful reposition, by the way. Swings out deep from back towards where that barrel is for the first peek, and then before he re-peeks, he walks forward, gets close to the angle, so it's completely different spot he swings from. All alone, needed to come up with the multi and over-delivers.
Yeah. How about the round win, Diladez? He'll take it immediately. And now the realization for the T side of, oh, yeah, we're on Dust 2.
I don't know why they're not good at Dust 2. Because you look at these players, you play like Magnojez, who is like a Mirage demon. Axile, same story. I mean, Zorte we know is good on this map, so I guess don't need to have the conversation there. I'm just surprised the rifle is. Perhaps maybe it is just the deeper strategies that are lacking here for them, or maybe it's the fact that you can't flex the deeper strategies. Doesn't tickle Boomich's brain the way that he wants to be tickled.
No, because you're just doing the same thing every round, basically. Defaulting towards lowers, take short control. Where do we go now? Let's think about it, but they need to come up with some solutions quite quickly. 9 Pandas is exactly the start they would have wanted. Even after losing that force buy, they immediately force back themselves. Magno's just taking a really aggressive stance in towards the mid doors. Brad's nade is good, or you'd at least think it would be. But Axel immediately evacuates. So long control established. Boomich applying a lot of pressure. And that nade break for Diladez makes him spot absolutely nothing. Moon now in towards mid. Trying to deal with Magno. Oh, but the timing just eludes him.
Crad, oh, through the post, gets his frag. And his entry is doing nothing, buddy, but he'll stay alive, and now he gets that support. Result starts to move towards Car. Okay, it's not quite the support that maybe he hoped for. Flames landing in front of him, surely overwhelmed. No, Crad from behind the fire. Strikes true, and he does not stop. Crad, another multi-kill from one of these 9 Pandas. An untenable position. So many angles he has to worry about, and it's precision from Crad.
Yeah, really. What more can you say apart from this is mirroring exactly what Anubis was for BetBoom team, except on the other end. Everyone is now coming in with multi-kills. That second shot on towards Siren is sublime, and the fact he just keeps going. And all of these players for 9 Pandas are just changing their angles. Every single time they go for a peak, it is a different dimension, whether it's a fast peak, whether it's wide. All of these little things adding up and hurting BetBoom team. There's even an additional nade that's been dropped in towards short so that Crad can throw both.
Sirens flushed out by flames and the AUG fire as we continue to have the scoped rifle in play. Shelfie at a gross off angle in front of the sight boxes. He's alone. And gets tagged and bagged. Zorte follows through. Diladez with AUG in hand. Doesn't want to overextend. Knows he's completely alone. Look at where the rotations are. Stops the smoke. Playing the delay game. Making sure this round doesn't get out of hand. And that smoke has given him so much room to work with. Now the reinforcements will arrive. The molly doesn't do anything. Jez eventually flushes out that player. And he's putting up a bit of a fight here. But Result from the backline spams him out. There's a chance for chaos there for BetBoom team, but 9 Pandas overwhelm.
So impressive from Diladez. Just drop that smoke. Just wait in the corner. My friends will be here eventually. He just needs to live. And when he dies, everyone is on the scene. You couldn't ask for more out of Diladez in that situation, especially when Shalfie goes down. You think he's potentially going to be overwhelmed, but no, he just cuts off all the angles by putting up a cloud of smoke. That's the closest a round has looked in a while for BetBoom team. Which is a damning statement to make, especially after the way Anubis went off. But Zorte finally equipped with his AWP, delivering a necessary opener for the T side.
Gave them a decent kill last round to open up B, and now opens up this round. After that map 1, and after just the way that BetBoom's Dust 2 approaches, you're expecting a lot out of Zorte into this. Result adopting another off angle. But spotted on the jiggle, and doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. It's all headshots in the feed for Result. And Moon looking to double down in mid. That's unfair for him that he doesn't get that kill, but Diladez will confirm. Doesn't matter where you go against this 9 Pandas squad, one of these players is pulling up a multi.
Tell you what, every single round there's a different off angle, but also for the T side, why are we not flashing here? I guess you got Zorte on the line, and then the rifles are going next to him, but every single time you watch one of these rounds play out, there's been a severe lack of utility. No flashbangs pushing to get BetBoom team on an angle. No flash to set up Zorte for a kill. Everything is dry. And that's why these off angles that 9 Pandas are promoting are working so effectively. Because you're not putting any sort of utility in to unsettle them. They're taking every single round on their terms. This T side just feels really flat. It feels like Boomich doesn't really know what to call.
Remember, it was the force buy that BetBoom won, and it really felt like that was going to lead to a whole slew of rounds, but not been the case. Struggling to find really anything close to a round.
You gotta remember that if this is how bad Dust 2 looks, You then go on towards Nuke afterwards. Fighting for a spot at the Major on 2 of your worst maps. It's a crunch. Dropping towards CT, and yet Magno's the only one that gets a kill after 3 of his teammates have fallen. Nothing is working.
Yeah, and Bedroom Team decided to start on the T side.
It's true.
I think they the win rate stat for them on Dust 2, it's very believable. It's just shocking. What a contrast from map 1.
Their CT side is worse than their T side as well, by the way. Statistically.
Don't say that. That doesn't inspire much hope. Sorte doesn't see them running through the smoke, but suspects this player's come through. So Bedroom Team should be ready for this. 1 for 1. Moon's on fire. Still takes down 1. What? How does he hit that headshot? Crad creeps up. 2 players pushing on his position. He'll spot the first. Sorte trades. The result's still here. Oh, Sorte, there we go. A bit of a moment for Bedroom Team, and Siren lurks, waiting in middle, anticipating Dilladez's flank. Dilladez is thorough. How thorough, though? Not quite thorough enough. A crazy round for Bedroom Team to finally break through.
Yeah, it's that individual moment that they needed. The trade spacing's really good in towards lower, and then Zorte just does the rest, in from short. You feel like he's dead to rights after the second player is there at the ramp. But no. Nullified instantly. That's bonkers from Moon. But this is even better from Zorte. Just had a look at the last time these 2 teams played against each other. We spoke about the fact that it was overtime. They needed a couple of iterations of it. Well, BetBoom only got 5 rounds on that T side. They can't even get 5 here. The max they can get is 4. That's all they're hoping for. Moon boosted up, but not finding the same amount of impact he did in the previous round.
Good nades thrown in response at least, so a fair bit of damage inflicted. Moon's in a good position to deal with a short play. That's the destination. Deep smoke thrown out from Zorte. That goes towards short. Again, this looks more towards mid presence and no smoke down. No smoke at all. Crad just gets an open firing line. They really thought that smoke that was thrown out towards short would pull the attention and give space in CT, but it doesn't work.
No, because Moon's boosted on towards short. He's holding the line the entire time. If they drop the other smoke, the thing is, I don't know how you throw that smoke personally, but Zorte has the deep avant-garde smoke. If there was the first one thrown in by BetBoom Team, that would have worked a lot better. Instead, you're just faking out with 1. Zorte knows that Crad is still in towards CT, which is nice, I suppose, but how do you flush him out? He's just tucked, and now, as soon as you drop the smoke, he's going to go searching, and in tandem with Shalfie. Zorte's being so incredibly loud, and there's the Crad punish. Moon can then have this deep line on towards long, and Axel spotted, ducking in, and he finds another kill, but finally laid to rest by Dilladez. Nice shots out of Axel, but it's 9 for 9 Pandas.
An absurd amount of rounds and an absurd amount of Pandas to have too.
God, this
They're running rings
sequence
around them.
so clean.
I don't know, that round was very odd. You're right, why did they throw the second smoke but not the first?
Maybe they don't know the lineup until you get in towards short, but they didn't want to get in towards short in case Moon was on the angle.
You just got to take that control if you wanted to go B. I don't know, it's
Exactly.
crazy. A blow on the smoke and Moon will pluck Siren away. Magno is brought
Oh,
low.
what?
Magno is brought down. What? It's the Deagle headshot? A spam through the smoke? Moon, that is outrageous. Nothing is coming up for BetBoom Team right now. It is a disaster on Dust 2.
He's playing out of his skin right now, Moon. So many more important moments, so much more impact than that Azorte. Great clear out of Axile. That's a step in the right direction, and he sees Moon over the top of these smokes. Zorte chimes in with another, but he's still living. This AWP difficult to wrestle out of the corner, and Dilladez comes in to provide the support, even if his sniper is mollied off. Axel would need another unbelievable sequence, and as he tries to plant the bomb, Shalfie's just going to remove him with a one-tap. 9 Pandas find 10.
Talk about a role reversal.
You chose to start on that T side if you're BetBoom team. For
That's
what?
the crazy thing. You chose the T side and you posted up 2 rounds. One of those, the second round force buy. You think that that's the moment that's going to help you build up a really strong attacking half? Nothing to follow through. But you got to give all the props to 9 Pandas. Every single one of these players stepping up. The holds that we saw, Dilladez over on B, Crad out long, Result out long. So many multi-kills coming through in positions that you feel there's no right for 9 Pandas players to be pulling off. Such a stark contrast to what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, such a good mental reset as well from this whole team, especially when the pressure is on, right? You can qualify directly through to the major if you win this best of 3. Map 1 is a disaster. Map 2 is incredible. It feels like a dream. 10 rounds on your CT side. And this is bad. This is not good for BetBoom team. A pistol, a necessity to try and extend play. To try and prevent this potentially from going towards nuke. There were so many ideas on Anubis, that's the thing. There were so many ideas, there were so many goals put in place by Boomich and the rest of the squad to find impact. This one's nice. A double setup in between the car and... Oh, okay. Zorte will at least find 2 headshots. 2 versus 3. It is still winnable and it needs to be a good retake. Siren has got this player locked into the corner, but maybe Siren's locked into the corner with Resol. Axel with the dual Berettas. In towards the long smoke. Has to push through it. Shalfie holding for the emergence. And he won't phone in, but Dilladez will. Unbelievable. Even when they've got this little cheeky double setup, it just doesn't work. Nothing is working.
Yeah, Zorte delivers a double, but that's all really that BetBoom team can brag for that round. If that kill had come in mid, if Siren had found that frag, maybe there was a way to pull off that retake, because then Axile is not all alone, doesn't have to worry about 2 angles. Full spy comes through. The last hurrah for BetBoom team on Dust 2. That 10% win rate not looking like it's going to improve today.
You know what's the most ridiculous stat about all of this? Is we started this best of 3 just over an hour ago, and we're nearly at the end of the second map.
Yeah, this one's got some pace to it, doesn't it? We knew that coming into it, that these 2 teams play that style of CS, but yeah, it's kind of crazy just because of how one-sided each map has been.
Much slower pace here for 9 Pandas. Force buy. The requirement for BetBoom team. They were able to win the force buy in the first half, but that feels like so long ago. That feels like it doesn't even exist. Magno holding. About to be challenged by Shalfie. And cleared immediately. And Crad looks to extend on towards B. There are 3 players in towards B, but fortunately, this is where 9 Pandas is going. 35 seconds, time becomes an issue, and Crad gets removed.
Yeah, Boom's Dig does what it did best to win that full spy in the first half. Can they convert another? Zorte scouts Siren with the 5-7, takes down 2, and he's still got Boom. Dilladez is low. 1 shot from the pistol would be enough, and now Axel arrives. Oh my god, but Dilladez, maybe he can deny. Now you favor him. Galil in hand. Big Boom with 2. And outrageously, it is a 13-11 scoreline with BetBoom team winning both force buys.
They do so much work there. Boomich's Deagle, getting rid of Crad, making that attack one-dimensional. Axel, he can't push through that smoke because he doesn't know when they're going to go. He has to only move when the site players take contact. And Siren, the unknown piece, getting those 2 kills with the 5-7. Maybe a conversation can start to form in a few rounds' time. Magno is heard, vacating that short space, so Crad will then start to occupy it as new residency. In fact, all the 9 Pandas are going to congregate over here. They're just going to burst.
Boom team have to convert this. You can't lose both of these. Oh, okay. Crag with a quick dig shot. Magno just doesn't reveal his position. Axel is present out towards long, and he's getting spotted, but Magno will find that first kill. Crad dealt with. Bomb's not down. It falls, in fact. Has it fallen in CT? I can't tell from the minimap whether it's in short or CT. Giladez is behind and misses his chance. The bomb is short. Has been picked up by Moon, but he is all alone. His teammates falling around. BetBoom team looking like they should actually convert off the force bite. Do you need to swing on this position? 30 seconds. Boomridge confirms exactly where Moon is about. Calls over Siren. And he will find the frag. 3 stay alive, all the rifles, and 4 for BetBoom team.
What an important round from Axel. Dropping all the utility in from long, finding the kill on towards Crad, gives him the space to then retake that bomb site, and also gives the space to Magno to jump up. Axel wins that round single-handedly for BetBoom team. And as you mentioned, an eco. A reward. Finally, a little bit of breathing room for the CT side in this entire game. You can gain another one of these rounds. 9 Pandas are just going to hide in spawn, wait for all the utility to be dispersed, dropped out the pockets, repurchased in towards the next round by BetBoom team. A bomb plant late, that'll be the objective. Something more to work with in towards the next round. They know they've got plenty of rounds to play with. But at the same time, you do not want to make this CT side feel comfortable, because they've got the individuals necessary to turn the game around.
You're just going to hang out here and not kick the football around?
True. Like, come on. At least kick the football.
This is an
I know
interesting
you're a
spot
fan
for
of
the
this.
Zeus. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that Zeus skin before.
It's one of the new ones. They added like 3 with the new armory pass. But unfortunately, a lack of stat track ones is the problem. I feel like the Zeus is like the one thing that I have stat track, because it's just something you really want to get lots of stat track kills on. Like, you want it to show that you got, you know, a couple of 100 Zeus kills. Sorte doesn't get a couple of 100, but he does get quite a few MP9 kills, so he'll immediately dispose of the SMG. There's no silly business here. Not going to play the bonus round. He wants the AWP immediately. The SMG hits the floor.
It makes so much sense as well. You're 11-5 down. Zorte was the reason that you won Anubis. Just put him on the AWP early. What does the default look like for 9 Pandas? It looks like they might try and cascade out long, but immediately a twist in the path. A good molly to push Zorte out of lowers. They're establishing all of this mid-control very early, and Magno gets caught by Result, trying to push and get really active in towards long.
Yeah, you favor Magno in that moment, but he wasn't anticipating that exact timing on the push. Zorte's repaused here, look down short. Nine Pandas in a 5-on-4. Feeling they have all the advantage. Axel's now rooted out long because he's lost that other piece that was alongside him. So yeah, I think a gamble call here makes a lot of sense. He's got to hope you make the right one, which, at the moment, looks positive.
It does until Crad starts getting curious. Double lurk smoke in mid.
It's a fake out.
It's a ruse, yeah. And BetBoom team have called this. Dilladez, oh no.
Never
Now
mind.
starts to go in. They go searching just in case, and they're going to find B completely empty. So the gamble, it comes up short.
That's great in 5-on-4 not to trip over like that, because I think it was a 5-on-5. They would have dropped that util and then committed short. I think that was always kind of the game plan here. But because they're in the player advantage, because they've got that lurk smoke, Krad's thrown, he's not heard anything behind it, no util responded, nothing in mid either, no flash through the mid smoke.
Yeah,
No
that's the
blow in
key
it,
thing.
nothing at all. So Dillad's like, all right, I'll scale out. We'll get the info. They find it clear. Now Moon starts hunting.
You're spot on. That's the key thing, because BetBoom were being really loud about having this controlling towards mid. They sent mollies there from Boomage, nades, flashes. He dropped his entire utility toolkit. But then, when you drop the utility in response, there's no counter. That seems fishy. That seems like something might be up. So Dilladez went searching, and his little adventure through those mid smokes completely gives 9Pandas the round over, gives them map point, gives them another chance in this best of 3, new life, potentially sent towards nuke. For now, delay on potential new heights for BetBoom as an organisation. First time they would be making the major if their team can do it. It looks unlikely on Dust 2, but there's still one more map to play. And a double AWP through Boomich and Zorte.
Yeah, the
The
chance
last
there.
tick of the volley, unfortunately, sends him skypering.
You just saw that head walk past and he was ready for the fight, but yeah, the flames tickle and he has to fall back. Dilladez aware of that potential position for Zorte. Boomage perks up long. 2 ops on A is unusual, but it's allowed them to flex their riflers over towards B. But can Boomage get the best of result? That's the question. Moon's actually going to come around. They're looking to split onto A. Boomage is not in a position that you can fall back from with the AWP. But now he gets onto the line. The timing of it, not great. Fires off the AWP though, and the fact that the AWP showed presence might cause 9Pandas to pause.
45. Oh, nades are brilliant. And Zorte tries to get onto the angle just before the smoke blew. Play safer. Although isn't there, so Shalfie will at least trade. Now Zorte is on an island. These 9Pandas players now start to split on towards the site. Can't find anything. This could be it. 20 seconds, the flashback, one goes over, and the swinging from short from Magno is not enough. BetBoom are trying to do something, trying to answer back, but they can't manage it. All the kills being locked in by the 9Pandas players, and Siren, oh my gosh! It's a chance, it's something, but it's low HP, it's no flashbangs. At least there's a kit. Get him by Moon in this 1v1, but where's he gotten off to? It's the ramp, and it's the securance and the assurance that this game goes to 3 maps.
Siren denied despite a brilliant triple kill. That HE does so much work and he swings so many players low. But Moon will secure it. 9Pandas deliver on the promise of Dust 2, the weakest map in BetBoom team's pool, and well, that was clear on display in that first half. They opted to start on that T side, posted up 2 rounds across it. In fact, 2 of their 5 rounds that they got in total were the force buys back.
Yeah, they lost both. They lost both pistols. My mic is playing up for some reason, but they lost both pistols, then they won the force buys back, and then that was it. That was the only resistance they put up. When 9Pandas had all the guns, when they had all the utility, it was everything. And the systematic approach to that last round, I think, really summed up the entire game. Because you've got BetBoom making these individual plays, trying to get something out of absolutely nothing, and 9Pandas is a coordinated unit. It's all the utility being thrown, something that lacked for BetBoom on that T side. and just catching off these players. And sure, Siren had that ridiculous double HE. We've seen another double HE kill in back-to-back maps for BetBoom, but it's still not enough. These moments this time were not enough to get them over the line here. And you do worry now for BetBoom team, because Nuke is another map that they're not very good at statistically. And 9Pandas just showed all of the vulnerabilities that they have and why that win rate is so poor on Dust 2.
Yeah, it's really surprising because that first map was so dominant on Anubis, right? Sure, that is a map that 9Pandas aren't the best on, but BetBoom just outclassed them completely. So you kind of expected a little bit more coming into it. The form looks so hot from all of the players. Like mechanically, they were pulling off so many ridiculous rounds and they just had the tactical edge on them. But take a look at the scoreline, and I think the scoreboard, for BetBoom team, it reflects exactly everything played out statistically exactly how it always has. They have one player that's positive on this team. Historically, it's Sorte. He was top of the board. Everyone else struggling. I mean, even he didn't have the impact that he had on map 1. I don't know what's going wrong with Dust 2 for BetBoom team, but it's a clear issue with their map pool. When you've got a permaban, but then your worst map after that is a 10% win rate. You've won it once. That is very terrifying when it comes to these best of threes, because teams can always punish you. So many teams play Dust 2 proficiently. Like, it's for 9Pandas, sure, it's a map they're pretty good on. Like, it's one of their better maps, but it's not their best map, you know.
No.
They're better at Nuke. They're arguably better at Ancient. So for them to be able to just punish with the Dust 2, it really does have some concerns for BetBoom team in these best of threes.
Yeah, the T side was just really flat from Boomich. We didn't actually really see any executes. We didn't see a pop on towards B at all. We only saw them fight for long, maybe once or twice. One of those was in the pistol as well. It felt like everything was very individual, where you compare and contrast that to the CT side of Anubis, where everyone was hunting in packs, everyone was looking to get mobile, everyone was looking to get aggressive in tandem with one another. Here, the communication was just off, and I think it's a mental thing as well with Dust 2. We've got one more map. We've got Nuke to decide which team immediately qualifies through to the Blast Major in Austin. Will it be 9Pandas? Will it be BetBoom team? We're going to find out after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
A 13-3 map 1, a 13-5 map 2. Each team taking their map pick in emphatic fashion, Brandon. We go to Nuke, the decider for this series, the map that will decide whether BetBoom team or whether 9 Pandas go straight through to the major.
And it's happening again. It's happening on again. My goodness me. Worst times get technical issues. And it's happening on Nuke, a map where BetBoom team struggle on, and we've just seen how much they struggled on Dust 2, and 14 times played, 36% win rate is a stark contrast to 9 Pandas' 17 and 71%. Shalfie can run rings around Boomich on this map. Axel, Magno need a good performance. We need more out of Zorte as well. That's the key difference. We need Zorte stepping up again like he did on Anubis, because Moon was shooting back on Dust 2.
Yeah, Moon was looking quite good. I mean, everyone was really fragging out in Dust 2. Crad had a phenomenal performance across the board. I think he was top at the end there. But yeah, Moon not that far behind him. No one really lacking for 9 Pandas. And that's why Nuke is so scary. Sure, you can look at the win rate for BetBoom, and yeah, it looks terrible. They've played it a fair few times. It's they're winning it a third of the time. But I think more importantly, for 9 Pandas, this is their best map, I think. This is the map that I associate with 9 Pandas the most. It's one they often first pick into. It's one of their bread and butter maps, and the fact they got it as the decider, and BetBoom team chose this. Keep that in mind. BetBoom team had the chance to put Ancient as the decider. They opt for Nuke, the home ground of 9 Pandas. This better pay off for Boomage.
It's worrying as well, because they've made so many decisions in this Vita, right? The decision to start T-side Dust 2. The decision to put it in towards Nuke, as you said. Ancient would have been a really good decided map for both of these teams. Both these teams have got an even steading on Ancient, and Magno is really good on this map. We've seen Siren's major performances with Spirit on Ancient and how good he was on that map. And the fact that you don't get there, you immediately go in towards Nuke. I don't know. I feel like you are maybe making a very big mistake. Look, the ramifications of this match mean you are not eliminated from the MRQ. There's still chances to make the major, but why would you gamble maybe a guaranteed spot at the major on 2 maps that you aren't good on? Like, that's the danger. And 2 maps that 9 Pandas are best at.
Yeah, and Nuke, for BetBoom team, I think one of the most damning things is their CT side, ironically, which is normally the side you associate with good Nuke teams. That's the map where you do most of your work. Their best rated player, Brandon, on the CT side is Boomage. Like, that is not how it should be. Magnetist is the only other player that's even positive on the CT side. Like, that is kind of a damning statistic. Axel struggles, Siren really struggles, and Zorte doesn't have the impact normally that he does, even on compared to maps like Dust 2.
That is a really like damning statistic more than anything, because I actually think about this map and I remember all of these close games that BetBoom team had on Nuke before Boomich, and it was Nathany and Magno doing a lot of the work. So the fact that Magno's performance has dropped off a little bit
on the
is
CT
quite
side,
concerning.
I should say. This is
CT,
yeah.
But no, that's what I'm saying on CT, because I remember Magno just going for all these plays just sort of in and around main and in and around inner, and Siren is normally very good at anchoring down A. So there's a lot to potentially exploit. Which team is going directly through to the major? Is it BetBoom? Is it 9 Pandas? Let's find out on Nuke.
One of these two teams will be going to Austin not too long in the future. BetBoom team and 9 Pandas, 1 map win away. 9 Pandas get the CT side start. Duberetis for result on top. Moon is already down lower, and Shelfie's anticipating a drop through the vent, so they really have a read on what BetBoom team want to do.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Shelfie with the knife will take down 2, and that is how the decider starts. Boomich tries to come through, but it's too late. His teammates are shanked in the vent.
They anti-stratted them. They anti-stratted them so hard. Shelfie is on the ladder, so he doesn't get affected by the flames. Boomich can't even find Dilladez, just on another off angle. What a disaster for BetBoom team. And now Anubis feels like a distant memory. If they want, they can get an AWP in round 2. And maybe not even a single player will drop. It's flawless from 9 Pandas.
Yeah, the only sad thing for Shelfie is he takes a little bit of armor damage, so he has to buy the head armor. But wow, what a way to start. 2 knife kills to open up the deciding match for the major. Gonna opt for the M4 with all of the goodies. Ridiculous.
One thing I will
That
say,
sets the tone for 9 Pandas Nuke.
It really does. But also what I will say is something we haven't actually seen from either team very much is timeouts. That's accidental from Crad. I wouldn't call it a pause there to say because you got owned with a double knife, but it's something to consider. These teams have not been calling for 30 seconds. It's just been go, go, go. And sometimes you get caught in the chaos. It's like a storm in the teacup scenario from map to map. Magno, overwhelmed by result, tries to push the main smoke, gets punished. Shelfie's still outside, and he's got even more support. Moon is here too. Oh, okay. But
First
Siren
fire.
has actually made his way out. Boomich has got the kill, but not for very long. Crad took all the space in towards Hut, and everything's okay.
Just some damage inflicted at the end. They lose 1, but that's fine. That's an MP9 upgraded. They will have all rifles into this. That's actually not bad at all. One expect odds hard favoring 9 Pandas now. I think a big part of that is most certainly because of the way that both Dust 2 played out and the history of Nuke for 9 Pandas and BetBoom team. Not the start the T's wanted.
If you want a 100% deposit bonus as well with 1xBet, use the code Austin25 to place the bet on for this game. Not a lot of util, but at least a lot of weaponry in the arsenal for the T side. Everyone grouping towards ramp, wanting to have these fights. Dilladez laying lead down range, but not affecting anyone.
About to have a lot of players coming in his position. Falls back to a cheeky angle just to try and catch a headshot, but it's just some grazing damage onto Zorte. Full clear on ramp. Shelfie is in hell, but down they go. Shelfie actually ascends up, so there's no rotation to support. Tildes is just sitting here all alone behind the silo. Has no utility. If he goes down, there is really very little 9 Pandas can do. But if he can take some with him, 1, and then the lurk caught, that gives 9 Pandas the impetus to go.
Yeah, that also gives them the room to go down the vent. Single door not swung open. No bomb denied or attempted. They've got the player advantage. They've got the kit in play. And for Zorte, this off angle has to find success. Flashing towards the doors, but one goes back the other way. Zorte and Krad are full blind. Boomich playing in towards double. Between him and Siren, the pressure starts to build. The bomb tapped, but not stuck. The door swung open, and for Siren in the quarter control room, that is an audacious flick on towards Shalfie, and he's done just enough. Siren with the double, Boomich staying alive. That's how Bet Boom team get there first.
Siren needed to hit that ridiculous flick on the spray. Instantaneous headshot mid-spray for Siren secures the round. He was about to get dealt with for sure. He's spraying on the player that's at device, tapping the bomb. Let's watch that back. Oh my goodness. A round-winning spray transfer.
I'll tell you what, he's been really impressive, this MRQ.
Absolutely.
His individual form has exponentially grown in this event than over the last, I want to say, 6 months. What a time for him to come alive. What a moment for Bet Boom team. Needed that. And they secure it. Now outside space being garnered. Boomich looking to drop, and he goes round the world on towards Moon. Full blind by both him and Axel. And now they can look to scale, but the real intent for Bet Boom, it's down B.
Siren on the lurk, catches Krad though. That's after Shalfie removed Boom, so... Oh, Siren doubling down, and he's done wonders in lobby. Dildes has to come back and clear, finally gets that trade. But the damage is done. Bombs being planted. We're finally getting a map with a bit of fight back from both squads.
He's done it again. The second kill, the wide swing punish on the MP9 onto Krad. Really fun idea for the T side. The way that Boomich operates that to get round an unbreakable box. A molly in towards credit so you can't initially peek, and then the flashbangs going over the top of the box. He throws one, and then Axel throws a follow-up. And Moon is just sat in the corner praying that they're going towards Garage. No, it is Boomich going around the other way, and there was no support to help out the outside piece.
This sort of play from Boomich at the start, that's actually a very Nine Pandas-esque approach to the T side, just going so fast around main, scaling quickly with flashbangs being disruptive. Moon doesn't know what hit him.
This is a Bet Boom that has got 2 rounds and only 2 players actually have kills. That has to change quite quickly. Maybe it can start with some confidence kills on the ecos. You've got 2 save rifles. But you've also got the majority of the squad just working with very minimal. Another molly in towards the vent. Don't want to get burnt by that play again. Oh,
Result gets that eco frag, but Siren doubles down. Players spotted in heaven. That is the rifles. Smoke will land on Heaven, and USP charges first, but Dildes falls. He was the heavy hitter. He was the rifle. Shalfie was looking to try and come off that distraction, but doesn't get the chance to activate. So Bet Boom team will easily deal with these 2 rifles that were saved over. He will take the lead on the T side.
Siren is trying to do his damnedest to make sure that Bet Boom team do not lose Nuke. Think back to that Parivision game yesterday with Belchanok. How many kills he was getting to try and drag his team over the line, kicking and screaming to at least another chance. In towards the MRQ. Siren gets 3 kills. Every single time Siren has got a kill, it has been a multi. In a hat-trick of rounds now. And you did say that this T side is better for Bet Boom, so the more rounds they get, the better for them.
Brandon, before that round, when it was 2-2, Siren and Boomich were the only players even with kills.
Yeah, no, I know.
crazy. Magno and Axel haven't even entered the fray yet. Which perhaps posed some concern. Moon had a chance there. Missed opportunity on the door peak. Still stay present.
Do you reckon there's some weird psychological thing with the orgs in map 1? Because I don't really recall 9Pandas buy-in AUGs all that much, but now suddenly, because BetBoom were making them work on Anubis, Dilladez has brought one out for ramp.
Yeah, Dildas did buy one in Dust 2 as well, which again could be a response to that, but I guess, you know, ramp, B-sat in Dust 2 does check out for Dilladez to be rocking it, but I'm surprised to see it so much. Moon's in the perfect position. Shalfie remove Axile and Moon, good kill. No trade available just yet, and when it was available, Moon stood tall. No entrance to Secret. And Siren has nothing in this round he can offer up. Has money if he wants to try and inflict damage. That would be a good play at this stage, just because 9Pandas haven't built up the bank. So if Siren can take down a couple, will certainly help them in the long term. Potentially has a kill on the Shalfie. Yep, spots him, but can't quite adjust. So flawless for 9Pandas.
Important round for 9Pandas, and Shalfie's at the helm of all of it because he pushes outside and gets on the edge of one of these smokes, takes down a player, makes it a bit easier for Moon, but BetBoom also make it really easy for Moon. They don't swing together. They go one by one by one. And I'm not talking about the initial contact when they get down Secret. I'm talking about the wide swings when Moon is in towards double door. The second player doesn't have the third support for the longest time. And Moon's even allowed to duck his head down, pull the AWP back, and then get off another shot. I mean, he's so precise. But we're entering a similar sort of set of circumstances when BetBoom team were on the T side operating in towards Dust 2. In fact, that was pure contact. One flashbang just undoes Moon there. You don't need to take the fights on their terms. That's exactly what 9Pandas want.
More action outside this time. Magnajez brought low from the initial volley of util. Again, this jump over. Again, Boomage looking to scale off the flashbangs. This time, Shalfie, not Moon, but is aware of that play. A clean headshot. Needed that because he was low. Siren catches Crad. Puts it back even. You do have all this space down towards B. Moon will begin to rotate on ramp. So the sniper will be here to greet them.
And so will Shalfie. In fact, they actually swap over. Bogdan's Law in full effect. Moon gets close. Plays the off angle. Now, there is a weird timing here because if Moon opens the double door, he could be completely affected, but this is perfect. Siren's doing his best to make this round happen, but Moon's off angle is key, but Zorte just finds him. Shalfie's now low, gets spammed through the smoke, and BetBoom team overwhelm the odds there. Delicate little angles that needed to be found immediately. And they passed the test. And it's Siren yet again. We don't even see him on screen, but we know he's behind the scenes working hard to prevent all these rotates from coming forward.
Yeah, I think even if it had gotten messier onto the B scaling, if they had gone even, you know, 1-for-1 on any of those entries, it still would have been a one round. The fact that they win both of the duels onto Zorte, Zorte wins that duel on to Moon, and then Shalfie falls as well. That's immediately the round. Siren has been doing wonders in lobby. Which is good, because talked about BetBoom team and their struggles on this map, and Siren is one of the big culprits of really struggling to adapt to it.
Well, look at him go.
Yeah, I mean, this entire tournament, as you said, has been phenomenal for Siren.
He's got more kills than his whole team combined, and he's got a few spare. He can save for a rainy day. That is concerning, though, because you do need Axel, you do need Magno. Magno sat on a goose egg. Zorte looking over the top, boosted to hold into Garage, but it's Dillides that goes in the tight little corner. I feel like it's going to be another one of these fake-outs on towards the A site. Trying to just cause and pull rank everywhere else on the side, and then these players start to activate. Magno gets an important one, and there's also knowledge about Shalfie being over here.
Yeah, Zorte saw that cross. They're actually just going to disengage from it. Axel and Siren, both in charge of lobby, not seeing too much. But when you're in a 5-on-4 on the T side of Nuke, you feel like you've got a lot of options. So a reset back into the yard play. Nightpad has moved troops elsewhere. It's a very passive hold. In fact, a flashbang thrown out from Shelfie, but he concedes the control. A wrap through main. Result might get caught here. He tries to reposition, and they're not expecting that at all. Shelfie as well. Didn't have his gun at the ready. Crad will fall to Axile. And everything is just coming up that boom team.
A really important moment. We literally spoke about it and almost spoke it into existence. The need for Axel and Magno to have impact. Here, it's an opening kill for Magno. The slowdown. There's such deliberate slowdown. And the best bit about this is that 9 Pandas can't push in towards lobby because Siren has been killing them every single time. It's no knowledge that BetBoom will have a lurk there. But it's the element of the unknown. It's the quantity of players that actually reside in lobby. So you notice the position of Crad. He's only in hut. He's holding for a push. Completely in the dark. And everyone was operating completely in the dark for 9 Pandas. So BetBoom have got all the control. They don't want to let another player slip on this CT side. So Magno's able to catch that timing. Axel gets the important kill in towards hut. And for the first time in a very long time, BetBoom team feel like they are in control on a map. And they've got a chance to make it even worse. Put the dagger and sink it even deeper. 1 AWP, 1 M4. That is it for round 9.
And fast, the MAC-10. Dillides wins that out. Dillides takes 2. They burst on ramp. He's in the open, but the 5-7 comes out on top. And that gives a chance for the M4, for the AWP to get into play. Shalfie is here in control, smoked off. Does he want to walk through this? Feeling like he can make the play a little pocket for him to play around in. Magno Jazz is going to get caught. Shalfie will surprise. And despite all the advantages, unless Zorte can maybe bring this back, but Crad close range with the CZ. Notice this AWP was close, looks to try and punish. Uh-oh, not enough bullets, and that's why the 5-7 is usually used. Crad makes a meal of it, but it's only Zorte left, and he's already being pushed. Result right below him. Result will get his pistol to work, and that will be 9 Pandas winning an unlikely round.
Well, actually, flashbangs. Again, there was one nade here for BetBoom team as they burst in towards ramp. Like, surely you're dropping a flashbang. I feel like a number of these rounds. Yes, that from Dillides is remarkable. It was also despicable from the T side. Just throw an extra piece of utility. It was all there on Anubis. And it feels like we're missing these extra pieces, these extra elements. Oh, okay, that's fast. And now they want to try and right their wrongs. Siren will at least get the trade on Dillides. Moves stuck in the corner, cannot get another one of these quick shots and take another to the grave with him. 4v3, rotate, start to scatter.
Yeah, what a call to go back-to-back ramp, and this time 9 Pandas have the position. They've got Moon there, the AWP are in play, but only good for the one. Hounded out, Dillides gets nothing done. It's a better setup, but a worse outcome. You don't want to commit down B. This is 9 Pandas over rotation. Or maybe the exact rotation they need. Everyone is here for the CTs. Do BetBoom team commit? They look like they want to. From each side they come. Siren will go 1 for 1. And it's on to Shalfie. They know he's here. He just got the frag. But Axile scoops up the bomb. What does he want to do? Oh, great nade. Great nade. Shelfie tries to swing. Magno Jess will come through. Bet Boom team onto 6.
That's so smart. Just the double nade as well. Thrown from the same player, sure, but it's the idea for Axile. I will nade Shelfie. If it lands on him, this second one is going to push him into the fight. Get ready, and they go. That shot from Moon is outrageous, and yet it's still not enough. It's that Axile Magno combo again, earning Bet Boom a 6th round on their T side. Moon's got an auto sniper. Hang on, Moon has an auto sniper in the major qualifier.
Alright, okay. It's an auto sniper with SMGs and a Hero M4.
Where is he?
He's out deep. Oh, no kills for the auto. The AWP would have got one. Let's all recognize that. But you gotta salute the decision to bring out the auto sniper. Ridiculous.
Respect.
Will Dilladev pick it up? It's down there behind him.
So there's a player on silo right now.
Okay.
In fact, it dropped off.
But it's an MP9. Boom is just making sure no one picks up this auto sniper.
Oh, Krad's Lurk's actually going to get punished, I think, by Axel. How's the timing? Oh, Axel, no! He looks at Silo. Because Boomich spotted Krad up there for just a moment, so information missed, and suddenly, this has got completely out of hand. Magno and Zorte are low, and in fact, now it's just Magno's HP bar, the only one relevant. A 1 versus 4, 40 seconds left. First kill is immaculate. But Krad's already disengaged. Villadez is still hopeful for the auto sniper. Whilst he does pick it up, Magno cannot find purchase onto Krad. 30 seconds left. And there goes the auto sniper.
Yes, the auto sniper gets a kill. He's going to keep it. He's going to keep it and pass it to Moon. No way. I can't believe we're seeing the auto sniper in play in a game that will decide if one of these teams goes to the major. That is so 9 Pandas. Ridiculous.
And it gets a kill.
And it gets a kill.
And it's here again. Boomich reduced to a Tech 9. At least there's utility. We haven't seen Bet Boom go for a immediate A rush. That could be a good counter to an auto sniper.
True. That's probably the best place to go. Although he is in A. He's in heaven. Holding Hut. A powerful position with the auto, actually. A lot of players in lobby for Bet Boom team. Magno Jess will be slow lurking outside. Krad, very loud on that drop. We'll go back up. A burst down ramp. They've come ramp so many times. Moon rotates. Auto sniper in position. Raining out terror through the smoke. The auto sniper can't get the second. And Zorte will double down. Shelfie spots out. Magno Jess wide swung on. Destroyed. And Result left in towards main. Scoped out by Magno Jess. Bet Boom team win out the half on the T side.
It was going so well in towards Ramper, but it's just the additional player there for Bet Boom. Look at this again, because the flashbangs. Hey, look, you throw an additional flashbang towards Ramp, it also helps. Zorte gets an essential kill. And then is able to relocate. Dilladev is still dealing with the other players, and Zorte just hits the necessary headshot. And then Magno, surgical. Yet again, outside. Remember, he was 0-6. That was 9-7. Bet Boom team take the lion's share of rounds in this first half. 7 on the T side feels like a very good commodity. However, their CT side has shown frailties. So 9 Pandas are probably feeling like this is still okay.
Yeah, absolutely. However, 9 Pandas did win the pistol, right? They were sitting 2-0 up. And since then, it's only a scattering of rounds that have come through. This map started with a double knife kill for Shelfie.
True.
So the
Yeah, we've
fact
had
that they're on
double
the back
knife,
foot-
auto sniper from 9Pandas.
Yeah, this has been a very 9Pandas half, and it's why I really like this team. I think they're just so fun. And Nuke is the map that I think they have the most fun on. It's why Nuke's the best map in the pool.
Double doolies. A sprinkling of util for Riso. He fakes that it's going to be this A play, but it's Zorte getting the best of the in-game leader. And he looks for more, and he'll find it. That's all the info. 3 players scaling secret with the bomb.
Siren will do it with one, but Axile falls. That's given them the space down. Presence from Siren at ramp. Dilitez scales out onto the site. Magno just denied on his descent. Siren gets gushed. 2 players with barely any HP. It's got to be Boomage. He's got to do it all. USP in hand, can't connect the shots. Crowd goes for a big double. And Zote left and can't remove Moon. So pistol rounds, both of them go for 9Pandas.
They had all the info. They had the opening kill here, BetBoom. And it wasn't enough. The fact that Axel gets removed, you got the instant trader at ramp, you think, okay, well, potentially that could be a way in. That could be the move. But the vent rotate was being held for. All bases were covered there. That was a 3v4. The 9Pandas just completely turn on its head. A full eco for BetBoom team. Our scorelines are about to get tied up. This is the most competitive game we've had all series.
Yeah, right. 3 rounds from 9Pandas on the first map, 5 from BetBoom team on the second. Finally, a bit of fight from both teams. And it's exactly the map you wanted on that decider. When major qualification is on the line. But 9Pandas, sure, some of these players have made it there before, same for BetBoom team, but for the squads, a scattering of players, this will be their first time. For 9Pandas, that hearts were broken in Copenhagen. Sure, a slightly different lineup again at that time. What a relief it would be.
And there are still new results being put forward on the other broadcast streams. Namiga have 2-0'd big and are going to the major in Austin. Medisport are 1 map up against Astralis. Double Org, a familiar feeling for BetBoom team on a CT side. For 9Pandas, we now get to explore what their default looks like. Look at this cache of utility being dropped off by the back of the ladder just to continuously recycle it. It feels like a little bit of a ruse, though. It feels like 9Pandas right now aren't going in towards A. Maybe they will in the next 10 seconds.
Double Org's wild in the first gun round because you don't have the utility. The money's not there.
Here we go.
Oh, the kill's gonna come. A burst out through on the second time. The first Org wins out, but it's the rivals of the T side that get all of the frags. Magno Jess will answer one back through the smoke. Still have Axile, who's gonna slide up to the heavens late. Results holding for it. Can't quite find that headshot angle. Looking for this engagement. Bomb being planted. Axile over the top. Takes down 2. Bomb still goes down. But 9Pandas had all of the advantage. Now it's left onto Shalfie to clutch. He doesn't hear the drop down. Now with the smoke he does. Axel's sticking it. Axel's full stuck it. 10-second defuse in the smoke. Shalfie doesn't believe it. There's just no way. No way at all. Axile, what a baller play.
And what a play, the way he peeked heaven, right? He's jiggles consistently, jiggling, just to get both info. Okay, I know one's at deep because that's the player he shot at first. And then he goes over the tip of the heaven just to look. Oh, there's a second player. Immediate removal, and he holds the spray. What a moment, because the A defenders did not hold at all. They got 1 kill. 1 kill and then 3 went back the other way. That round looked unobtainable for BetBoom, but there's their hero. Axel, a sleeping giant on the server, finally comes out of his slumber. He's only got 5 kills, but they have earned BetBoom so many rounds. The good news for 9 Pandas is you've learnt a valuable thing, is that your A pop, your A execute, does get you the bomb site. And I love the way they approached it as well. The delay, the fake out with all the utility, and then the double layer in behind it.
Yeah, plenty of bodies there for BetBoom team, but they aren't able to find the kills. 1 kill to goes 3.
Oh, this is so quick out of Magno.
He just pushed all the way through. 1 minute and 5. Result ready for that possibility. Not
He was
caught
even holding the
slacking.
heavens. He was even holding this bit here.
Was there a cue that was given over? Doesn't matter. Siren will find that kill, so the trade comes back. But already 9 Pandas scale. They're loud about this, so the rotations will come down towards B. Boom's just going to drop in towards Dark. He's in a really strong position. Swings out, takes down 2. We traded, but the damage from Axel is enormous. Oh, Siren hits 1. Axel with the nade. And BetBoom team only lose 2.
Yeah, they were really fleet-footed there, BetBoom. Just always on their feet, always going mobile. They were pushing and they were forced 9 Pandas to come in towards this B bomb site. That's exactly what Boomich and Axel wanted. The speed of the rotate. And an Axel's utility placement alongside Boomich's double. 9 Pandas caught lacking. Underprepared and underachieved in that round with no bomb plant. Their money smashed to bits. BetBoom. Yet again, another one of these break points that feels necessary. Boomich can start to feel it. The Major only a few rounds away, and if they get by this one scot-free without any over-complications, then they'll be on double digits.
Okay, this is where the Orca does a lot of work.
That gun went into the wall and got stuck in the fencing.
Axel's pushing.
Iconic.
They're not wanting to waste any time. Nice dink out, but unfortunately it's just the Glock. If he has any other pistol, maybe there's a chance for some serious damage. They're going to deal with these pistols with ease. No casualties. BetBoom team, double digits, 3 rounds from the Major.
And keeping 5 alive is so good for the economy. Especially in those rounds prior that Axel has bailed you out on. The fact that you were able to now stabilize. Have money in the bank in case something goes wrong. Your move, 9 Pandas. And Result. The guy that's been performing, one of the best all throughout the MRQ, relegated to a MAC 10.
I think knowing the pressure, we're not seeing so much of the aggressive plays that 9 Pandas are known for on this T side. Sure, we saw that A pop early, but now that double digits looms ahead of them, opting for a slower approach into this gun round. So much on the line. If this one falls, the game starts to slip from your hands, if it's not already.
They only have a couple of flashbangs. I think they want to regroup, rendezvous for this A site, because remember, it did garner them all of that space before when they did run the execute. Everyone starts moving forward. Siren's about to be mollied off, but by tucking on this corner, I think he's going to be okay.
It depends how it lands. Moon's setting it up.
You can cut the tension with the knife. You're watching. Every time you swap to Moon's POV, he's just holding the bottle of flame. We're ready for it. Our BetBoom.
30 seconds. Time's ticking. Here comes the flames. But it's sent down, but it's not the hit. It's all a ruse. Siren's burning out. Cooked alive. Almost goes down completely. They're scaling down ramp. They're scaling fast. Crad caught off. He had a fantastic timing in secret. That's what they were waiting for.
No.
There's a team kill. Disaster strikes for 9 Pandas. And Moon might go down after time. No, Zorte will inflict that casualty. 11 secured. 9 Pandas. Try and get tricky. A late ramp play is disastrous.
You know what? I absolutely love the idea. That's the worst bit about that is I really like the idea behind this. But because you've not put any pressure elsewhere, and because you don't have forward ramp control already, it just meant that Axel could just live and chill out in the corner. There was no need for
It's Crad
Boom
dying
to
too.
rotate anyway. Oh, yeah, that is true.
They were waiting so long because Crad had crossed outside for free. He had not been spotted on his crawl to secret. He gets so deep and then Moon throws the molly. Then they start to hit. Crad is meant to be there to deal with Boomage, who flies out the vent. If that kill goes the other way, suddenly all these players on site aren't there. They can't swing out double. They can't make this difficult for 9 Pandas. They all have to come out towards single, and then Crad is there to support. So that one kill from Boomage completely circumvents half of 9 Pandas' attack and the main part that would have caused that distraction.
And the team kill is just salt in the wound. Your final pause now called out, 9 Pandas. They have got a lot of loss bonus. So they are going to go all in. They're going to have back-to-back buys of equal strength if this one falls flat. You are not eliminated from the MRQ if you lose this best of 3, but the journey to Austin gets a lot more tricky and harder to navigate. So many more best of 3s. So many chances where you cannot make these mistakes.
So many more teams that are very strong. Result finds the first kill. A quick play towards ramp removes Axile. They've found that advantage. Result will remove Zorte as well. Magnajets does get the 1 kill back. Boomage is down here. Result had no clue there could be a rotator because he killed 2 players at ramp, but Boomage drops the vent immediately.
Keep your eye outside. Magno's dropped as well, yes. But Shalfie's in heaven.
Siren
So
should be
too is
aware.
Crad. Siren's holding for this, but he's worried about lobby. That's the only piece of info BetBoom don't have. So they're going to climb and they're going to ascend secret. But the time has already been missed, and Shalfie just flies on Siren. Magno finds 1 more on Moon. 2 versus 2. Crad in the open does a lot of damage on towards Boomage, and Shalfie has now relocated towards B.
The bomb!
But the
Crad
bomb's
had the
been
bomb.
dropped on A. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, it was the Heaven player. That's why Crad's swinging outside. It doesn't matter they get the kill into A. That fast push-up secret, but maybe a chance for Shalfie. First kill is his. Boomage is low HP inside of the A bomb site. And Shalfie doesn't have any knowledge of this position. He's going to have to cross past Boomage's crosshair. Will Shalfie clear this? It's a 50-50 angle, but Boomage falls off it. He wants to play the time. Shalfie's played himself. He expects this is going to be Garage. That was where Boomage was last spotted. It's by time and time alone that Boomage is going to secure map and series and Dallas point. Oh, Austin point, sorry.
It's all Texas.
All Texas, baby.
It's all Boomage. Rent-free in Shalfie's head. And Shalfie's the one that tries to get tricky with it as well, right? Because he goes in towards Vent. He's already wrapping secret. He backstabs Magno. And he backstabs BetBoom team in the pistol. Not once, but twice. But it's Boomage that currently has got the last laugh.
The bomb getting dropped in heaven.
And another
opening
opening.
kill. A burst through. Axel ready this time. At an off angle. Oh, he sprays with the Org. Axile annihilates. The Org gets 4, and that should be the ticket to Austin. Unbelievable. What can Crad do? Nothing, you feel. Reveals himself, goes back to the vent. It's being held at the top, and it's Siren with the final frag. Bet Boom team are going to Austin.
What a performance from Axar. What a call from Boomich. The decisions, we question them because of how bad Dust 2 went. For Bet Boom team, the decision to start on that T side, but Nuke was unbelievable. A masterclass in calling on that CT side. They got 7 rounds on the T side as well. It felt like at times it was their map pick. 9 Pandas completely lost all at sea for the majority of those rounds. It was Cerebral and it was Axel on the defense. So many multi-kill rounds. He started that second half with 3 kills. Ends it with 13, and every single kill you feel like is a round winning one.
Yeah, and the fact that he wins it off a quad kill spray with the AUG at close range on ramp is ridiculous. It's beautiful, really. And yeah, for Bet Boom team, what a moment. We questioned the nuke. It was a very scary decision for them to go into that because they could have sent it to Ancient. They instead go to nuke, a map that 9 Pandas are prolific on, but they clearly had a game plan in mind. Boomage was calling a masterclass on nuke. The mid-rounding, phenomenal. Here is your updated bracket. We have sent one more team through. Namiga came through not too long ago. Bet Boom team now join them and one of Metasport versus Astralis. That one's still to be decided.
Absolutely. And you can see as well in the 1-2 games, Ents, Saw, Bait. They have given themselves one more chance. We have nearly populated this 2-2 bracket. And if you win your 2-2 game, you go through to the 6th place decider. 5 teams directly qualifying through to the major, and then 3 teams that win that 2-2 best of 3 play for one more spot at Austin. That stream for Metasport and Astralis is still going, and that then will then decide the matchups for the 2-2 games. We're going to throw it to a bit of an extended break. Play, and the 2-2 games is set to kick off in about an hour and a half or so. So stay tuned, you don't want to miss it, and we'll be back then.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xbet app. With 1xbet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
It's the last games of the day, Brandon. 3 best of 3s, one across each stream to decide which teams continue to the play-in decider and which teams end their major run.
That's right. You don't just qualify through to the major off of this best of 3. You have to go through the grueling 6th place decider. But that means that every single game is an elimination game. There are no time for mistakes.
No, not at all. And it's all of these teams fighting for one spot. 6 teams, only one team will go through to the major. And it's one grueling best of 3 after one grueling best of 3. Here are the results. 5 teams directly qualified through. We had OG and Heroic who did that yesterday. Today, Namiga, Metasport, and BetBoom team.
They are the ones that have made it through. We've already lost 500, Parivision, BC Game, Fnatic, and Gamer Legion, which leaves one of Saw, Ents, Big, Astralis, 9 Pandas, Bait, all competing for that last major spot in Austin. You can see the alignment of the games as well. Saw versus Ents on the A stream, Astralis versus Big on the B stream. Here, 9 Pandas versus Bait on the C stream. It's going to be a remarkable best of 3, and I'm really happy we've got this one because we've been following the journey of both Bait and 9 Pandas the whole way through commentating the MRQ, so it seems fitting that this is our last best of 3 as well.
Yeah, I just had 9 Pandas not too long ago, and they put up a pretty exciting fight versus BetBoom team. And I think coming into this matchup, these two particular teams, I think it's going to be very similar to the best 3 we had earlier. These are 2 teams that are very exciting to watch. A lot of explosive, aggressive players on each side. And I think from Bait, we saw in their earlier game where they won out over BC Game, eliminating them. We saw a bit more of the Bait that we were expecting to see at this event, which has been really nice. We saw MPL and Headtrick leading the charge. That's been the story for Bait through all of their online Tier 2 CS runs. Here it's been a little all over the place. We've seen Alex, we've seen Essential, and we've seen a fair bit out of Kinzizor. He's kind of been ticking along consistently. It's been Gugubin getting the other pieces, but if this team is going to find success, it should be off Headtrick and MPL.
And you almost want a team that has gone from 0-2 to now 2-2 to potentially qualify through, going after all of those best of 3s. The best of 3s was always the thing that was eluding Bait as an organization when it came to major qualifications. Here they've done the hard bit. They've won 2 best of 3s already, putting them in this position, hoping that they can have this chance. And you're right, Headtrick and MPL are essential. Kenzizor's been brilliant all of this time during the MRQ. Bait feel ready, and they've always had this burden of elimination, something that 9 Pandas have yet to go through, and immediately they get thrown into it after losing that best of 3 against BetBoom team. We'll take a look at this roster because Diladez, Result were brilliant all throughout, The rest of the gang were struggling a little bit. Moon had some good moments on Dust 2, but his AWP was nowhere near as impactful as it was in the best of ones.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really big conversation just coming into this this particular best of three. But it's good to see Result and Dilladez, really fragging out. The two of them, 1.14 for Result, 1.13 for Dilladez. That's across all of the games that they've played so far, which is obviously 3 best of ones and a best of 3. So they've played plenty of maps so far here in the MRQ, and it is good that we're getting that consistency out of the riflers. But yeah, it's some of those other pieces that we're really looking at now that the pressure is on.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you take a look at Shalfie's call-in, and it was really good in one map, and then the other ones, it fell sort of flat. And it's interesting to see that dynamic with the AWP, because Moon was influential in those best of ones, especially against Big, the one in which we covered, because it felt like he was being given a lot of room. In that best of 3 against Betboom, whilst there was this stylistic clash, Moon didn't really have too much say of where he was going. I noticed Moon not going for a lot of opening picks in comparison to what he was doing against Big. So that's a conversation piece. I wonder if we're going to have that again, because Bait and Head Trick, this is the head-to-head that we're going to mention, speaking of Moon. Head Trick plays a little bit more aggressive than Zorte. The issue you've got for 9 Pandas is that when Zorte was playing aggressive on Anubis, they could not stop him. And Hedrick is going to be like this. He's going to be as relentless through every single map in this series. And now the pressure really is on for Moon.
Yeah, I think the question with Hedrick is just, getting him involved, right? Because we've seen in a few of the maps that Bait have played that teams that they've gone up against have done a really good job of circumventing Hedrick and avoiding that fight a lot of the time. And he's been neutralized in a couple of those engagements. We've seen that bounce back, though. He's been being a lot more active. And I think it's really interesting, this 9 Pandas team, and I think it's going to be curious seeing how they go up against Bait, given these are 2 teams that have played each other a couple of times in recent history. Obviously, 9 Pandas, we've had the conversation a couple of times when we've covered them. Their style, the kind of chaos they cause, the aggression, the unpredictability that comes at times, especially with this stand-in of Moon at the last second. And that works really well in terms of disrupting a team like Big, who play a very regimented style of Counter-Strike, very slow, very methodical. Didn't work so well against Betboom, who were taking the fight to them. We saw that, I think, perfectly on Anubis and Nuke in that series earlier. And I think Bait and this entire team plays more similar to Betboom than they do to Big.
Yeah, they do, but they're actually a little bit more cautious. So I think that 9 Pandas will have the gaps that they're looking for. They just won't be as frequent, but it's about making the most of the opportunities when you've got them. We'll take a look at this veto, because this now plays into the next part of the conversation. Because historically, these 2 teams have always sort of been playing Mirage and Dust 2 in the veto. I expect it to go here again. You see that 9 Pandas have to sort of pick into this, because their map veto is not favourable compared to Bait's. Bait's got better win rates on every single one of these maps.
Yeah, these are basically the maps you'd expect it to come through. Bait just have all of the freedom to do what they want here. They play the full map pool, so they don't need to worry about Train being punished. It's one of their less played maps. They can get rid of Nuke, a map they've been struggling on. They know 9 Pandas are good at. Dust 2 is the only place 9 Pandas can go, which is good because Dust 2 looked quite good from them earlier. We saw against Betboom team how solid this 9 Pandas team is on Dust 2. But Bait are no slouches on this either. It's not going to be a walk in the park like it was earlier. Mirage, this has been Bait's bread and butter. They've played it 25 times this year, and they've won it 84% of the time. They are masters of Mirage. Brandon, they're on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 map win streak on Mirage.
They're really good at it. They're really good at it because they've got that perfect blend of aggressive riflers and then Hedrick being flexible in where he wants to go. The danger for Dust 2, and why we sort of speak about this for Bait and 9 Pandas, is the last time these 2 teams played against each other was in CCT. Yes, it was in February. Yes, it was probably with a slightly different 9 Pandas roster. But Bait destroyed them. They got 10 rounds on CT side, and they won 13-4. Then you go into Mirage, that was 13-7 in favour of Bait. The decider on that matchup was supposed to be Anubis. This time it's Ancient. Look at the win rates, 80%, 84%, 50% sure. whatever, you favour bait. You favour bait massively in this matchup, and the momentum that they're carrying forward into this, it hasn't been 2-2 in terms of the highs of 9 Pandas going from 1-0 to 1-1 to then 2-1 to then 2-2. Okay, well, we're here. Bait has been 0-2. Fighting for survival. You've gone into the survival instinct mode so early into this run. And yes, that could potentially take it out of you, but what we saw this morning against BC Game was the bait that we're used to seeing. And if finally they've got everything clicked, and maybe it took a little bit of time to warm up into this event, if they're playing like this now, I'm very worried for the longevity of 9 Pandas in the MRQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything here looks very promising for bait. There obviously was a chance to go for the Nubis in the decider, but I think if it hadn't played out how it did earlier for 9 Pandas, then maybe they would have considered that. But
maybe
they got dismantled, and I don't think they want to go back to that map anytime soon. So Ancient, a logical endpoint if we even need it. And both these teams have played today, right? That is going to be a factor coming into this. For bait, it was a lot earlier. For 9 Pandas, they did get a bit of an extended break just because that Australis Metasport series went on for so long. But yeah, I don't know how much of a factor that is, you know, that difference of 3 hours or not. You're shaking your head. You don't think it's going to play a factor at all?
No, not at all. Just simply put, these teams grind online Counter-Strike, and they're probably playing Counter-Strike in their free time when they're not actually having officials. They play 2 best of 3s, 3 best of 3s across multiple different events every single day. This is a more relaxed day because you actually had a little bit of a break. I've seen teams in CCTs before play a game at 9 and then having to go into a different CCT series at 12 and just go immediately into the next game. So no, I think they're chilling.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. And yeah, I think for both teams, an environment they're very familiar with, and I don't think there's really any sort of edge you give to either. So, which comes back to the current form, comes back to the map pool. Everything favors bait in this matchup, but 9 Pandas are a team with so much unpredictability. They've got that X factor that you can never count them out, even when the odds don't look good against them.
It is true. And one player that I think has been really redefining Bait's process and journey in the MRQ has been Kenzizor. And the best maps we've seen Bait play is with Kenzizor in D2 and Mirage. So he is a massive factor. One of these teams gets eliminated, out of contention for the major at the end of this best of 3. Let's find out who it's going to be.
Dust 2, where this journey continues or ends for one of these teams. 9 Pandas, familiar territory. They were here earlier, had a good showing versus Bet Boom team. And look at this aggression from Bait. Result expecting it, but only good for the 1. Off the back of that, 9 Pandas will scale out long. Won't quite get here before head trick.
It's actually going to be, I was going to say aggressive. Tucks in towards the corner. Alex also cops a dink, so does Essential. These players are low, but it's one bullet from the USP that will be the difference maker for Bait. Bomb planted, tricky retake.
Yeah, no kit either, so jumping up Kenzizor. That's a bold move to make, but that will be a lot cleaner. Straight into the head of Moon. Difficulty is this is planted for long. And removing this player in pit is going to be almost impossible, especially with the dual Berettas. Diladez is taking them down. Keeps on going, and he'll get the quad kill. Diladez from downtown secures the pistol.
And you see the jump in dual Berettas at the first time of asking, and you think if you're 9 Pandas, they're probably going to do that again at some point. And Diladez is being given these heads on a silver platter. The jumping inaccuracy versus his precise clicks, more than enough to give 9 Pandas the pistol. And shout out Result for jumping, jiggling, not seeing anything, and still clearing close. Because if that timing gets hit, if Bait are allowed 2 players to go into long doors undetected, it completely shifts 180.
Force buy from Bait. Down 2 kills in it. We know they do like to go for the force buys. Shelfie will find the first kill though. That's onto head trick. Just a fast push up short to catch him off guard. The scout falls. Removing that threat of the scout. It's picked up now by MPL, so it is still in play. They're just trying to pull bait around, trying to make it so that they don't stack somewhere and they walk into that stack.
Oh, it's all on timing here. If MPL can just slow them down a little bit, this short rotate is going to be everything. Missed shot the first time of asking and the second. So Moon will at least open up, and now Dilladez has got all the luxury of controlling short. It's a great shot back from Essential, but spotted out by Resol, and Crad has dealt with Alex in the back lines. Essential just looking to hold on to this AK-47. Will at least manage the first obstacle, but there's plenty more coming his way. He'll try and get out a dodge and hold on to a premium weapon.
Drops the smoke and shot. That's actually kind of cheeky, because you can see it's keeping that player at top mid from progressing. Crad thinks it hasn't potentially crossed. I'm not sure about walking back first, though, into B. That does not work out well, so Moon will scoop up the AK. 9 Pandas will deal with every player on that force fight.
They thought for a second about doing it again, about repurchasing everything, but no, not going to be the case. No FAMAS purchase for Alex. A couple of Deagles scattered into the mix. But for 9 Pandas, they got rid of the tricky obstacles. That force buy and the pistol. They can get off to a really good start. Very similar to Bet Boom team. And that game earlier, they ran rings around them.
Hedrick's going to rock a scout next round, it would seem. He's decided to go for Deagle armor just to give a little threat into this round. But that threat is neutralized quickly. Alex will scoop it up in his place. Moon's just hitting headers from all the way down long.
He's great on Dust too. Just so influential, Moon. We spoke about the Anubis game versus Betboom team earlier and how much we didn't actually say his name. He had one multi-kill, and that was enough to get 9 Pandas around, and that was it. That was one of the very few rounds that 9 Pandas are actually able to achieve. But here, he's being a nuisance already. So is Dilladez, which is exactly what the Doctor ordered for 9 Pandas. 3-0, they've already bettered that T-side win conversion against Bait from last time around. Essential saved enough money to get Hedrick and Orp in the next, so we've got that to look forward to, at least if you're a Bait fan.
I still just got a Deagle. What happened there?
Vibing?
Maybe they just didn't fully buy into this round so that they would have everything into this round. Like they, didn't want to buy Galil or something.
Maybe he was trying to manage his economy for Moon, and Moon's just
Yeah.
chilling anyway.
Alright, well. 3-0 start. Moon will get the AWP out. Hedrick has his. He wants to get involved. I don't know if he'll have that fight out long. Instead, it's all about setting up Kenzizor, who will scale over. Spam from MPL. Does a lot of damage, so they commit a lot of bodies out here. And off the back of this, 9 Pandas identify a potential gap. Shelfie's already out mid, but Alex starts to move over.
You need to not take risks here if you're 9 Pandas. Just smoke off if you're going mid to B. Or you can just leave Shelfie to be a tricky lurk. Pressure now being applied. The squeeze in towards short. Dilladez notes nothing. Who's going to be the next player to give over something to 9 Pandas? Essential staring at a lurk smoke. Alex and MPL now recognize that they can maybe boost up and get around this mid to B smoke, but Shelfie just hides within both.
Oh my god. He actually gets through. Spam comes in and he manages to scale over, but surely he's going to get dealt with. Yeah, pushing him. Oh, never mind. Shelfie, he's the one that deals out death. MPL slides back. Can he drop the bomb? No, Crad ducks the bullets. No smoke. Has to get dropped late. Hedrick is found too, and it's Result and Crad very low. 30 seconds. Look at the push from Kenzizor. Oh, Essential just about gets result. Crad swaps to the AWP, and I don't fancy his odds.
Really good round from Bait, just moving so fluidly around the map, and it's all because Essential lives on B. Shalfie has a little cursory glance. If he's able to maybe take that fight, if he's able to get that frag, again, the paradigms for this round completely shift. But because Essential stayed alive, because you dealt with the threat in towards mid, all that attention is being put onto the left-hand side of the map, and then it allows that push for Kenzie's AWP. Really good communication and reactions being put forward. A solid default from Bait once they have all the rifles available.
Pause from 9 Pandas does not net success. Shalfie almost threads through and causes some problems.
They second guessed themselves, didn't they? Because if you just smoke it to B and you go instantly, they would have had Essential versus the world.
Yeah. Flash over. They want to fight long. Alex will charge out off the second flash, but Result gets the kills. Essential can't deliver. MPL has done a lot of damage. But he's worried about this short play. Comes back, delivers. NPL stepping up with a 3-piece. And it's Moon left alone after all of this.
And he was the one that was initially spammed by MPL through that long smoke. So it's 1 bullet to remove the AWPer, but it's 2 bullets from his sniper to get the round for 9 Pandas. Crossing this is going to be tricky. Angle management starts to flirt through his brain, but oh, the timing isn't good enough. But MPL misses, but not the second time of asking. He hits the hardest shot on towards sight. No bomb plant, AWP secured, and a quad for MPL.
Yeah, massive round from MPL. That looks like it's going to be a disaster for Bait. Everyone is falling out long. Let's watch back how that played out, because Alex goes down without anything. Shalfie gets the kill onto the AWP, and it's even trades there. But a late nade thrown by MPL. The scaling back, ready for that short player. Brilliant multi-kill to get that round over, and a second for Bait. Not to mention, it's put 9 Pandas on notice. We've got a single hero AK in play.
Look at this boost from Shalfie, though. This is awesome. MPL, oh, just jiggles in the nick of time, escapes from that tricky play being set up by 9 Pandas, trying to get the hero AK involved. Instead, it's just dropped on the floor. Head trick is now being even more influential. It's that duo again.
It's Result trying to swing out and can't activate with that recovered AK. So that's all the players with armor dealt with.
Oh, Essential's now just pushed off the tunnels at the same time as Kenzie's holding. This is about to get a whole lot more dangerous for 9 Pandas. They've got no idea, and Essential is right behind them. Kenzie's lets them know that he's the B defender, but he can't muster any of them. Essential's got his knife out. You need to pull your gun out, mate. Finally. Crad removed, MPL steps in, and that should be the only casualty suffered. Kenzie's dropped. But Bait will equalise the scoreline. God, he had his knife out.
Yeah. Well, they think, right, that with his teammates going down, it's going to be the scaling through mid, and he's not on B anymore, so he wants to try and be fast, you know, on that flank. But yeah, knife out. Could have got disastrous if anyone was looking at him.
Because Shalfie had that hero AKs now on a hero pistol. Boost up for Moon. Kill collected.
Start of things, a big swing out. Result gets a freebie. MPL trades. For the amount of bodies out there, you really didn't expect that he'd win that fight.
Oh, this is a really good mid-round right now. But Kenzie's positioning could be everything. If he goes down the stairs, though, it could be to his detriment. Scope overlooked. He gets a dink and no kills. And MPL's been silenced outside long as well. It was looking so good and then so bad for both teams. And 9 Pandas thrive within that little bit of a timing window.
The fact that 9 Pandas win that fight out long is crazy. Obviously, they get the opening kill. We feel Kenzie's can even end the round there. Check, there's 3 CTs out on this corner, but they're just not ready for Result's timing. And MPL, yeah, he gets the trade, but if it's a little earlier, might have been able to help his teammate.
Yeah, they didn't swing together, did they? Moon.
Flag.
Oh. Double AWP. Now you've seen one, and now you know that two are involved. Headtrick equipped to deal with lower. As MPL pushes top mid. Maybe he can catch Result. No, Result is too prepared.
Crowd needs to be careful because Hedrick is hanging out here, ready. Well, he was ready. Decides to fall back. Okay. It's a nice way to get an equalizer. Just a little bit of spam.
And that's nice info as well. He's still hanging outside long here. Result. The bomb's now moved over. Crad's taken all of this lower tunnel space. And now 9 Pandas start to get inquisitive. The only real map control they've got is over towards B. So it looks like that's where their journey will end.
Smoke lands in their faces. That is somewhat frustrating. Crad's drawn the ire of a lot of bodies. One little lurk smoke. Oh my god, just knife out as he walks into the corner. Lucky Kenzo doesn't catch him, but Kenzo is playing around this with Essential by his side. That spots one.
Oh.
What?
He tries to get out. He tries to get
ready
out,
for
but
that
Dilladez. Dilladez can't get by him either. Kenzie has just eviscerated two with the MP9. Chop them up into little pieces, and then that allows Headtrick to go on the angle. Moon's also got his knife out. The double AWP gambit for 9 Pandas pays out absolute no results.
Crad?
They were so indecisive here, Lucy. Yeah, the Crad one as well, but they've got all the tunnels. They're getting ready to go, and one smoke from Essential pushes them all back in towards mid. Crad thinks he's got space, but nobody peeks from bait. No one jumps the gun on the rotate, and they just feel stuck.
Result will get long. Alex swings out wide, drops the bomb. Shalfie goes down, and now you can fall back. You have lost long control.
Look at MPL, though. This is really good space. And Alex just keeps fighting forward. Dilladez will actually scoop up an AK and scavenge it. Result has now spotted players over towards CT, but the bomb's the issue. And Headtrick's going to look back around. Result ducks underneath default. Important moment if Result can get this kill on Headtrick. But even so, how do you get this bomb?
Okay, he scoped in. Result just trying to play the trigger discipline. And see if he maybe catch someone else off guard. But no one's pushing. A lot of time to work with. He's just pausing, waiting for Moon to work to get that bomb. Hedrick starts to move. Result. Oh my god. Is this the round-winning play? Gets that kill, but no. There's no follow-through because MPL pushed lowered. And now Result, great kill back. Maybe he can still pull this off. No, denied by Kenzizor through the smoke.
I have a lot of respect for that, for Result, because what he was hoping is that Headtrick would go around the corner and he's able to line up two. But Headtrick just stops moving. So he's like, oh, okay, well, I've got to get the kill now, and hopefully this can create a pathway for Moon. Hopefully he can use his movement just to get in towards short quite quickly. Didn't expect MPL. MPL on his aggressive timing in towards lower. Profits, full bait, because no one knew he was there. And he didn't move the entire time. No need to with the bomb on the floor. A weird round. The fact that Resort had all that info in towards middle. The fact that he had Headtrick in the palm of his hand and was trying to maneuver him and masquerade into something a little bit greater, but Bait, ever since they've got these guns out, they've only lost one round. The gun rounds have been brilliant for the CTs.
Hedrick will be so confused on that timing because he held long for so long and nothing ever appeared. Like, you didn't see a single player. For a good 30 seconds, it felt. It's like, how did he get that timing on me?
It would have been a shock. Like, you would have got jump scared by that.
Really nice call from Bait, though, just to swarm on middle when that bomb's dropped. Bringing players in from every angle just to make it so extracting is so difficult.
The fact that Alex re-swings. He gets pushed into the fight by the molly, which is exactly what 9 Pandas wanted, and he goes even wider for the second swing, and that's what they're not ready for. They're hoping he's just on the corner, that's where their crosshair is, but no. He completely misdirects it. And now you're working with very minimal. Just Tech 9s. Just a couple of pistols. This time it's MPL the one getting aggro.
They'd have done well to claw this back to them being in the lead after a 9 Pandas explosive start. Definitely a threat in this round with the armor on these pistols. The lack of util does make it tricky. MPL could be in danger. There are 5 Ts about to burst through, and yeah, too many players. They swarm, an M4 collected, and they're not going to slow down. Alex behind default, trying to keep them at bay, and he has done well more than that. A tap down, and it's just Crad remaining. Alex has removed all 4 on their way in and kept 9 Pandas at bay.
So impressive about how calm he is in that situation. After MPL gets run down, you know you need to get at least 2. And he's just taking his time. Even this 4th kill, so deliberate. Small little taps, not losing control of the situation. It's expertly done from Alex. Pandas, the thing is, they're really anticipating there's going to be aggression because Bait have been swinging in towards top mid more often than not. This time it is Kenzizor who's going to be affected by one of these mollies. But no one's in lower to really take advantage of it. Moon starts spamming from the other side of E-Box. Kenzizor is still alive, and MPL is providing a little bit more resistance. That allows Kenzizor the space to capitalize on what his teammate started. 3 versus 3. And now for Bait, they converge in towards middle.
I love that from MPL, knowing that Kenzie's stuck there getting spammed out. Sharpie's going to go fast. Essential's surely going to be ahead of this. No way. Ready for him. Sharpie, wide swings. Hedrick gets 1. And a second. Through the doorway. Did he see him?
Must have.
Nade pantses him, and he definitely gets a whiff of that one. Now the group up. Hedrick and Alex can play together. Moon has a lot to do. Looking for any sort of presence given. The swing out. Hedrick, a massive triple.
Hedrick's playing out of his mind right now. I'd love to see that shot on Shalfie. I think he's literally seen a pixel and just banged him out through the side of the wall. 9 Pandas start to call this timeout because they know the difference between 7-5 and 8-4 in a matchup like this is vast. They were in control in the early stages of this game, but ever since Hedrick got his AWP out, ever since MPL has been able to have an M4 in his hands, it's been a complete role reversal. These gun rounds have been exemplary from Bait. And for 9 Pandas, they come into this with, what, 1 AK? Maybe a second one that Shalfie can provide, but Moon's on a Scout, Resalt's on a Galil. It's dangerous. Look at this streak. 3 rounds, then 4 rounds in a row. Only 1 blemish on that record.
Yeah, 3-0 start. Turns into Bait on the 7-4 lead. Dropping just 1 round of those 7. A fight out. Flashbang is good. Alex able to fall back. Wants to re-engage, but doesn't win that duel. Dealer Des gets the opening frag. Rotation will come. MPL and Hedrick on site. And for 9 Pandas, it looks pretty clear their intent. A is going to be the play, but you got to get past his AWP. Hedrick starts to move forward, and he'll remove Moon before he can get into position, and he won't slow down. Hedrick has a point to prove, and he is making it a sharp one. Crowd will eventually run him down. MPL's still here. And maybe that 4 position from Hedrick has baited him in at Gandalf. Kenzizor, though, falling long makes this all the more difficult on the retake. MPL looking for that timing. Strikes, finally. Resalt, known at the ramp. You know also Shalfie out towards long. HP advantage, a smoke kit's available. Everything you need to deal with this long plant, but not with Result. who despite the low HP wins out the duel and not ready for the reposition, but MPL still gets the frag. Picks up the smoke. It's all about the defuse now. 34 HP. Shalfie just needs to tap him out, but it's about finding your mark in the smoke. Guys can't see a thing, and with 5 seconds, he cannot connect the bullet. The smoke and kit enough for MPL.
And he commits highway robbery. In towards Gandalf, wastes so much time. The player in towards short, then further baits MPL in. He's able to get rid of Crad over at default. Head trick starts everything in the best possible manner. And the fact that MPL's got the presence of mind to go back it and get that smoke. He knows he's got the kit. He knows he's got the time to play with. And Shalfie can't manage it. That was in-game leader versus in-game leader for our last round of our first half. And once again, a very familiar and settling feeling for bait. Head trick and MPL at the top of the board. Everyone else chiming in with important contributions. Ignore Asensio, he's been the B player and have gone B once.
Yeah, MPL single-handedly winning 2 rounds with massive multi-kills.
If not more.
Probably, yeah. But in terms of clear clarity of result, and head trick, the amount of insane multis he got that last round, brilliant double. Enough to slow down this attack from long, because they were already at the man disadvantage at that point. 8-4 feeling very good for bait, especially when a 3-0 start at 1 round.
That's
for
it.
9 Pandas.
They won 1 gun round. That's the reality of the situation. 9 Pandas have won 1 gun round all game so far. And it was a round that gave you double orbs. That's what they've tried. It didn't work. They've tried a mishmash of weaponry. It didn't work. They then tried going all 5 players through 1 choke point in long. And it didn't work. You ran out of ideas. You gotta remember, this is their map pick. This is the map that they absolutely manhandled BetBoom team on earlier today. But this bait project's an entirely different beast. One that has got a very diverse map pool. One that has been grinding in the shadows of Tier 2 for such a long time. A team that has wanted to make the major and has been so tantalizingly close in 2 occasions. They've been 1 best of 3 away and could never manage it. Then they go to the Shanghai RMR and they can't even win a map. This time they've done it. They've broken that curse. They've been able to win a series. And better yet, they won a second one only this morning. The journey to the major has never been clear-cut for bait. It has always had these twists and turns. And maybe it's the more convoluted route. Maybe it's the one that is more difficult, the path most trodden. So many best of 3s you will now have to play. For one of these teams out of potential 6, Austin is still in sight.
Crazy thing is, they come into this event and they lose the first 3 maps they play. They lose to Metasport, 7-13. They lose to Saw in a crushing double OT on Anubis. Goes into that elimination game versus Paravision. They're a map down from the start. They had to reverse sweep Paravision, and that was Dust 2 that they lost out on too. That was that 11-13 crushing loss where they should have forced OT.
They should have won that game 2-0, let's be honest. They really should have.
From there, they have not dropped a map from that Dust 2. The reverse sweep on Paravision, a 2-0 on BC game. They're on a 4-map streak. Now they come into this, and they're looking like they want to add a 5th to the tally.
And you look on the other end for 9 Pandas, where it has been so up-down, and you can never really get your emotions in check to a certain extent, because you get that high of destroying big on Mirage. You then go on to lose to OG, and that's fine, because OG qualify through 3-0. You can't be too disheartened with that. But then, moving forward, you lose a really tough game against BetBoom, a tough series, one in which you feel like you've got the advantage on veto-wise. You are able in the best of 1 to beat out Saw 13-11, so that's something that Bait couldn't do, in theory, but you're still at this juncture where that best of 3 versus BetBoom was not a normal, ordinary best of 3, because the first map you get completely destroyed, the second map you completely destroy them. It's almost like you played another best of 1, in theory, on Nuke.
both the best of ones technically they played on Nuke have not gone their way, surprisingly. So yeah, it's an inverted story for both teams coming into this. But I think you do kind of posture bait as the favorites, just on paper. And I think the last couple of series we've seen from them, as I've been saying, that the bait that you're expecting to see, and this one's panning out that way already, right? With the MPL and Headtrick show in that first half, I think we're really going to be continuing to see bait in the form they should be, and that's been the concern of the past. You talk about the result in Shanghai and how crushing that was. You mentioned just on day one, Headtrick, right? Really struggled at that Shanghai IRMR. That was where he was really feeling the pressure and couldn't perform. We're not getting that here. We're seeing a Headtrick that has really grown as a player and is thriving. He looks like the Headtrick in his peak, and that is brilliant to see for this young guy in this team.
I think it's because Bait are playing now finally the Counter-Strike we expect them to be playing. I wonder how much of it is psychological when you kind of get to these events where you feel like you have to reinvent yourself. And I think the way that the VRS has now shifted these MRQs, where a lot of the MRQ will be tier 2 teams, this is only going to favour teams like Bait because you've got the familiarity. You know exactly how you can play against them. You don't have to change your identity. And I feel like that is beneficial for Headtrick. That's really beneficial for MPL. We've already seen MPL just being really brazen about his peaks because he knows he can kill these people. He knows that he's going to have the more favourable outcome here, and it's been really interesting to see. I think what's scary for 9Pandas right now is the fact that a few rounds in, I said, oh, Moon's really good on this map, and he was destroying people with the AK-47. With the AWP, he's been non-existent. Like, that's the reality. The reality is he has not been on the server compared to Headtrick. And that has to change. And hopefully on CT side, he can be a lot more active. He can then be playing in the similar positions, the way that Headtrick was sort of for Bait. But that's your concern right now, is the fact that all of the pieces aren't really here yet for 9Pandas. And it feels like from minute one, you've got everyone on Bait on the server aligned with what they want to achieve.
Yeah, I think I saw one round with Moon with the AWP where he took down Headtrick, who peaked really aggressive lower at the doorway. But that was it. Like, that was the only kind of moment we saw from Moon with the sniper. Well, we'll get a little technical. Going to check in on the other two games that are going on. Obviously, Astralis versus Big. I think that game's going to have a lot of eyes on it. Astralis narrowly missing out on qualifying straight through earlier against Metasport. That was a 3-mapper that really could have gone either way, but for Metasport, a huge victory, of course. Going up against the Big, who have been very hot and cold. This is a team that it's hard to know exactly what to expect from them at different stages. Looks like they've started this one a little cold as well. It's currently 7-3 as I look at the HTV scoreboard.
Oh, wow,
with
okay.
Astralis in the lead on the CT side. So that's on Big's map pick too. And then on the other game, it's a bit closer affair. Saw versus Ents, which, another one with two teams that just about scraped through their earlier games. We saw beating out Gamer Legion in a 3-mapper, Ents beating out Fnatic in similar fashion. Two massive, I think, underdog victories on both parts, I would say. Especially the Saw Gamer Legion one. There's maybe an argument to be made that Ents probably are, in some respects, a bit more favored than Fnatic just because of the experience of a roster. They've been playing together as a 5 for a bit longer.
Yeah,
but
I don't know. They're definitely underdogs in that.
Yeah, well, it's mainly like the point I'm making is that Fnatic have got to stand in. Jambo's only recently joined the team. That's the only real reason. On paper, when you look at the players, sure, Fnatic should be qualifying. They didn't, and they still are going through that rebuild, right? But yeah, for Ents, they're one of those teams that I think is really, really exciting and definitely has a chance to make this run. We're not sure exactly when this game's going to get back underway, Brandon. So I think a short break and when we get back, we'll continue Dust 2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Second half about to kick off here between Bait and 9 Pandas. Scoreboard at the top's a little bit flipped. It's Bait that have got 8 rounds as they now swap onto that T side. And for 9 Pandas, they need this pistol. They need to come back because pistols was the only thing they were getting in that first half.
Yeah, it was 3 off the trot, and then not a lot of follow through from there. 1 gun round, all they posted, and Result flashed off. Doesn't fire the shot. Has a crossfire with Moon if they do continue, but Bait just feign it, and Result's not biting.
Look at Shalfie. Shalfie's pushed it. It all hinges on a lot of timing, and Crad blocked that smoke, so it gives there's a little bit more room. Shalfie has fallen, so that's going to drag the Dinades rotate all the way through to B. Crad needs to find something, because Essential has got rid of his teammate on the site. Smoke goes in towards mid to B. Flashbang available if they want to burst through, but instead, that bomb is accompanied over, and Moon can't do anything except get deleted by Headtrick and Result the same fate. And it's Crad that was the only one that got a kill into this round, is now the last one alive, and he's just desperately trying to hold on to his P2K.
Nice shot there, but yeah, no chance into this one. Does have a kit, so if they did feed him a lot of kills, then, well, maybe there would have been something to say, but Essential, big round with a 3K. And gets the 2 critical kills that win that round. The pushing Shalfie, who, as soon as he goes down, you know, is his pathway through to B. Diladez runs over, gets there in time, but the fact that Diladez goes down, that's the round. Like, you can just go straight into B. There's nothing stopping you. All this fighting in mid, sure, that's, you know, definitely consequential if it goes the way of 9 Pandas, but they're already at such a deficit. So essential winning that round for them, and now we have a bit of a brawl out long. Flashbang, head trick, run down by the pistol. Well, do you want to keep fighting? Okay, I guess they do. Okay, that's maybe cause for concern. Time to reroute.
You got to know they're all there. You have to know that they are all there. Maybe one on B max. Essential still holding. Flashbang dodged, but again, only a 1-for-1. You're now trapped in towards top middle. The fight keeps being taken to them, and that is a big detriment. Bait just hold their horses. And 9 Pandas just gallop straight in towards top middle. Moon with a USP has got the element of surprise. Maybe he can get rid of the bomb. Jumping up, but no. So preoccupied with MPL's footsteps that Alex can just sneak in. And Bait survived the scare of the 9 Pandas flooding at long.
Horses are held. Round is secured. Really nice from 9 Pandas, though. I love that approach. All they have is the smoke, HE, and I think 2 flashbangs. 1 flashbang. I think they pick up the second flashbang from head trick. But really nice just to isolate a player going for the long control early, because it's never going to be into that second round a full commit out long. At most, you might get that chance to catch off one player, which works exactly as they want. The fact that they're able to isolate all of these one-on-ones just with wide-swinging pistol players, making it hard to track with the rifles. Great way to inflict a lot of damage. Result wants to change the fate out long. Result wins that duel, and flashbangs mean he cannot swing to try and trade. And if he does, Moon is out in the open.
Brilliant. Really good flash by Moon to prevent Result from falling. He just stands his ground. 2 opening picks out long. A familiar feeling for 9 Pandas. As they try and hold on further, they are swinging, they are looking for more info, but Shalfie has got the better weaponry. MPL will at least get rid of Crad, and now you've got Result and Shalfie low. Despite MPL's HP bar, this 2 versus 4 is somewhat achievable.
Yes, but it's going to rely on some tricky navigating, because Moon is going to start to re-clear long. Now, this is a 1v1, potentially give it over. Moon doesn't want to stick around. The flames will keep him at bay. Diladez is just going to chill. His job is to stare into B, and I think, based on MPL's positioning, Brandon, we're not going to get too much more out of this round. I think this might be about it.
Yes, indeed. So holding on to these 2 AKs, bringing them forward and towards the next round. You're going to be forcing back in anyway if you're Bait. You're on the first stage loss bonus. But for 9 Pandas, this long fight, they're more than happy to take it. And I think Bait are not appreciating the fact that 9 Pandas want to wrestle for this control. And they will just keep swinging. Really good supportive flashbangs in that round, as previously mentioned, with Moon. Give 9 Pandas a way back in. 1-for-1 gun rounds in this second half. That already feels a lot better than what happened earlier. And Diladez has got his AUG out again.
It's crazy to me, the AUG, like, especially...
I'm gonna have to try it now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've seen him anchoring B with it a couple of times now, but my concern in this round... Okay, he's been given the smoke. My concern was, like, obviously it's a lot more expensive. So you're lacking util. Right, and we get to see firsthand how good the AUG is, all right? So this is your test to decide whether it's a worthwhile investment. All right, 1, almost 2, doing a lot of damage, a hell of a lot of damage, and there's still no molly landing. It goes down, but it's too late. And Diladez will take down 2, bring 3 down low. I think the AUG passes with flying colors.
I'd say so, and so does Shalfie. MPL next up to the chopping block, and Alex has only got a Tech 9, so he wants to sort of tread carefully in towards the tunnels to maybe even get a gun.
This is like watching any of my teammates try and take B. One guy standing backside with a rifle is just undone you. Just spamming. Like, it's crazy. Obviously, there's a lot of micro into that for Dilladaz's half, where, you know, he's playing a bit of a cheeky angle on the left-hand side of the box. He's doing a fantastic job of ducking and avoiding the flashbangs when they come. The smoke lands at a good time for him as well to continue fighting.
Molly misses as well, so it doesn't push him out the corner.
There's a lot that goes into it, but yeah. Feels a little silly for bait. They don't even get out the passageway. You see, look where the bodies are. They don't even really get into the start of the tunnel.
And another one of these double rifle saves. So Hetrick's going to have an empty bank account at the start of next round. Alex only with 200, and yes, they're going to be saving anyway, but in this round, it's going to be even more important to keep hold of these guns, because you're only going to get 2,400 in towards the next.
Yeah, look at the molly. It's in front of him. He's just firing away. Happy as Larry.
Same again, maybe a bit faster.
Yeah, Tech 9s, they don't fully invest. I'm going to commit early, but Shalfie is down and lower, and Crad up on a cheeky little angle. Baits in Shalfie perfectly. The nade lands flush in the face. Sure, Kenzie still gets the trade, but it's costly to him too, so 9 Pandas in a fantastic position.
They got this double setup as well. Crab playing anti, Moons take the contact as they try and creep by the doors. Kenzie Zor, oh! What a flick back down. Potential stands in the doorway. It's a lazy clear on towards Crad. This bait and switch setup works perfectly. MPL will at least get the first kill, but Dilladez immediately slides around the corner. Doesn't give MPL any room to escape. And 9 Pandas get 3 in a row. It did look a little bit touch and go there for bait, as they eventually do get that total control. This flick is everything from Moon.
Almost gets caught off guard, doesn't he? That would have really given away in. MPL gives it a red hot go. There we go. Got to see a bit out of Moon there with the flick down. You hear that music, Brandon? That is the timeout music. And I think what's remarkable is that I feel like I've just not heard that this week at all.
It's a good beat.
Just the teams are not taking a lot of timeouts. Obviously, the lack of coach present is a big part of that, but timeouts certainly have their place in these big elimination games in terms of resetting your mental and taking that moment to talk with the team.
Another fight out long. Oh! Big day damage on towards Kenzizor and Head Trick, but Bait get the space. So Shalfie looks to take it away from them elsewhere. A little cruel in towards tunnels. Molly goes deep to help out with Dilladez spamming. And I get all of this control, and 9 Pandas start to realise that it's probably only going to be long. But it isn't. They vacate, they leave. And Shalfie is walking away. Does he hold on to this? Because there's 4 players over here right now. Shalfie, okay, is still holding.
Yeah, Dilladez starts to move too. Really good smoke timing.
They might just walk through it.
Flashbang doesn't affect Shalfie. He plays that to perfection, but only good for the one. Essential gets the trade. Dilladez, walk in hand, and comes over from the window. Again, only good for one. The trade is fast, but so is Crad on this flank. Hetrick is going to also be a late activation, but it might be too late. Crad's here. The bomb's not down yet. Crad, can he deny it? Oh, the head was there for a moment. Takes him too long to lock in. Gets the frag. Essential misses the chance, but a good adjustment back. Essential, this is his round. And he has that support from Headtrick coming through the back lines. Result forced to pick it up, and he can't put it down. Essential with an essential quad kill.
That was insane. That was so insane from Essential. The jump up from Crad. He takes his time. He doesn't see the bomb planter initially. And Essential just goes, wait there, just 1 second. I have to kill your teammate in window first. Target selection is supreme from Essential. And Headtrick's lurk is absolutely vital in keeping him alive. 11-7, finally a breakthrough, finally something crafted out of absolutely nothing from Bait, because 9Pandas had all that map control. And where they've been accumulating so much damage in the rounds that they've been winning, 9Pandas, look at the repercussions. 1 AWP, 1 M4, that's cool, but 3 MP9s?
All that hard work, and now Headtrick has removed Moon.
Oh, that's one of the premiums. Just laying to waste on the floor in CT. At least Riesel has gained long. Him and Crad are going to double up and hope that Bait will reset into this. Very much like the last round where they put pressure over towards mid and B. And maybe reset on the other extremity. But no. Instead, Alex is holding for a push out long. This is all by design. Now mid and B starts to be the pressure that Bait apply. But they want short. Can Alex hear Result?
Yeah, I don't think so. In that position? Just gonna group up. Beta gonna keep this simple, it looks like. Oh.
Oops.
It's alright, you missed it once. We'll give it another go.
Look at Crad.
Look at all the rotations. Yeah, Crad gets caught. The swing down. Headtrick and MPL. Duo frags, full out in tandem. Mirage is still here.
Time.
MP9, okay, no, nothing crazy to happen. The miss mid smoke gives them an opening, and they'll take both.
I think they were always going to go mid to B. That was always the intended destination. It's very similar to the game previously between 9Pandas and BetBoom, where they dropped those double smokes. They didn't see anything off the back of it. It's actually 9Pandas this time that are the ones that are stacking on A. And Bait see nothing. They feel no resistance, so they take the space. 5 chances to close out 9Pandas' map pick. 5 chances to put you 1 step closer to remaining in the MRQ. This would be a big moment if they could take Dust 2. Everyone's stacked every which way on towards this A bomb site for 9Pandas, and Resort starts to scale by himself.
Crad will slide in a flashbang. 2 for Moon. All about setting up these pistols. This is the only way in. Off the molly, the flash goes. That one's the fake out. The real flash comes now. Mackenzie's ult on this fallback is able to get away. Swing still comes through, and Shalfie Result find kills. MPL only getting 1 back. I don't know how that goes so terribly wrong. Dilla does remove Essential. It's MPL and Alex that have to pull off a 2v4. The flashes were ineffectual, but the swing still works.
They got stuck on each other. Hedrick and Kenzie's all got stuck on each other, and Hedrick pushes further forward because he feels like he needs to get this kill, and his flick is just a little bit too severe. Alex gets a lump taken out of Moon, and now tries to fake that it's going to be the A play. He's trying to bring MPL into a 1v1 on the B bomb site, and sharp shot. And he wants even more, Alex. Oh my god. Never mind. Forget the MPL 1v1. It's all Alex. And finally, MPL's flank will net dividends. What an insane way to close Dust 2.
Insanity from Bait and from Alex. He was just there to draw the attention. He's a distraction play. He doesn't even see the player behind default, but then flicks up. Oh my god. Those shots were so nasty.
He killed the guy deep CT. He killed the guy deep
I know.
CT.
That was a tap.
See you later.
2v4, Alex. Wow. In fact, that was, I think, a 2v5, because MPL got the first kill in mid too.
No, it was. How did it all
Oh
go
my
wrong?
God.
Nah, it was all part of the game plan. It was all part of the game plan for Bait. Let's be honest, they were in control. There were some crazy rounds that 9Pandas did get. There were some really good mid rounds in there in the CT side for 9Pandas that made the scoreline look and feel a little bit more contestable. However, all the hard work was done in the first half for Bait. You just got the MPL effect. He was unbelievable. You got Head Trick just commanding on the server. Essential on T side, though, has really got to be given his flowers because he got that quad kill that secured things. He got the lurk timings that were definitely improving Bait's chances at winning those rounds. 13-7, in reality, it felt like a 13-4 gameplay, but 9Pandas, at least they've got something to work with. At least it did feel a little bit competitive towards the end. They're not directly out of the running. Even though this was their map pick, they've now got to dust themselves off, quite literally, and go back to the drawing board. The issue you've got is that you're going on to Mirage, which Bait absolutely love to play.
Crowd had 153 ADR. That can't be correct. Yeah, maybe because we got reset halfway. That looked wild. That was a really funny scoreboard just because MPL was kind of at top of the kills, but it was all closing right from him. Everyone else was doing the damage and he was kind of just ending the rounds. But that's what you want from MPL, to be that closer when you've got so many strong, aggressive openers. Yeah, Dust 2, we felt like that was 9Pandas' way into this series. The veto was never going to favor them. They have to do it the hard way, Brandon. They have to do it on Mirage, the pick of Bait, a map that they have been on an insane 9-map win streak. Can they do it? We'll find out after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Nine Pandas potentially one map away from being eliminated from the MRQ. And they got to do it the hard way. They got to beat Bait on Mirage, a map that they have got a very long win streak on currently. But, you know, for Nine Pandas, they did beat Big on this map. They did do it really comfortably. The issue you've got is that Bait were looking like the much well-oiled machine in that game against them on Dust 2. And now to try and recover this, it's going to take a big team effort. Everyone has to be on the same page. Everyone has to be delivering with these big moments.
9 map win streak for Bait on Mirage. They've dropped it just 4 times this year. And 2 of those were 11-13s. So it's not like they were even, that far off winning those as well. Mirage has been insane for this team. And that does not bode well for Nine Pandas. I guess the one positive thing is that, individually, I think Mirage is a good map for them. We've seen them already dismantle Big on this map. They looked really, really good in that opening game on Mirage here. Result was doing everything. Dilladez, Shalfie even fragging. Moon, we got to see him get really flashy with it. Didn't get to see Moon on Dust 2. You kind of put forward this head-to-head at the start of the series and, we're talking about how important it would be, especially with the veto that we have with Dust 2 and Mirage. Didn't transpire in Dust 2. I'm hoping we see a little bit more on Mirage.
And look, they were better on the CT side of Dust 2. They get to start CT side of Mirage. So that's already a good thing for Nine Pandas in general. It's just the worry about how good Bait is on this map, because it isn't just head trick taking over. It's MPL. It's also essential on this map. When we saw him against Paravision, he did really good on this map in general. So you start to do get a little bit concerned, to be honest, but maybe there is a chance. And I don't want to write Nine Pandas off because of how unpredictable they can be. And I'm hoping that the CT side will put them in really good stead. And we've already seen how clean their pistol rounds are. It's just about starting the gun rounds off on the right foot, because once Bait got that momentum, they never dropped it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And that's what kind of worries me about the T side coming from Bait, because this is the map that I think for MPL and Kenzizor, they do some of their best work. Kenzizor in particular, I think he thrives on this map on that T side. He's such an aggressive, exciting player. And if you're not prepared for what he throws at you, and I think Nine Pandas probably as a team are kind of prepared for that, but he can still catch you off guard. And when you've got MPL that can close out these rounds when it gets to that late stage, it's a very deadly combo. I think this year, when you look at those Mirage stats, MPL's got a 1.32 average across Mirage this year. That's insane to have on one map.
That's really good. That is actually... You lose words of how good that is.
Your players behind you are around 1.2. That's how dominant this is. They've got such a good Mirage in their belt. Their map pool, they play 7 maps, right? And yet they've still got two maps, this and Ancient, that they confidently can go into and think they could take anyone down on.
And that's the worry for this best of three, because if 9 Pandas are able to overcome Mirage, what's next in the veto? It's Ancient. Like, it doesn't get any easier. The one that you wanted to rely on was Dust 2. And at times, you were being completely outclassed on the server there. So to do that, to go into Mirage and then having to dust yourselves off, win that map, and then having to do it again on Ancient, it's really difficult. And you take a look at this, and it feels like there's a real outside chance that 9 Pandas can win this series, but everything is pointing to Bait continuing on their journey here, potentially going from 0-2 to 3-2, and then being only a couple more steps away from making Austin in the next month. So it is a very big challenge. And the reason why this T-side is so good is for the amount of variety that is pulled out here from Bait. It isn't just the default that works so well, even though it does. You've got so many of these aggressive fast plays that you can pull out. 9 Pandas need to go down the hard route. It starts with Mirage.
Elimination on the line for 9 Pandas. Need to reverse sweep Bait to stay in contention for the Austin Major. For Bait, this is just one best of 3 of many they've had to go through after an 0-2 start. They're feeling confident. Well, MPL might not be after how that starts. Shelfie spots the utility being thrown top mid, and I wonder if that's the indication this is going to be the A play.
Krads is tucked in perfectly. Yeah, Kenzizor removed immediately. Too many angles to clear. But at least Headtricker has found one bag. Alex is still residing over towards Tetris, and Essential can walk over from top middle. So there will be at least every single player here for Bait to go in towards A. The difficulty is that you still got 3 players on the other side. Moon dinked. Krad just tries to step in, and he will remove Essential.
Big kill from Krad. Could have got really scary if he goes down. Such low HP players. How is Moon still alive? Krad flies up the stairs. Or ladder. And Alex getting overwhelmed from every single angle. Big hold from Krad on the A-bomb site.
How's Moon not dead? He got dinked and then he got shot out with a P250. He lives on 6 HP. Krad's movement is sublime in that round. Tucks in, gets the kill on Kenzizor, takes the contact after Moon gets gooshed over towards Ticket, kills Essential. And then he goes back up the ladder and redirects all the attention and gets rid of Headtrick. A monumental round. We said these pistols were good. That's step 1 done. Now it's surviving against the Deagles. No force buy is quite noticeable because we've already mentioned those gun rounds are really difficult for 9 Pandas to manage. So no force buy means that the guns come out 1 round earlier.
Yeah, Mirage the map you can get away with a little bit with lesser utility.
Oh, there was an idea there for it to be silent.
Doesn't matter. I don't think anyone heard. Shelfie will get the contact. Then Dilladaz. Hello. Yeah. Your job's that job. Dilladaz has got your lower. Comes the contact. And Shelfie will actually get 3 before Dilladaz will get his. You would have preferred them on the SMG, but hey. Better to have no casualties at all.
Shelfie's gun's called Hollow Gwins, which is quite funny. Like the little Kingdom stickers on the hot rod.
I like that.
To be fair, best case scenario here, in a weird way for Bait. Yeah, you didn't get the bomb down, but you only got 1 SMG death. Everyone else was dying to a rifle. So it's the small victories we take here.
That Kenz's all fighting me, but he gets brought down so low as he scales towards top boxes. Crowd Flash 4 will get the control in ramp too, so 9 Pandas is proactive of taking this control early. They concede mid. But they've already got a bit of information about what this setup could look like.
I really like this decision. 9 Pandas know that Bait are going to want to fight mid, so you just put a little bit of pressure on it early through Moon's spam. and then you focus on extremities. Ramp's already been cleared out, and now immediately, so too has the apartments. Result can choose to take his lurk either deep into TV or underpass. And we shall be finding, not one but two through the smoke. That is everything, because that brings Result back in.
Yeah, fair enough,
He can be the close. He wants to try and take this fight. Essential reads it.
He'll just go straight back over towards B. Molly, right onto Moon. He's forced out of position. That's heard and known. Oh, movement. Essential does have a player to deal with here, and in fact, the rotations come through. Oh, Essential flicks down. Shalfie gets his from back empty. Now it's this duel between the two. Shalfie with 3 in this round. Every kill his thus far, but Essential puts him down and looking for more. The short play is coming through. Crad is on his way to help out his teammate. And he'll strike at the perfect time. Bomb. Ooh, doesn't quite go down. MPL gets back up and puts them down.
Damn. MPL. As soon as that contact comes in on the Sentinel, who's done all the hard work in getting the kills on towards site, MPL realizes that bomb's going to be tested. They want to deny it. They want to just win the round right here, right now, but he's able just to isolate right here and then swings. That's the last thing Crad expects. MPL just to swing on him. What a round between him and the Sentinel. Bait. There's that gun round. And that was a 3v5.
Yeah, insane that plays out like that. Essential with a couple of big kills, but MPL, what a close. Essential has been brilliant this event for Bait, an unexpected hero for them in so many of these moments.
The instant flick down onto Moon after spotting Shalfie at empty. Chef's kiss. This one's a bit more direct. Result. Is he able to tick any of these players with the molly? No, not quite, but at least he's delaying.
Dumping
Local
util.
block access.
Result wants to get up close.
So debate.
Okay, it's gonna be finding fine. Diladez says one out his duel on Kenzizel on the left. That's one-dimensional, and it's straight into the MP9. Result eviscerates them. MPL gets the kill back, and him and Headtrick only have a chance, but not being given opportunities. In fact, the Molotov will force them back. They have to fall off. With 30 seconds, they do not have options.
No, they don't at all. You might be thinking about saving this. Remember the double saves on Dust 2? Moon's already looking to put a spanner in the works. He knows they're locked in. Diladez is also helping out by looking at under. Moon starts to creep in close. If they die after time, this will be brutal. But Moon catches MPL unawares. 1 second. Time expired, but Headtrick will get the kill. That's so important.
Yeah, he really needed that. And it's going to be the investment regardless into this, but you'd love that AK. Yeah, the big part of there where it falls apart is Kenzel goes down, and then you're just forcing your way through a smoke. You feel like, okay, we have to go. We've lost the lurk.
Yeah. It was nice as well, the spam from Shalfie sets up Result on the angle. You don't expect him up close.
Just gonna rock this AK that was saved, so everyone else opting to keep money for next.
They might be able to catch good time in here. It all depends on when they swing up ramp. That molly's missed. Lands on towards top Tetris. Crad now starts to have a little bit of a glance. Doesn't see anything. Diladez needs to have this responsibility of Palace as he looks back in towards Connector. They don't move out yet, but keep your eyes on ramp because they're by Tetris. Diladez needs to swing wide, and he will get rid of Alex. Crad chimes in for another, and between him and Diladez, they've done the hard work. In fact, no one can get a kill.
Yeah, Hetrick needed to win out the duel onto Crad at the very least. I like the contact play, but that he's second there and isn't able to get some sort of kill from that. That was the only way into the round. You see, he's so focused on that swing out from Dilladez that Crad just sitting under is easily able to deal with both. That was just one saved AK. There was really nothing else in that round.
There we go, Moon. Maneuvers into ladder. Maneuvers. Probably better.
Maneuvers.
We'll save that one for later. This is a very, very slow round, and another one in which 9 Pandas decide not to fight for mid control. Instead, they're going to remain passive. They want the fight to come to them.
They aren't getting anything.
So A splits on the cards here. And because you've not been fighting middle, it means that MPL, Kenzizor, and Hedrick have all got space in towards connector.
Oh.
That is sharp from Dilladez, and he goes back in. Gets rid of Kenzizor as they're scaling up and spots 2 more. That's all the info. Smoke put forward, but Moon just spams out MPL through it. You gotta remember that Crad has never moved from sandwich the entire time. Result can backstab. What a moment from Dilladez. And that puts 9 Pandas up to 5 on CT.
Insane shots from Dilladez. I cannot believe that. The first one, really nice down from the stairway. Like, that's a beautiful tap. It's insane he gets that kill on the Kenzizor. Great crosshair positioning to secure 2 massive headshots. And for Bait, it's looking a little limp. The one round that they've picked up on this T side was a 2-on-4.
Game plan's really good from 9 Pandas, just not fighting though.
Yeah.
Consistently boosting towards ladder, just playing these off angles. Xiaofi can't get by Kenzizor. That's a big moment because that's going to be the outpour towards the B apartments. Moon needs to try and help. Result, 3 HP, ducking in towards empty pillar. Dilladez is removed. You know Moon's still at the back of the site, and he's still holding down the line. Has that baited Result in? He maneuvers himself through all these smokes, but can't get by head trick. And there's the backstab in from Alex. It's just Tech 9s, but it's enough to get Bait around on the board.
Yeah, and you know what worked? It was the pace. It catches off 9 Pandas. They weren't expecting that change up. These rounds have been so slow and methodical from Bait thus far, and that's exactly what we saw against Big, where 9 Pandas, when they're playing against that style, they have a really good read on how to approach it. But as soon as it gets aggressive and fast like that, you can see Bait were able to catch everyone sleeping. The amount of players that got caught over towards Market, I feel like you've got to be ready for these swings.
I think they've now realised that 9 Pandas aren't fighting middle. So look at this. Within the first 10 seconds, Kenzizor is going to be boosted up in towards the window, you'd assume. No, in fact, it's MPL. Regardless, you've still got one in the murder hole. Dilladez has got his knife out.
We'll live. But now you've got full control of this position, and that's going to make it really uncomfortable for these players on site. Crad is just playing behind triple. The edge of the smoke, he plays off it, and Result will win his duel too. MPL and Alex, oh, what? That's the headshot from long range. What did he even see there?
God.
A round-winning frag. What?
2 trades come in and then instantly back. The spam on triple, the spam on firebox, and then the immediate adjustment in towards tickets, the anticipation from Bait. And a round-defining moment from Alex. And it really is demonic, the way he gets rid of the player in towards ticket. Look at all the X's across the minimap. 10 seconds left on this bomb timer. And then it's going to explode. Leading a difficult moment for 9 Pandas. The fact that they felt like they had the round in the palm of their hand, and then it's gone all awry.
Yeah, first kills are theirs. That's
And
crazy.
the best bit about this, the absolute best bit about this is now that Bait 2 rounds in a row, one up short, one in towards the window within 15 seconds. And now 9 Pandas think, oh no, we need to actually fight. We need to fight middle.
Okay, he sees him over the top. What an adjustment.
But this is exactly what Bait want, though. They want 9 Pandas to fight middle. Because then you're playing a default way of Mirage. And it's a default way of Mirage that they've been countering so consistently. It's just straight A. And here we go, look at it.
Rune's getting aggressive. In fact, 2 of them are. Crad will get that kill, but Essential removes the orb. Crad, though, very difficult to dislodge. Still standing after getting 3. Alex will fly over the top, but locked in on a low HP player allows Dilatez and Shalfie to step in. Crad, again, one of these big multi-kills on A.
Oh, it was the right decision from Bait, but it's even a better decision between Moon and Krads to go aggressive here whilst his teammates are preoccupied with middle. 3 important kills. That's the benefit of having the A4 as well. You got a couple of extra bullets to deal with another player. By that point, the rotation comes in. Stabilization of some sorts for 9 Pandas. Now the most rounds that Bait can potentially hope for is 6, an equalization and stabilization. And again, it's this faster play in towards middle. Kenzizor takes his time because he knows that there's utility looming. In the meanwhile, 3 players are gathered outside B doors.
Yeah, Resalt's all alone over here. This is going to be a split. They're already scaling up short very quickly. Shalfie brought down low. Kenzizor swings off the back of the blow. But there comes the kills in from apartments. Essential removes Resalt. Shalfie. Oh, not ready for that orb on the line. Again, it's the pace towards B. A split comes through. Some insane shots out from short and sure. Both of them fall. But the 3 players in apartments deliver on their promise.
It goes back to this conditioning dynamic as well. It goes back to the fact that 9 Pandas still have to be preoccupied with middle. This time they thought it was enough to have an empty shell of utility be in that pressure rather than fighting it with personnel. And Kenzizor just takes his time. And when he doesn't see anyone fighting, he doesn't see anyone in towards short initially, he doesn't see anyone in towards window. The window smoke never breaks either, which is really important because it prevents so much info, or at least the allure of it from the CTs. You're just able to get up. And his shot on towards Dilatez and towards Connector, that was the only angle of approach that 9 Pandas could have gone for. And it gets circumvented by an unbelievable headshot.
They can still recover this as a 6-6 half.
Absolutely. The money's in a really desperate state of affairs here.
That'd be an insane position to find yourselves in after being down 4-1 and kind of like on Dust 2. Yeah, look at this purchase. I feel like we've not really seen Moon on the AWP save that one round they went A. Economy is not allowing a lot of flex for 9 Pandas. Result just a 5-7. A lot of players go B earlier. I wonder if they're going to push.
Five players from B in mid. Well, the issue is they're going connector. So yeah, you might have pushed, but now the rotates need to happen. Crad is completely on his own at A. And very much like the last few rounds that have played out, when Bait hit a bomb site, there's only one defender here. Crad not looking the right way. And not overlooked by Kenzizor.
I like the idea for 9 Pandas. I think it's really fun. Look at the position that Resalt's already in. When you're on this kind of lower buy and you've got MP9, 5-7. I really like the idea to push B early. It's just a real shame for them that Bait make the exact perfect counter call. Well, Dilatez will get an upgrade. Oh!
No, he won't.
What?
It's a FAMAS. It's a dink. It's not a kill. Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter though. The op can get picked up. Losing these players is way more problematic for 9Pandas. Moon will live, it looks like, so at least that's something. But it's not a lot.
Yeah, 9Pandas go for the gamble on B as well in that round, because every time Bait have gone for the A exec, they've been shut down by Crad. So they're thinking, Bait are getting really easy access in towards B, we'll just gamble that they're going to end here again. They're scared of A. They're not. They go through mid instead, and they avoid Crad by going through connector.
And
Big
they go
fight.
silent.
Huge fight.
Oh. Moon wins it. Rifle picked up. Pistol to try and defend. You gotta deal with Crad, and he will be. Flames come forward, MPL hits his shot, but Moon has eclipsed them with a triple, and that is enough for 9Pandas to get their 7th.
Just swings them. Gets the kill in towards middle. All that distraction being put forward by Dilladez going around the corner in towards Sandwich, and yet Moon. He's the guy that's been set up. They just all line up for him. We spoke about how good he was against Big. Here he's had to do it all with the rifle. Only one round he had the AWP, but still with 116 ADR. 5 rounds for Bait, and not one of them have got double digits. It is quite an amusing stat line as well. But considering the situation they were in, to recover this half and bring it back to within 5, you're in a really good situation, because you win the pistol and you're straight back in it.
Yeah, they were really down and out. It was not a good position for them to be in. The one round they had at the start was just an MPL clutch, but yeah, they've done well to at least get 5. And Pandas, their CT side obviously seems to be their strength on both maps, but their T side was fairly dire just earlier. So let's see. Can they post up much here on the T side of Mirage to force that 3rd?
But the CT side and the T side are pretty strong for Bait, which you expect, but statistically, the CT side is weaker. But for only 2%. 1xBet odds still really favour Bait in this series, and it's easy to see why. But Result removing Kenzie's ore does make this one a little bit tricky, but they overlook Head Trick, and between him and MPL, they've already answered back with kills. And that's not even getting rid of the short player. MPL finds more, and another. This is audacious from MPL. 3 letters in his name and 3 kills in the pistol round of Mirage sends Crad scrambling. He doesn't even really know where to go. Just has to walk into the same reality, the same fate as his teammates. Potentially into an MPL Glock headshot.
He's waiting for it. What are you going to do, Crad? Bit of time. Player spotted. MPL doesn't give him anything. You see, he's trying to jump to get this info. Taking the run back, trying every little trick in the book. Oh my god. How many times are you going to fake this runaway?
Go get the bomb, mate.
No one's falling for it. Out he goes. 15 seconds, and of course, it's MPL to close. 4 in it. Big round from Big Nip.
They completely overlook Head Trick at the bench, and then you take a look at that setup and you think the short player's going to get all the kills. No, it's MPL from market window. Taking the space, pushing, killing, and giving Bait the necessary room on that B bomb site, because it was looking a little bit touch and go, especially when Resort found the opening kill in that round. No bomb plant, no money, full eco. Meaning that Bait will tie up the scoreline, make us level. It's a classic 9Pandas round of let them drain all their util, boys. Has Moon got a Zeus? Yes.
All right. Don't think he's gonna get pushed though. No reason for Bait to make too many extensions here. Crazy thing about that
Harsh
is still.
reality.
Go
I
on.
was going to say, harsh reality is the fact that they didn't use any of their util.
Yeah, there's no need for them to do anything, right? They're just gonna sit back. They got the MP9s on B. Should it go that way? They got the long range angles. They got the info.
Yes.
I don't know.
$500.
Yeah, is that necessary, MPL? Like, what's it achieve? Think about it in the. I think this is a silly example, but you know, with the utility, whenever you're throwing utility in Counter-Strike, you should think about what am I trying to achieve with this piece of utility. That's info he's looking for. He's looking for the sound cue, but I don't know. Even if he gets it, does it change anything? I don't think so. A trick.
Okay.
All good.
Sure, fine. Starts to get a bit worried now for you 9 Pandas.
But it
7
is
rounds
against the guns kept over, so it's a couple of MP9s, a FAMAS.
True. True. But the landscape of the game has drastically shifted to one of about 15 minutes ago, where you were winning all these rounds and it was looking like you could do it. You still can do it. It's just going to be tricky. Moon wanted an early pick in towards ramp, but a smoke veils his vision.
Drake's down low. Brad,
That's
on the
info.
crossover. Essential, just run the round. Kenzel gets his Dilladez, will answer back with a kill onto A. Resolve has come through with 2. Out of nowhere. Resolve strikes, and after all those opening frags that Bait got, it is meaningless because the site is fully 9 Pandas.
Oh, Kenziesel's on a really quick flank here. Even though he's been dinked, he's already just searching for more. Essential's doing his best to disguise this play, but 9 Pandas have made the right read. They push it towards CT, and as soon as that information is given over to the Desi, turns around and locks in on ramp. Essential gets rid of Moon, but he won't be able to have any further involvement in this one. Great work out of Resol. As soon as you see 3 players in towards middle, all chiming in with success, they just go A. They just think, okay, well, you've occupied middle. That means that A's going to be a little bit weaker, and Resol just owns them.
Dilladez too, with 2 massive kills to deny any chance in the retake. Yeah, that started so well for Bait. The way those first 2 kills come through, they look like they've really been offered up for free in middle. But decisiveness from 9 Pandas. Huge save from Essential in this round to give that AK over to MPL. He gets downgraded to an MP9, but it means you've got 4 rifles in play. You got a better buy than you did the round previous.
Miss window smoke. And a fight for middle. Oh, okay, well,
That's
it
fine.
kind of works. You only dropped the MP9. But they're out A again. So is it fine? And Alex is mollied off, so he can't really see anything. Bomb already planted. Result hoping to take CT again.
Yeah, so many eggs in this mid basket, but they're just got holes in the A defense. It's so passive. This retake is a lot more achievable, though. Neil gets brought down low. Looking to connect the dots. Bad Dilladez will slide over, and he had no support coming up through Con. So now it's these players streaming out CT together. A lot of damage done. 3 players low, but it doesn't matter if you can't convert any of these kills. A smoke just to get away. Oh, and Moon spraying through the smoke gets that one back. Hedrick might not even be allowed to live. Okay, won't be hunted. But doesn't matter. The finances are broke, and 9 Pandas, like, they've got this T-side on a roll.
Yeah, I know this is irrelevant as well, but Alex spammed Dilladez through ticket. That was a really cool way to get that kill. But you're right, and now this is very similar to what Bait were doing on T-side, which is now 9 Pandas have created a lot of conditioning here that they want to keep going in towards A, and now they deviate away from it, is whether Bait will bite down. They put the rifle of Hedrick over towards this A location, but Unfortunately, for Bait, he's not going to see absolutely anything. Because the real intent behind this round is B.
Should be that 10th without any difficulty as Headtrick is circumvented. Headtrick keeping his M4 was great for him because he can drop it and keep armor and get an AK. I mean, off, but Kenzisaur. Oh no, the USP. Oh my God, Kenzisaur. This guy's just used a USP. What has he done? How has he done this? What?
No way!
Just happened.
We got to get a replay on that if we've got it production. Oh my gosh.
He just had a USP.
He killed Shalfie and then he used one-tap 3 players out the B apartments. And of course you got to take a pause. You just got to get Kenzisaur to calm down because that was a round you were never ever supposed to win. And Kenzisaur.
It's USPs.
Kenzisaur.
It's one USP. That is maybe the most insane thing we've seen in this MRQ.
No shot.
We need the replay from his POV because all we were seeing was each player getting headshot out the server as they try and take him down. Oh my God. Ridiculous. No armor. But
no
all
problem.
head.
Look at what it's done. Look at what it's done to the economy for 9 Pandas.
That round could mean 9 Pandas get eliminated.
True. It's so true. What has this young man just done?
The fresh blood injected into this Bait lineup.
Yeah, Captain Kirker could never. Sorry, but... I really want to get in the window. I like this from Resol. A different angle to approach this boost. Headtrick's head was nearly in the crosshair. Instead, it could be MPL's. No, it's Resol's, but MPL's only got an M4. And a number of his bullets just grazed the wall. At least Headtrick is here to trade out. It's once again all reliable for Bait. A third Headtrick? Why not?
Block armor. Yeah, don't fancy your odds. We are tied up. Off the back of a Kenzisaur just ridiculous play that he never should have been able to do. It cascades into this half investment with a hero rifle that gets nothing done. 2 rounds off the back of one moment tie us up. And it's still not pretty for 9 Pandas. It's a Tech 9 for Result.
That could be it. Shalfie's taking a big risk, but he can hear MPL spraying the smoke in towards top middle. Maybe there's a chance for him to get in towards the connector, but Headtrick slides over. It's going to be this A finish once more. It has yielded a lot of success for 9 Pandas, but normally there isn't that many defenders over on this part of the map. Alex is playing retake, very passive, very reserved. Kenzisaur on high alert to watch from a deep sightline from short.
This is one issue with this.
Over to B.
The CT side has been so neglectful of this B side. Alex is playing very passive a lot of the time. Headtrick hasn't been fully present there. And they've got the wrong read, but MPL will maybe start to move. Might just come at the right time. Now the utility reigns in. Headtrick. Oh, the flashbang's fantastic. Alex comes up over the top. There's nothing blocking off Ticket. And between him and Headtrick, the smokes are so deep. Dilladez will finally get a kill back. But MPL will chime in. Shalfie on the leg. Offers up a little bit of something. MPL's low. Essential slides into jungle.
Was he spotted by Dilladez?
Maybe. Seems to be some awareness.
They got to get the bomb. They got to get the bomb from ramp. Yeah, it feels like they do know about him, but the low HP of Shalfie will betray him. And MPL thinks about swinging, and he does at the perfect moment. Essential, a known quantity. But that doesn't stop him from winning the round anyway for bait.
Flashbang just comes a little too late over the top of A. They've already been revealed. Alex, sure, he is caught by the flash, but he's already spotted the players coming out from ramp, so he's able to convert that kill and fall off safely. At the same time, Hedrick comes over stairs.
I was going to say, I think Smoke's missed. In from stairs. I
There
think
was
the
a con
jungle
smoke.
one was really deep.
So I'm not sure whether they were trying to scale deep jungle rather than and just ignore CT, but yeah.
If you're ignoring CT, smoke it off.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because two players on two unsmoked positions, yeah, of course they're going to swing.
I think they've been rocked by Kenzizor.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're struggling now. You're up against the ropes, 9 pandas. Survival instinct will need to kick in. Bait, 3 rounds away from continuing their MRQ journey. 9 pandas, 3 lost rounds away from being eliminated. Oh, and this round has got off to an even worse start. MPL with 2 quick kills. Headtrick also locking down things over at A, but at least there's a bomb plant, potentially. Or maybe not. MPL's got his USP out and Kenzizor's just run through the smoke. There's nothing. There's no saving grace for 9 pandas. There's no AWP. There's no AWP again for Moon. How many times has he been limited?
It was a punch straight to the gut. That Kenzizor round has completely changed the conversation about this series. Nine pandas find themselves on the back foot off the back of the cascading effect of Kenzizor. MPL down low, great flashbang to deal with him. An opening kill, something for 9 pandas to write home about. An attempted trade. Headtrick, though, will be the one that gets the kill. That's onto Crad, so the refrag at B. You know the AWP is not on A. Maybe this is your gap.
Look at Kenzizor. Oh, he's being helpful by Moon. Oh, it doesn't matter. Removed, and Essentials also dealt with Result. Finally traded out, and Dilladez goes huge. But Kenzizor just wants to fight. He loves a scrap in towards the middle of the map. And now for Shalfie, the question is, does he trade or does he try and escape? Walk through his own smoke. The pathway is open towards B, but when does the penny drop for Headtrick and Kenzizor?
It's a great call to go B, but if he goes back A... See, Headtrick was the last known in towards B. So Shalfie has to think about it. Has Headtrick stayed here? Has he moved towards short to group up with Kenzizor? Are you anticipating a full flank all the way around ramp? Surely not. The smoke picked up, though, and now the shot fight up. Well, now you know. With that smoke you picked up, that gives you some room. Headtrick swaps, AK in hand, and he will get the job done. Series points secured for bait.
What a moment. And yeah, you're right, that Headshot reposition really is everything, and it messes with the internal timings. This even came with the opening pick, but it's Kenzizor again, just this precise headshot on Moon and then taking the fight straight to Dilladez, so that prevents the A scaling. It drops the bomb, it makes things uncomfortable, it puts Shalfie in a dire situation. 30 seconds to gather your thoughts, 30 seconds to evaluate what the right call is. And then you need to figure that out 3 times over. One mistake can cost you your entire major run. And Bait have got money for days. Every round's going to be a challenge. They've won 5 in a row off the back of that Kenzizor moment.
A backbreaker. What's this all about? Moon's throwing every bit of smoke. The 3 smokes go from that one position. Okay, window, top mid, and con, all thrown out. So Util already expended across the board for 9 pandas. Very little remains. They're going to go for an A split. 2 players towards ramp. 3 come in middle. Hedrick in a good position with his AWP. Molly's fantastic.
Oh, no.
So disruptive. And so much information gathered. Look at the damage done. A HE over the top. Dunks down 2.5.
That's the key thing, though. You said it. Information. Hedrick's now just tunnel vision. So is MPL on this position. Hedrick's going to walk forward on towards this corner. Another molly displaces Crad. And the flashbang's even better. Hedrick has been held for. But are you ready for MPL in the window? Crad's been looking the entire time, but that molly's completely upset him, and MPL gets 2. A 3 versus 3 to keep 9 Pandas in it, but look at Alex. The fly in the ointment, stuck behind default, relatively unknown, but immediately removed. And maybe there is hope, maybe there's time. Essential needs to best Crad, and he does, but he only lives with a sliver. This round's surely over.
Dude, that Hedrick peak was audacious. There was certainly a chance if Alex had got that kill onto Resell, but yeah, I cannot believe Hedrick just decides to peek out. It's because the incendiary is denied under, so there's no chance of that swing. He knows that the only fight is going to come from where he's peeking with his crosshair. With 2 players tucked in there, sure, one's always going to be looking at your position.
They sensed it, right? They felt like they could end the game right there.
Yeah. Pretty baller, but it doesn't work.
If they just play a little bit safer, if they keep playing the same Counter-Strike that they're used to, probably still could have worked out the amount of damage that was being accumulated by all of that utility. But being a little bit overzealous has kept 9 Pandas in the game. As mentioned, the money's still good, at least for this round for Bait. So Hedrick can be reunited with the AWP a lot sooner than 9 Pandas are hoping for.
Try out B. At least the AWP isn't in play there. Essential. A lot going to be on his plate. Smokes forward. Gets into an advanced position. This could go terribly for him, especially this spot. He's going to be revealed to everyone. The blow comes through, but he still steps up in front of it. 1 and almost a second. Kenzie put on notice, aware they're scaling through, sees the player dropping Van. Again, further damage, but not the kill being found. There it is. The headshot comes in. Hedrick zooms around the corner. And it's Moon and Shalfie to keep 9 Pandas' dreams alive, but it is becoming a nightmare. It's got to be the IGL. He's put down by Hedrick, and Bait will take down 9 Pandas 2-0.
From 0-2 to now 3-2, Bait cement their place in 6th place decider for that last spot at the Austin Major. Unfortunately for 9 Pandas, their run ends here. They are eliminated from the MRQ.
It's a real shame for 9 Pandas because they came into this event as definitely an underdog, right? You've got this uncertainty around your 5th. Moon has only played a couple of officials with you, but they played some great CS throughout, right? They beat out Saw 13-11, beat out Big in the opening game. They were 2-1 up at one stage, and even that game versus OG was incredibly close for them. I think that was on Nuke, and I think with 13-9, so only just against OG who went all the way through. Against BetBoom, they had their chances. There was a real opportunity for them to even qualify directly. So a crushing situation for them to find themselves in here. Their run sadly ends. For BetBoom, the grind continues. Brandon, that is now 5 maps in a row that they have won.
Yeah, Bait have played supremely, and the fact that you've got a Hedrick at an MPL playing with this confidence is everything and more you'd be hopeful for if you're a Bait fan, because it always is that conversation, right? It's always about Hedrick at an MPL and how good they can be. They're consistent, and that is exactly what you want. And the fact that you've now got Essential playing unbelievably well. Alex in the roles that he is in as well delivers on a very consistent basis. The floor that was always questioned around Bait has now been raised. Added in this extra element, your X factor in Kenzie. The fact that Kenzie was able to do that USP into 4 kills. You had to give him the MVP simply because if they don't win that round, 9 Pandas probably take Mirage. We probably go to a decider. Instead, that one round single-handedly keeps Bait alive at the MRQ and eliminates 9 Pandas.
Yeah, Kenzor does so much work for this squad, and that round is obviously going to be a career high for him for what it's achieved here, and that it's kept them in this major run. But just in general, what he brings to the server, the aggression that he can show, the T-side openings that he can find, sets up the rest of his team for success. A real X-Factor player, as you say, and remarkably has been so consistent for them. So for Bait, this is really exciting, and it's a new chapter for them in terms of what we're seeing from them in this MRQ. We talked about in the past how they've been really good at getting those opening games. The closing has been hard. The best of threes have been hard. They're doing it the hard way here. Going from losing the best of ones to grinding every best of 3 through. And so far, it's going okay.
And it makes it feel really good because you can see the journey that they've been on. They see the projects that are stuck together and they saw the potential in it. The mental resilience to go from 0-2 and then crash out of the last RMR. Then to come to this MRQ, go 0-2, and then win every single best of 3 for a by and large without dropping a map after losing that first one to Parry Vision. It speaks volumes to the development of this team and how far they've come. You gotta remember, these guys are still young. The average age of this team is like 20. So the fact that you're doing all of this and you're still in your formative years as Counter-Strike players, that is probably one of the biggest compliments you can give. We will have to see how far they can go and whether they can take that last ticket to Austin. There are still 2 games being played out. Astralis versus Big has gone to a 3rd map, and Ents has just about edged out Saw in map 1 in overtime. The other streams are still running, and tomorrow it will be the 6th place deciders to figure out which final team will go to Austin. That's it for this broadcast. Thank you very much for watching. Until next time, we'll see you later.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.